NOMADS, the Invaders. By Alan J. Stark. Prologue. The first contact with an extraterrestrial civilization took place on February 21, the year 4589, and it had none of the things one would hope for from such an event, or wish for in connection with it. There was no gleaming spaceship descending majestically and mysteriously from the sky. No tall, angelic visitor demanding to speak with our leaders and then deliver a speech to the United Nations. There was no emissary from a far advanced civilization offering us peace, to take young humanity by the hand and introduce it to the mysteries of the universe. No superior concept to settle the petty disputes among nations and the eternal struggle to obtain the planet's resources. The strangers had brought their own conflicts and added them to our problems. I remember well the days when the ground trembled and the nights lit up by the broadsides of mighty spaceships cruising across the sky. The first contact with the aliens was disturbing, brutal, frightening, and had the charm of a punch in the face. There was something overwhelmingly casual about their unpleasant visit. We humans were not even an annoying evil that crawled over the surface of the earth and disturbed the troop movements of the warring parties. An evil could not be ignored. An evil had to be reacted to, fought, dealt with. But we were not worth fighting, we were simply in the way. We were trampled casually, like ants on the sidewalk. And the fact that we had to deal with two cultures, which an interstellar war had brought to the outskirts of the Milky Way, didn't make it any better. The only thing that was impressive was the extent of the destruction on Earth, the lunar settlements and all the other colonies and the planets of the Sol system. Also impressive was the arbitrariness with which whole continents were devastated in order to build bases and bases. But soon at least the Akkato recognized the value of the small Earthlings. We proved to be tough, persistent, reliable, and our ability to suffer amazed the tall beings with the horse-like heads who came from a green world with dense jungles. We were given weapons, trained and sent to fight the insect-like Keymon. Humanity was integrated into the hostile galactic family through recruitment centers set up by the Akkato, or by simply kidnapping individuals capable of fighting and integrating them into the fleet against their will. Neither the Keymon nor the Akkato were friends of humans, and they were not squeamish in their dealings with us. It was soon clear to me that we were just cheap cannon fodder for them to keep the losses of the forest-dwelling horse skulls low. And so it was that I, Dominic Porter, also had the ambivalent pleasure of embarking on my first journey to the stars, to explore the vastness of the galaxy and learn about the less than peaceful cultures of the star world. Chapter 1. September 4603. Dominic Porter sat in front of an oval, armored window aboard the Akkato ship Skeetra and looked down on his home. He would be 26 years old in a month and was already part of a generation of young people who had already experienced and been through too much for their age. At least he was not ahead of his time, like quite a few of his peers, and managed to retain his youthful carelessness. Some might have considered it recklessness, but Dominic was not at all the kind of person who went through life without compassion and responsibility. He was merely trying to save his skin, and for that, an unbroken spirit was indispensable. In Dominic's narrow face, with its bright green-blue eyes, one looked in vain for the wrinkles of worry. His chestnut hair did not show any gray spots, as was the case with many of his peers, for whom fear had left white streaks. Dominic looked down at the clusters of lights of the cities of Fargo, Wilmar, Minneapolis. Between them, the sparse lights of countless villages dotted the desolate countryside like lone stars. They all shrank to small glowing dots the higher the Skeetra rose. Even the monstrous pillars of the Akkato bases grew tinier and tinier. Dominic could make out about 10 of these towers from up here, stretching in a straight line to the horizon, casting long shadows across the land as the dawn came up. Mighty Akkato ships had moored to the buildings and were waiting to be dispatched. Countless feeder boats buzzed around them with glowing engines, like swarms of fireflies circling the trunks of giant trees. In the glimmer of dawn, the outlines of the Great Lakes began to emerge, shining like fragments of polished mirror. They now lacked the shapes Dominic had learned about in school lessons and had been familiar with since childhood. Everywhere, the immense destructive power of bullets had punched circular holes in the ground and damaged the natural structures of the landscape to such an extent that nothing reminded him of their original shape. Many craters had by now filled with water and covered the ground in a strange-looking pattern, as if drops of mercury had fallen to the ground. In the glow of the new day, they looked like the work of an artist who had tested his skills on entire planets, taking the risk of destroying civilizations and peoples. There was only speculation about the loss of life since the first contact with the Akkato and the Keymon. And neither the one nor the other party seemed to be interested in finding out what damage they had done so far. The Earthlings and their suffering were of little importance for the war that Akkato and Keymon had been waging against each other for thousands of years. But at least it turned out that the Akkato showed somewhat less disrespect for humans than the insectoid Keymon. While all infrastructure had collapsed in the areas dominated by the beetles, it was still possible to get along relatively well in the territories where the Akkato were in charge. Many who inhabited these areas believed in a return to normal life once the invaders left. But Dominic harbored doubts that the Akkato or Keymon would ever leave the planet again. And even if they did, life on Earth could never be the same again. Dominic was not the first to realize this and join the Akkato in battle, seeking his fortune in the vastness of space. However, the Akkato fought their war on many fronts, and the likelihood of dying first was almost certain. The Skitra, which translated meant sword, and which was under the command of Ulan Mestre, was rather the suitable means for him to take him to the stars. And Mestre was a glorious Akkato warrior who had given the Keymon a run for their money and nearly drove them from Earth. Almost, because a few weeks earlier, supplies had arrived for the beetles, which had allowed them to hold their remaining positions. Why Ulan Mestre had been withdrawn from Earth just at that moment, Dominic could not explain. But it was unnecessary to worry about it. The Akkatos would not let him in on their inscrutable intentions, and there was nothing left on Earth to keep him there. After one of the giant Keymon ships crashed over his home, leaving nothing but a charred wasteland where his family met their end, he wanted to turn his back on everything that reminded him of his lost home. Finally, the Skitra veered onto a course that would carry it out of the solar system, and Earth disappeared from his view. Dominic jumped off the bench in front of the window and looked at the room he was in. It was not particularly large, certainly not by Akkato standards, as the full-grown Akkato usually towered over humans by a good arm's length. It exuded the quiet solemnity of a church. Light flickered in several openings in the walls, as if candles were burning inside. A tangy scent of herbs and aromatic resins hung in the air. It had to be a meditation room or some kind of chapel. Dominic's nose was filled with strange, sweet scents that flattered his senses and were meant to make him receptive to divine comfort. But it was also the shapes that captivated him and had a pleasant effect on his eyes. Shapes that were so very different from anything humans could construct. All the structures flowed into each other as if one were inside a plant. There were no edges, no corners or right angles. Everything appeared organic and in constant motion. No wonder, Dominic thought, because every Akkato ship was made of wood, and that alone made it a distinct contrast to the vehicles of the humans or the Keymon. The ships and structures of the Keymon shimmered silver and copper, had angular shapes here and there, and were covered with ornaments of which Dominic could not tell whether they simply served as decoration or fulfilled a function. The Akkato ships, on the other hand, looked like flying logs and gave the appearance of having been streamlined by crude axes. Only on closer inspection could the fine construction be seen. Until recently, Dominic had never been able to see one of the ships from the inside, and his fascination grew by the minute. The Skitra radiated a powerful dignity that was expressed in many details. Organic, powerful shapes that gave the impression of forming a single, solid body that had no joints. Also, everything was larger than on the few ships that the giant Akkato provided to the people, which had been elaborately adapted to human proportions. Here, however, no such effort had been made. Consoles, quarters and command posts had been created by the Akkato designers exclusively for their own kind. The switches, buttons and controls were large and unsuitable for small human hands. The living containers aboard the Skitra, which came from Earth's military stocks and somehow ended up in Akkato's possession, looked like foreign bodies. They served as accommodation for the people. Dominic, too, had already secured a bed and a locker. There was still enough room for more recruits, who would arrive shortly and from whom Dominic was allowed to assemble a troop. Dominic left the meditation room, strolled through the corridors and finally reached the ship's canteen. Here, a few tables and chairs had been set up, which came from the stocks of the human fleet. All the human beings aboard the Skytra often gathered here and took their meals. Even now Dominic saw quite a few people taking their meal. Some with obvious appetites and others who were listlessly poking around in their plates and bowls. Among them were some new faces. There had to be about 50, 60 people, Dominic estimated. Men and women, ranging in age from 20 to 40. The newcomers had not yet been introduced to him. Dominic did not know their names or their ranks. A shuttle had picked them up from the rendezvous point near Dallas and dropped them off at the Skytra hangar a little over an hour ago. Dominic did not miss the opportunity to observe the scene from a distance. The Akkato officer receiving the humans refrained from rattling off the complicated names of the recruits to verify that all the requested human soldiers were on board. He merely glanced at the faces of the new arrivals and occasionally at his datapad to match the information he could read on it. Afterwards, the grumpy creature took the people to the canteen and left without giving them any further instructions. Now they waited to be assigned their quarters. They were kept waiting, and Dominic also refrained from taking a closer look at his future comrades in arms. He had too many thoughts running through his head, which he had to sort out first, before he wanted to devote himself to the problems of strangers. After his walk through the corridors of the Skytra, he finally arrived here in the canteen to meet his new comrades. There was no face among them that Dominic knew, but some of them seemed to have spent time together. From the way they interacted with each other, Dominic concluded that they had been in quite a few battles together. They chatted mindlessly and seemed to talk about past missions and experiences. Sometimes they laughed or commented on some incident with joking remarks, but quickly returned to their usual seriousness. Others, however, sat lonely and alone in front of their food, silently surveying their surroundings, distant, thoughtful, suspicious. Some gave the impression of being used to losses and therefore not eager to make new friends. They avoided eye contact with the others and sat somewhat apart. Faced with the new and unfamiliar situation, many of the young recruits looked around tensely and uncertainly. Undoubtedly, they too had never seen the inside of an Akkato ship before. They all seemed to realize that they were in a dangerous place and that all hell could break loose at any moment. Dominic remembered clearly the first day on the destroyer to which he had been assigned, the Zora, under the command of Daniel Perk. He too had felt lonely and lost at the time. Unsure of the adventures and dangers that awaited him. He could understand the boys and girls very well. Dominic decided to join the home fleet when he was 18, and now he had been there for 8 years. "I thought I'd come and see you," he said somewhat awkwardly as he sat down with the recruits. All too obvious. The sour comment came from a red-haired boy with water blue eyes sitting across from him. Porter ignored the boy's words. "Where did you come from?" continued Porter, unperturbed. "Gonna be a question and answer session," the boy followed up. "Thought I'd finally gotten the interrogations out of the way." Dominic got up to leave. "Sorry. It was a stupid idea." "He didn't mean it," said one of the girls sitting next to the redhead, at which point Porter sat back down. "He's just excited, like the rest of us." "I'm Sandra Dix, the cheeky guy here." "Is David Moore," the redhead beat her to it. "And he's planning to be an admiral." "But we still don't know your name." "My name is Dominic Porter," he finally introduced himself. Lieutenant Dominic Porter, more noted with a casual glance at Dominic's epaulets. Sandra Dix dedicated a wry smile to Dominic. Her green eyes glittered. "Then I guess we'll have to salute you." "Depends on what the captain thinks, though," Dominic waved it off. "In the home fleet, they've gotten rid of a lot of formalities. How that's handled here, I don't know. I arrived here just before you did." Dominic felt this lack of formal discipline was unfortunate. It led to many problems due to disrespect. It also caused trouble on the Zora from time to time, but he didn't want to shake the established customs or start a debate about it now. "Have you been in the field long?" asked another boy, who was perhaps the youngest in the troop. He had a narrow, inquisitive face, with lots of freckles and short, white blonde hair. I served on the Zora, Dominic Porter explained, aware that this revelation could start a discussion. 3 years under Captain Perk. The Zora? David Moore had astonishment written all over his face. The Captain Perk? Daniel Perk? Dominic realized that he had made a mistake by coming out with it so early. He could have said he had served the last few years on a destroyer, or any other ship, without giving any name. There were thousands of ships and he could have come up with a name. He sold his team to the Keymon. The girl with the broad face and brown hair showed disgust. Because of him we lost 10,000 men. And 3 battleships. Another recruit couldn't help himself. They say he is a slave trader. He sold people. To the Keymon and to other races in the galaxy. The boy who made these claims was a little too fat for a soldier. Dominic feared he might become a problem should they have to conduct a ground operation. Why hadn't his superiors brought him up to speed? Shut up, David Moore ran his mouth over the fat man. It was all a conspiracy, wasn't it? People were trying to piss off Perk's leg. At that moment Dominic decided to like the redhead a little more. There have been a lot of words. Too many words. Dominic looked at the round more closely, and a suspicion crept up on him. You all kinda belong together, but you weren't in the fight. We're from the university, Sandra Dix informed him. Thomas More University in Baltimore, added the fat man. I didn't know they were recruiting students now, Dominic wondered. We're just as good as anyone else, said the girl with the broad face. Dominic dared to doubt that. But her classmates seemed to be as convinced of her fighting ability as she was. You'll have a chance to prove that soon enough, Dominic said, looking earnestly around the room. But zeal is no substitute for experience. Niala is right, Sandra said with a nod to the broad-faced girl. We have highlighted all the strategies used in this conflict in our discussion group. We know very well. Discussion group. Strategies illuminated. All strategies, in fact. Dominic Porter had to make every effort to suppress a shake of his head and a laugh. He had found the saviors of humanity, he reflected with amusement, and now he would lead them to the battlefield. Who else is in your group? Sandra Dix introduced him to the fat boy named Peter Norden, Alex Don Hall, with the freckles, the broad-faced Niala Lopez, and 2 other boys. Kristen Peskin and Frederick Zest, and a dark-haired girl named Linda Sung with slightly Asian features. A soft chime announced the coming of an Akkato officer. The experienced soldiers in the room rose hastily. Dominic Porter also stood up and took his stance. The students followed his lead. Thumb to the seam of the pants, eyes straight ahead, shoulders taut. Perfect. At least they had practiced this well, Porter thought to himself. The Akkato asked the people to follow him so that he could take them to their shelters. They shouldered their backpacks and followed the hulking being. The people's quarters consisted of several living containers, lined up in the skitra hangar. People could choose their own bunkmates and soon groups had formed to share their quarters. Porter asked the students to move into one of the containers where he had previously placed his belongings. The young people eyed the cots and bunk beds suspiciously. Apparently they had expected something more luxurious. Not the first disappointment that would befall them, Porter thought. An elderly sergeant had joined them and occupied the last free bed. He was a short, stocky man with short gray hair and a perfectly trimmed beard that still showed a coppery red color around his chin. His name was Aaron Kruger and he didn't talk much. After checking his bunk by lying down on it and stowing his luggage in the locker next to it, he began to disassemble and clean his rifle, although it was apparently unnecessary. Kruger also possessed a handsome arsenal of modified stabbing and handguns, which he spread out on the floor in front of his bed. Dominic felt the moment had come to put the troops under his command. I welcome you to the skitra, he began greeting the newcomers in a firm voice, whose attention turned to Dominic. You have chosen accommodation 1033. I am Lieutenant Dominic Porter and by your decision you have also agreed to place yourselves under my command. There is nothing to shake or discuss about that. The Akkato do not want complex bureaucracy as far as we are concerned. So your unit is the 1033. In the rear of the quarters you will find showers and toilets. I expect order and cleanliness. As my father used to say, any person who finds himself on a desert island will find ample opportunity to present himself as a civilized and well-groomed individual. Here you have more than enough at your disposal to live up to that ideal. He eyed the men and women who stared at him in irritation. Does anyone else have any questions? Wanted Porter to know, but no one seemed in the mood to address him. Neither Dix, nor Lopez, nor any of the other students touched on the thorny issue surrounding the Zora and Captain Perk that they had discussed earlier. Dominic wished everyone a good night and decided to go to sleep. If only to avoid questions about his time on the Zora, should anyone still wish to satisfy his curiosity. Fortunately, he was not the only one whose need for sleep took its toll. The day had been long for all of them, and the transport from the barracks to the assembly point and from the assembly point to the skitra was certainly more exhausting than expected. Everyone went to sleep early. However, Dominic could not get any rest. Restlessly he turned back and forth and stared into the darkness. His thoughts circled around all the events that had brought him to this place. Back to the time about 6 years earlier, when he had completed his second year of training in the home fleet and was visiting his family. Chapter 2. Flashback October 4597. There are no words to describe the beauty of autumn in the Minnesota forests that lined the Great Lakes, east of Fargo. When the vibrant reds, yellows, and oranges of Indian summer shone in the light of the evening sun, as if the leaves were made of glowing copper and gold, the land seemed to sink into a dream world. Contrast this with the deep blue, almost purple sky that arched over the treetops. Dominic loved autumn with all its colors. The long evenings and the melancholy that lay over the land when the mist rose from the river valleys and lakes. He enjoyed the last warm rays of the sun that shone and dazzled his face while his older brother Benjamin piloted the glider. The cool, almost icy breeze ran through his hair, carrying with it the spicy aromas of the dying vegetation. The long road, lined with magnificent maple trees, led southeast of Cotton Lake into the town of Bensley, or what was left of it. A good distance out of town, the Porters occupied a house where the whole family lived. It was actually their vacation home, but after life in the cities became too unsafe, Dominic's parents decided to leave the capital city of St. Paul and move to the country for good. Dominic was looking forward to seeing his father, mother, and siblings again and proudly presenting himself to them in the uniform of the home fleet. The 2 silver stars above his right breast pocket indicated that he had mastered the first 2 years, and the many awards underneath gave information about his ability and skill in the various branches of the armed forces. He was now an officer candidate and would spend a year or 2 on a warship after his leave until he was allowed to enter the academy with a solid basic knowledge of fleet command. That you don't burst with pride, Benjamin said with a mocking smile, as if he had read Dominic's mind. The wind played with his long brown hair. Wouldn't be very pleasant if I had to show our parents the bloody shreds of your uniform after you survived all that drill. He lowered his voice in exaggerated seriousness. Here are the remains of your son Dominic, Jonathan Porter the Pompous. I'm sure you'd pass the academy with flying colors, Dominic returned, knowing how little his brother thought of the fleet that couldn't stand up to the aliens. He would have joined the armed forces, Benjamin claimed, if they succeeded in taking a single one of the alien ships out of the sky. As long as that didn't happen, he considered it more important to stay put and defend the family immediately, rather than protect any aliens in the distant colonies. And there was no question of protecting them anyway, as he explained to Dominic when he enlisted in the military. The home fleet was only an escape helper, he said, and Dominic had countered that it was, after all, honorable to help those who could not help themselves. Our family can only handle one hero. There was something reproachful in Benjamin's voice, and the topic he broached picked up where it had left off 2 years ago. In a month, I'll have to take you back to the base and comfort Mother anyway. So don't imagine that your visit will be entirely unencumbered. She knows you'll be leaving again. And I know you'll break her heart with it, even if she tries not to let on. She's in constant worry about you. Dominic knew that his mother Carol had had great problems with his decision. But what did she actually want? He was adult enough to make his own decisions, even if they were dangerous. With the appearance of the aliens, he had lost his illusions early and had had to quickly learn the facts about the hardships of life. A lesson that all young people on Earth had had to make, robbed of a carefree childhood and youth. His mother should rather encourage him than give him additional grief by her worries. His father George, on the other hand, was on his side. He had also been a soldier, until the loss of a leg, in a silly border conflict between the Asian Union and the Western Confederacy on one of Jupiter's moons. This happened long before the appearance of the Keymon and Akkato and the chaos they brought with them to Earth. Billy will be pleased, Benjamin continued placatingly. He's been talking about nothing but you for days. And, of course, Tammy and Sarah will be happy, too. Billy, or William as he was really called, was only 7 and looked up to Dominic as if he were a king or a knight from his storybooks. When Dominic enlisted in the military, he had risen even higher in the eyes of the youngest. His sisters also liked Dominic a lot and contacted him as often as they could. However, since the fleet was largely enjoined to radio silence and communicated only on secret channels, this happened rarely enough. The glider swung into a fork in the main road. The large deciduous trees, oaks, maples, beeches, that stood close to the embankment formed a golden canopy with their branches and twigs as the vehicle sped along over the tar. It seemed to Dominic as if it had been decades since he had last been here. A shiver ran down his spine as the road turned into a field, the forest receding unawares, and the large house where his family lived came into view. A typical North American house in the classic Boston house style, with white wood siding, a front porch and slate-colored roof. Close by was a gnarled, ancient oak tree, with thick spreading branches. From one of them dangled the obligatory tire swing. Only the large piece of debris from a Keymon ship that jutted out of the forest some distance behind the house disturbed the idyllic picture. Benjamin pressed the horn as the glider sped past the harvested cornfields, to the left and right of the road, that surrounded the house in a wide radius. Dominic could see little Billy come out the front door, run across the porch, and leap down the steps of the short staircase. On the gravel of the street that ended in front of the house, he paused for a moment, then suddenly turned and ran back into the house, squeezing past his sisters and parents who were just coming out of the doorway. "Bet there's no more beautiful parade than this one," Benjamin remarked dryly. He was right. Nothing could equal the reunion with his family. It was a beautiful picture, his parents and siblings standing on the porch waiting for him. The glider stopped and Dominic got out. As he did, the car bobbed up and down on its hover cushion. "I'll take your luggage," Benjamin said, grabbing Dominic's backpack in the back seat. "You can go ahead and get your welcome kisses and get smacked down." It felt good to feel the crunching gravel under his feet as Dominic got out of the car. The wind rustled the leaves and only now did Dominic realize how much he had missed all this. During his training, there was only the filtered and well-tempered air of the artificial habitats, spaceships and stations. Odorless and sterile on the ships of the fleet. Stale and musty on the crowded habitats between the planets. "It's good to have you back," said Dominic's father George, in his superior and slightly detached way. Anyone who didn't know him would have thought him sober and cool, but Dominic knew that the opposite was true. This impression was underscored by his tall, slender figure and the gray temples that framed a serious, angular face. Dominic's impulsive mother, on the other hand, hurried down the porch steps, embraced her son, and provided him with the kisses of welcome that Benjamin had announced. She gazed into her son's eyes for a long time, struggling with the words that would not pass her lips. Tears rolled down her cheeks, saying enough about how she felt. "Well, you look good," she finally brought out in an occupied voice. "You must be hungry. I cooked your favorite dinner. Turkey with potatoes and sweet chestnuts." "How much I've missed your food," Dominic replied, always struggling to choke down the artificial protein surrogates of the ship's canteen, never able to get used to them. "And how much I missed you. And all of you." "The uniform looks good on you," Tamara commented, putting on her prettiest dress and braiding her blonde hair into many thin braids. Her younger, brunette sister Sarah looked at him challengingly with her big green eyes. Unlike Tamara, she wore blue dungarees and a red and white plaid flannel shirt. The page boy cut emphasized her tomboyish manner, which Dominic loved so much and which she apparently still hadn't shed. "Must be the crush of all the female cadets," she remarked pointedly as Billy returned, skipped down the steps, and posted himself in front of his brother. In his hands he held an adventurous construct made of gray cardboard and pieces of plastic, with all sorts of techno junk pasted here and there. Obviously, it was supposed to represent a spaceship, bearing an identifier on the sides, which the boy had painted on the hull in white paint and in angular, military letters. Dominic's birth year, 4577. In a few weeks, on October 25th, he would turn 20. "I helped him with it," Benjamin remarked, earning a sullen look from his youngest brother. "A little, at least," he immediately relented. "As an artistic advisor, so to speak." "This is the best ship of all," Billy declared, full of pride. "You can defeat any enemy with it. You've got to show it to your general so he'll build lots and lots of them." "Of course," Dominic promised. "The fleet really needs some of your ships." "I'm completely convinced of that," Benjamin remarked. He grinned annoyed and his blue eyes narrowed to tight slits. At that moment, Dominic would have liked to punch him in the jaw. He was good at delivering chin hooks, as he and several of the belligerent cadets knew by now. "This is a great ship." Dominic stroked Billy's neatly combed blonde mop of hair before ruffling it, causing Billy to chuckle. "Victory is ours. Let's go inside," his father finally said. "The air is fresher than it feels, and you'll catch a cold faster than you think possible." Dinner lasted until late into the night. One by one, the various family members said their goodbyes until Dominic and Benjamin were left alone in the large kitchen and then retreated to the living room. The fire in the fireplace had dwindled to smoldering ashes, while the burned-down candles on the dining room table cast a warm, solemn glow of light into the room. "I always wondered why our parents named me Benjamin." He took a sip of wine and twirled the glass thoughtfully between his fingers. "They knew they wanted more children, didn't they?" He laughed, pressed. "But maybe they knew that the real hero wouldn't be born until after me." Of course, Dominic had been the center of attention that evening. All the conversations revolved around him and his career in the fleet. He was constantly told what he had learned and what his instructors had to say about his skills. Whether he could fly a starship, what his superiors' names were and what types of fighters he liked best, which missions were most exciting and how many exotic corners of the solar system he had visited. At some point, this level of attention had become uncomfortable for him. And all the more so because he knew that a feeling of inferiority lay dormant in Ben, which grew more and more the more Dominic became the center of attention. Ben had once confided in him how taken advantage of he felt and believed he was born for the sole purpose of sacrificing himself for his siblings. He felt set back and marginalized. It would have been only logical and understandable if Benjamin, instead of Dominic, had set out to find his true brothers and sisters among the men and women of the fleet. And yet it had been he who had remained on the scene to protect his parents and biological siblings. "I want to show you something," Ben said, emptying his glass and slamming it down on the table. "I haven't been idle, as you're about to find out." He reached for the half-empty bourbon bottle and picked up 2 matching glasses. One he thrust into Dominic's hand. "I've got a nice collection there that I'm sure will fascinate you, too." The two left the house and Benjamin led Dominic to the garage, which was in a large shed next to the house. "About a month after you left," he told me as they walked across the gravel lot in front of the house, one of the huge Keymon claws struck Rochest. One of the long, slender kind. Almost 2 kilometers high. He shook his head regretfully. Was bad for Rochest. There were 2 types of Keymon claws, as the bases of the insectoids were called. Both occupied a landing area of just over 1 square kilometer. These were military bases, with extensive support and factory areas. One variety, which stabbed the sky like a slender blade when landed, focused on the military aspect. The other was shorter and more focused on the exploitation of mineral resources. Benjamin opened one of the 2 garage doors and turned on the lights, revealing 4 all-terrain vehicles with large tires and heavy weapons mounted on their beds. Judging from the chrome exhaust ports, they appeared to have internal combustion engines. There was also a small quadricopter in the garage, which also looked homemade but was not equipped with weapons. "Those are plasma and rail guns," Dominic stated matter-of-factly, pointing to the weapons on the SUVs. "The authorities aren't going to like that." "I have contacts there," Benjamin returned, pouring his brother some bourbon. "They're happy to have some people here doing their part. Here on the ground. Where it makes sense." He placed the glass on a tool shelf and drank from the bottle. Then he flicked on another switch and more lamps flared up. The decorative light revealed dozens of skeletonized Keymon skulls hanging all over the walls. Some of them ornately painted, others gilded, silvered or decorated with engraved patterns. Back to the claw at Rochest, Benjamin continued. Only hours later, the Akkato showed up. They felt they had to attack and destroy the claw, which they succeeded in doing in the end. Even worse for Rochest. He put his fists on his hips and looked at his collection of eyeless skulls with their grinning jaws. The Akkato flew off after they thought their job was done, leaving us alone with the surviving strays. There must be hundreds of them left in the woods. Maybe thousands. We call them snoopers, Dominic countered. Whatever. Benjamin brought the bottle to his mouth and took a hearty swig. The Greenham brothers, Tom, Dion and I hunt the strays from time to time. Dion, by the way, is responsible for the artistic design. It looks magnificent. A little morbid, but beautiful. Dominic didn't know any of his new friends. The names meant nothing to him and he didn't think he had ever heard them. Benjamin pointed to a large skull with long fangs. The bone was bright white and obviously polished. That one got pretty close to the house. It took me 4 shots to take him down. And I'm a very good shot, believe me. They're very active in the warm seasons. In the winter, they tend to hole up. Are just insects, Dominic remarked. Benjamin looked at his brother pityingly. That's what we believed until now, but there's something else in there. I'd like to know how their DNA is constructed. They seem hybrid somehow. I've never gotten very close to a Keymon, Dominic admitted. I can't say anything about that. We avoid confrontation. Just secure the landing areas when we evacuate colonists, but that's done from aboard. If a sniffer shows up, we open fire. If a battleship shows up, he found it difficult to say the word in front of his brother, retreat. That's what I thought. You're flying around there with your pretty little ships, at a proper distance and... He pointed with his index finger at an imaginary target. Shoo. I'll face them soon enough, Dominic retorted irritably. Then I'll send you a skull for your collection. Why wait? He put the bottle on the shelf with his glass and put his hand on his shoulder. How about first thing tomorrow? Asked about it so abruptly, it was like a punch in the gut for Dominic. What does Dad say? Well countered. Benjamin rolled his eyes and sighed. As you know, Dad doesn't talk to me much. I spend more time in the garage and out in the woods than I do in the house. Dominic knew about the differences between his brother and their father. This circumstance had often been a topic that they had both discussed when Dominic was old enough to be able to assess such conflicts. However, Dominic did not want to hear about it at that moment and let it spoil the joy of their reunion. So, what does Dad say? Inquired Dominic. He thinks it's bizarre, Benjamin waved it off. Dominic shared this assessment considering the gallery of snarling monster skulls on the walls. He told me to stop hunting, Dominic's brother continued. Afraid I might provoke them more and draw attention to us. Maybe that's true. What do you know? Benjamin's tone sounded abruptly shrill. I am the watchman in the night here. I fight the terror at our gates, he quoted a classic lyric. But for that I don't get a fancy uniform or pretty stars above my breast pocket. I wear the title of freak, though I do nothing different than you, and with even more success. Dominic let the words wash over him. He didn't know how to react to them anyway. Besides, his brother had drunk too much and he didn't want to irritate him unnecessarily. Benjamin already seemed sorry anyway. It's not your fault, Benjamin said quickly. Maybe father is right. Those things are. He couldn't find the words. They should be used with caution. It's best we leave the subject. It was stupid of me. Dominic's curiosity was piqued. What about the snoopers? Benjamin clearly had trouble finding the right words, which was remarkable in itself, because his eloquence knew no rival. He opened his shirt. 4 bright welts ran across his chest. The scars of wounds that had been healing for a while. Happened about a year ago, Benjamin said. Since then, I've been having trouble sleeping. Nightmares. He buttoned his shirt again and tapped his temple. But they don't have to hurt you before they can do something to your head. What happened? Wanted Dominic to know. It doesn't matter, Benjamin waved it off. Just be careful. If one of those things comes near you, you don't do anything until I do something. Got it? Chapter 3. Dominic couldn't sleep. On the ship where he had started his training, he had had to work one night shift after another in the last few weeks. He stared out the window and saw the moon's barely discernible crescent in the starry sky. In his childhood, he could see the many lights of man's earliest colonies glittering on the shadow side of the moon. The circular, luminous structures of New Newark, or the chaotic cluster of points of light at Heaven's Gate. Now there was nothing. Everything was dark, as it had been in the days before space travel. The Akkato had reclaimed the moon from the Keymon, destroying everything the humans had built there. By now it was firmly in Akkato hands, and the Keymon refrained from attacking their units on the Earth satellite. On Earth, however, the cards were reshuffled again and again, with fatal consequences for its inhabitants. Neither side could really claim any significant victories, although Dominic believed that the Akkato had the upper hand. For the moment, the Porters were fortunate to inhabit a stretch of land where there was no fighting. Other areas, however, had been hit hard. The urban regions on the east and west coasts, with their metropolises and transportation networks, now resembled desert landscapes. Desolate moonscapes with huge craters, littered with the debris of alien spaceships and the ruins of human civilization. In Central Europe, Africa, and the vastness of the Eastern Alliance, from Ukraine to China, it looked similar. Dominic had been able to see this for himself when he returned to Earth. There, metropolises no longer shone. At most, the campfires of nomadic groups, in the endless expanses of steppes and deserts. Dominic had heard that the Akkatos would accept humans into the ranks of their fighters. There were supposed to be recruiting stations near the huge mooring towers that had been built by the horseheads and that reached into the stratosphere. At least that was the rumor he had picked up. He wondered anyway why the Akkato had not allied with the humans long ago. Conquerors always used the services and skills of native scouts. Dominic knew that much from stories and history. However, he had to admit that the humans would be more of a drag on them than a help. But if they were equipped with Akkato technology, Dominic dared to bet on it, they could be powerful allies. But apparently the horseheads were reluctant to share their technology with the underdeveloped Earthlings or to give them insight into various technical secrets. Whatever was behind it, Dominic didn't understand. Dominic had always assumed that a spacefaring civilization would have to set aside its petty moral concepts and embrace a lofty ethic. But apparently technical progress and ethical sensibilities were at home in 2 different universes. To all appearances, there was no enlightenment among the stars, as had been imagined in the past. Everywhere the same obtuseness and the scuffles for raw materials and influence. If the conflict between the 2 interstellar civilizations continued much longer, humanity would die a slow death or be thrown back into the Stone Age. And as things stood, this seemed to be the inevitable fate of mankind. Until then, the fleet would try to gather the homeless and dispersed and give them a temporary and unsafe home somewhere. Meanwhile, conditions on the major space stations were intolerable. There was crime, violence, and fighting among members of different ethnic groups and religions. A retreat from Earth to hell, as some claimed, with the fleet evacuating the desperate from one chaos to the next. Whether he wanted to or not, Dominic had to agree with his brother. If this was the sad destiny of the fleet, it might be better to stay with his loved ones and await the inevitable together. He rolled to the side so as not to have to see the stars, which were full of terror. He finally managed to find rest and sleep for a while and escape from his dull thoughts until he was awakened by a violent thunderclap. Dominic pulled up and looked out the window. The clouds glistened in the reflection of glaring explosions. There had to be a battle going on somewhere, but it couldn't be seen from his room. He slipped into his pajamas and ran downstairs. His sisters Tamara and Sarah had also woken up and were already standing on the porch, wrapped in their quilts. Dominic saw one of the mighty Akkato ships moving across the sky. It burned in many places and slowly began to sink toward the surface. In the distance, almost above the horizon, one of the Keymon claws could be seen chasing glowing projectiles across the night sky, inflicting severe wounds on the enemy cruiser. Burning debris fell from the hull of the stricken ship down to earth like a rain of embers. "The debris is going down over Fargo," he heard his father say, putting his hands in the pockets of his bathrobe and lighting a pipe. The sweet smoke curled around his head and filled the air on the porch. Even now his father stood there without showing any emotion. Mercy on those who fall into this inferno. He took a few puffs on the pipe and Dominic could tell he was more excited than he seemed. Dominic's mother was holding Billy's hand, who was staring spellbound at what was happening, hugging his teddy bear. "We're going back inside," she said, "this is not for children's eyes." She pulled the reluctant child into the house with her. "I want to see that," the little one whined. "I want to see that." He braced himself against the door frame and finally Carol let go of Billy's hand, who immediately lined up next to his brother. "Boom, boom, boom," he commented on each shot and hit. Meanwhile, the Akkato ship returned fire and its trajectory seemed to stabilize. It regained altitude and responded with a thunderous broadside. The energy shells lit up the night as if the sun were flickering in the sky. Volley after volley came hurtling across the sky like a meteor shower, crashing against the Akkato ship's defensive shields. Boom, boom, boom. Billy bounced up and down. Boom, boom, boom. He was not the least bit aware of the dangerous situation. To him, it was all in fun. A game he was watching from the front row. Dominic noticed that his brother Benjamin had not come down to watch the spectacle. Maybe he was too tired after getting drunk to wash down his insecurities and fears. Or maybe he was tired of all the fighting he had witnessed and didn't care to watch the action. Wreckage and blast funnels were part of the surrounding landscape. A reminder to be prepared for further misfortunes. It was a miracle that the Porter's house had remained undamaged so far. The large piece of debris that had immediately caught Dominic's eye when he arrived, jutting out of the woods behind the cornfield like a whimsical work of art, could have crushed it as it fell from the sky. In the meantime, the opponents had floated further up into the air and exchanged fiery whiplashes. They moved away in the direction of the north. It took a few more minutes, then they were gone. Only where the debris had fallen did the horizon glow. A blazing inferno that burned forests and houses. That's just it. Benjamin stood in the doorway, dressed in a tracksuit, and seemed completely sober. That's the fucking situation. They're fighting and we're getting trampled like vermin in the process. "It's better if we all go back to bed," his father said succinctly. "I'll stay a little longer." Benjamin sat down in the rocking bench at the entrance. The chains creaked and squeaked as it moved back and forth. "I can feel the heat radiating from the fire. It's really comfortable. Some marshmallows would be a good thing. Thousands of people are dying there right now," his father offset unusually sharply, taking the pipe out of his mouth. "Hundreds, maybe." Benjamin's gaze broke, as if thoughtfully contemplating an idyllic scene. "There are very few residents left in Fargo. Most have fled to the country, as we have. But you're right, of course. They're dying because no one can protect them." He looked up at the sky. "I don't see any defenders. They're probably far away, taking care of colonists on Mars or the Jupiter moons." "I'm not going to get into a discussion with you," George Porter said in an icy tone. "It's not for you or me to judge which way someone wants to go to help. I'm betting on the most effective way to do it." Still in a trance, he looked to the horizon. The treetops stood out sharply against the firelight that illuminated the sky. Eye to eye. Or eye against forehead. Those things don't have any. You think your way is the right way? You seek only your pleasure. You are reckless. But we are still here and alive, Benjamin countered. The way I and my friends fight, we achieve success. And whether we have fun doing it or not, let me worry about that. I don't shed a tear for the strays, if that's what makes you uncomfortable. No, it doesn't. His voice was calm and controlled again. Mother dies 1,000 deaths when you're out in the woods with the others. I make sure the others die their deaths. Carol hooked up with her husband and took Billy by the hand, whose need for sleep was by now again greater than his curiosity and who was rubbing his eyes. We should be grateful to him, she said, even if it's hard. Times aren't easy for anyone. Especially not for mothers. Soon the sisters left and Dominic was alone with his brother. Maybe he was just imagining it, but the radiant heat of the fire in the distance seemed to raise the temperature to a bearable level. Was quite impressive, Dominic remarked to break the awkward silence. Benjamin nodded. Yes. It is. That was very close. Mostly it's like weather lightning. You only see flashes, distant rumblings, and vague outlines of ships. When the Akkato drop escape pods, that's when the strays get active and it can get dangerous. But it doesn't look like anyone has dropped off the battleship. What makes you so sure? I'm not sure, he admitted. But, he paused, I have a feeling. And that tells me we have nothing to worry about right now. The next morning, only the plume of smoke in the distance indicated that there had been a more serious incident during the night. The sky was clear and as pure a blue as was usual in autumn. Dominic's mother put breakfast on late and it flowed almost seamlessly into lunch. Surprisingly quickly, Dominic had moved back out of the center of interest and conversation. Conversations at the table turned to very mundane things. For Tamara and Sarah, school would start again on Monday. The school building was about 10 miles away in a settlement called Preston. It was an old factory building. A handful of teachers had come together to keep the school running. There was also a market there, as well as stores and a workshop. Near the school was also the office of the vigilante group. It had been formed only a few months ago, when rumors spread that there were droves of looters roaming the countryside, since there was hardly anything left to take in the cities. The Grossmans and Leverton's kids don't go to school either, Sarah complained. They help their parents on the farm. We're not going to start this discussion again. George Porter didn't look up from his plate and carefully cut the meat into small strips before putting it on his fork and popping it into his mouth. He chewed with relish to make it clear he wasn't going to let his son spoil his appetite, and rinsed with a sip of water. I don't care what anyone else does. We planned better and made more sense. That's why we have everything we need and don't depend on government supplies. Which will be late again, as usual, Benjamin added. I'd rather learn something useful, Sarah insisted, absently poking at her food. And that would be? She looked over at Ben in search of help, which did not escape her father, whose face immediately darkened. He turned to Benjamin. You stop putting ideas in your sisters' heads, you understand? Yes, sir. It's enough for you to play your games with the Greenham brothers and the others. I don't feel this is a game, Benjamin defended himself, his tone becoming harsher. What Sarah can learn in the woods is far more useful than anything you could teach her in school. At school, she's learning all the things you need when things get back to normal. It was obvious to Benjamin that he was of a completely different opinion. He seemed to be boiling inside, but he pulled himself together so as not to appear disrespectful to his father. You seriously think that after all this, there can be something like normality again? Yes, I think so. George Porter's voice was clear and cold. It reflected his unwavering conviction and optimism. If it were to be otherwise, it would be better if we did not live to see tomorrow. Everything depends on whether we remain human beings and carry human values into the future. No matter what that future may be. Amen, sir, Benjamin ventured to say. Dominic's father seemed to see in Benjamin's words only a confirmation. He seemed content and relaxed, and Benjamin also avoided saying anything that could destroy this harmony. The two of them understand each other somehow, Dominic thought. That was the only way to explain the fact that they were still living under the same roof without going for each other's throats. "I'll make us some coffee," Dominic said. "How about we sit in the garden? Do we have cake?" "Yes, we have cake." Billy jumped off his chair and ran into the kitchen. "Cake. Cake. You can't make really good coffee," Tammy objected, rising from the table and following her little brother. "It's always just hot brown water with you. Let me take care of that." Chapter 4. The next few days passed quietly and uneventfully. One night snow fell. It covered the yellow and red leaves of the trees. A thin layer that was quickly licked up by the sun. The following night there was a storm that lasted all day and swept half of the remaining foliage from the branches. Warm and powerful, it bent the treetops, sweeping the sky bare by noon. Dominic's parents would use the day to take Billy to the Preston market. Tamara and Sarah would be at school all day. Dominic enjoyed watching the leaves swirl across the grass of the garden. His hands in the pockets of his jacket, he stood and let the wind blow around his nose. On Mars and on Jupiter's moon Europa, he had experienced storms. Violent storms, against which this one seemed like a mild breeze. Only the retaining cables and anchor plates in his boots had prevented the gusts from blowing him away. But wrapped in his spacesuit, the wind seemed to have no substance. Here, it was palpable like a living creature that had gone into a rage. In the spacesuit, one experienced the world's almost sterile and lifeless. Enclosed inside his protective armor, they possessed neither temperature nor smells. How much Dominic had missed all the earthly impressions, he realized again only in this moment. In the roar of the storm, he almost missed the thunder of the engines propelling a small Akkato ship that could barely stay aloft. Like a shot bird, it trundled toward the ground, caught itself just above the treetops, and swooped in at a low altitude. The vehicle, which appeared to be a gnarled branch, approached rapidly from the south and chased just over the Porter's property. A blast tore bushes and grasses from the ground before the pilot managed to bring the craft back under control and let it climb. For a moment, it looked as if it was about to take off again and fly away. But instead, the ship sank abruptly and crashed into the forest with a roar. Flames leapt up and a mushroom cloud of black smoke billowed out. Benjamin put his hand on his brother's shoulder and Dominic was startled. He had not heard him coming. "We have to leave right now," Benjamin said. "It's a good thing we have a trained soldier with us now." Dominic didn't know what to do and hesitated until Benjamin grabbed him by the arm and pulled him into the house with him. "What are you going to do?" wanted Dominic to know. They crossed the house and then rushed to the garage. "Tell me," Dominic insisted, stopping in the doorway. "What are you up to?" "When Father, Mother and Billy are in the market," Benjamin explained, "we will hunt. After all, there'll be no arguments. And you can show what kind of man you've become." "Hunting for what? Akkatos? Are you crazy?" He opened the garage door. "The strays. They'll be off in a minute, looking for that wrecked ship. That thing came down very close, too close. We need to scout the situation." Benjamin got behind the wheel of the pickup with the gun on the loading area and switched on a radio. An old CB radio that belonged more in a museum than in a modern vehicle. He raised the mic in front of his mouth. "Ben to Crazy D, Crazy D. Come in." After a short time, someone answered. It was a female voice. "I always come to you, don't I?" it crooned from the speaker. Benjamin left her remark uncommented. "You saw it?" "Yes," the woman replied. "The others are already on their way. This time it could be really exciting." She sounded joyful, as if she had been bitten by the hunting bug. "We're coming to the tanker." "Who else is with you?" "My brother Dominic," he replied. "The general? Do I have to salute?" "I'll see you in a minute." With that, Benjamin ended the contact and pointed to the loading area. Get to the railgun and buckle up. It's going to be a turbulent ride. Dominic climbed over the open rear onto the truck bed and sat in the seat connected to the heavy weapon. As he fastened the tethers, he noticed the arsenal of weapons housed in the walls of the truck bed. 8 rifles that gave the impression of having devastating firepower. In the box behind the driver's cab, he suspected the corresponding ammunition. Dominic whistled through his teeth, impressed, and studied the levers and switches of the magnetic cannon. He noticed that his brother had removed most of the electronic parts, such as sensors and touch plates. Their functions were taken over by mechanical components. Adjusting wheels, knobs. Even the telescopic sight had no electronic display, but had glass lenses that shone oily. "Are you going to be okay?" inquired Benjamin, pressing the ignition. The combustion engine began to growl and roar as he stepped on the gas pedal. Dominic activated the electromagnet for bullet acceleration and secured the weapon. "Ready." "Then hold on." No sooner had he said that than Benjamin chased the car across the front lawn of the house so that the pebbles splashed up. He did a lap around the house before accelerating further and heading for the edge of the forest. "There are trees up ahead," Dominic yelled, but his brother couldn't hear him. Instead of slowing down, the car sped up and shot into the forest. The oak and maple trees stood far apart, giving Benjamin plenty of room to maneuver. The shadows of spreading branches drew a dark pattern on the forest floor covered with golden yellow leaves. The ground beneath this carpet of withered leaves was uneven and the vehicle bumped over thick roots and stones. Dominic clutched the armrests of his seat as the wild ride continued. Apparently, his brother had been on this hellish ride many times before without damaging the car or seriously injuring himself. Dominic trusted him, but a small percentage of fear remained. After a short time, the forest became denser. The deciduous trees disappeared to make way for firs and spruces. The trees were now closer together and the sunlight seeped through the branches only dimly. The rocks also became more numerous and they forced Benjamin Porter to slow his drive. Finally, he stopped the car. It was silent. Not a bird was to be heard. Dominic could only hear the roar of the wind over the treetops and the low hum of the engine, until another noise joined in. The roar and drone of fuel engines. They were still far away. Benjamin started the vehicle again and steered it as fast as he could through the dark forest. It went on like this for a while until it came unawares to a clearing. Now the journey continued through tall grass and bushes until Benjamin steered the car onto a dirt road, which crossed their course and after half a mile led back into the forest. An elongated, metal object came into view, standing next to the dirt road at the edge of the forest and covered by a green camouflage net. Approaching, Dominic realized it was a tanker truck with only its front tires missing. The axle rested on a thick tree trunk. "Who lost this one?" asked Dominic, though he immediately regretted even asking the question. "You better ask who it's from." His brother grinned broadly at him as he got out of the car. "Has 60,000 gallons capacity. That'll last for a few more years. But don't tell father. He already suspects that. Or are you going to buy fuel?" For the first time, his brother did not answer. "You may have a quick tongue," Dominic agreed, "but that doesn't make you any smarter." He looked around and noticed that the area around the tanker looked muddy and rutted. He spotted a tent roof stretched between a few trees. Under it were some old chairs, a shabby sofa and an armchair in the same condition, arranged around a low, bruised table. In addition, a rusty cannon stove to warm or cook food. The rumbling of the approaching vehicles grew louder. Finally, Dominic could make out 3 off-road vehicles chasing out of the forest at the same spot where Benjamin and Dominic had entered the clearing earlier. The cars were racing across the field, mowing down bushes and small trees. 2 or 3 times, the vehicles skidded. It did not take much and they would have overturned. "How do you know these people?" wanted Dominic to know. "Ran into Dion by chance in the woods," Benjamin replied. "In the woods?" "Yes, we share the same passions. The Greenham brothers and Tom Wilkins live not far from us." They took the Baker house after they left. Dion has a trailer and lives here and there, but is never far away. A red car reached the dirt road behind the tanker first, with a considerable lead, and sped toward the Porters. Behind the windshield, Dominic recognized a woman wearing a military peaked cap with her light blonde hair peeking out from underneath. She slammed on the brakes. The car skidded up with its tires locked and stopped just short of the gas tank. Wet dirt and mud splattered on Dominic's pants. The female driver jumped out of the car and came towards Dominic and his brother. She was dressed in olive green combat fatigues, wore a belt with 2 gun holsters with black pistol grips sticking out of it, and black lace-up boots and a knife strapped around her lower leg. Dominic was used to the sight of martially dressed women and could definitely appreciate the girls and women in their combat fatigues. Usually they were simple, frugal, and confident. Dominic liked that. But he wondered how Benjamin had come to get involved with Dion. The first girlfriend his brother had brought home was a petite, slightly peaked girl who would never put on a battle suit. He had misjudged his brother, and it wasn't until Dion came closer that Dominic noticed she was no longer the youngest. When she smiled, slight wrinkles and crow's feet formed at the corners of her mouth and eyes. "So that's the Porter family hero," Dion said with a grin. "That remains to be seen," Benjamin replied with a sour undertone. "We'll soon have a chance to find out." Somehow Dominic felt like an idiot. Had Benjamin only brought him to this place to make him look like a fool in the end? He had changed in the last 2 years, and the last days and hours he had had to share the house with a hero must have been a test of nerves for him. The other vehicles arrived and the occupants got out. All geared up as if they were going on a big game hunt. The red-haired Greenham brothers introduced themselves in turn and shook Dominic's hand more than vigorously and absolutely necessary. The tall, portly bald man in the baseball cap was named Trevor. His younger brother Fred, with his long hair combed back and tied in a braid, was long and thin. He was nicknamed Scary, derived from scarecrow. His large head topped a long, thin neck. Shoulders and hands appeared bony. The resemblance to a dressed scarecrow was more than obvious. The youngest was named Stevie. Smaller than his brothers, but more toned and muscular. He had short, copper-reddish hair, friendly blue eyes and bared crooked teeth when he smiled. Tom Wilkins approached with slow steps. He wore blue jeans, brown hunter's boots, and a black and white plaid lumberjack shirt under a quilted vest. He carried a rifle, the barrel of which rested in the crook of his arm. A trucker cap covered his long black hair and a well-trimmed, full dark beard adorned his chin. Wilkins tapped the peak of his cap briefly in greeting. He was the oldest in the troop, usually called rednecks and not actually part of the Porter family's circle of acquaintances. Dominic did not have to suspect that this fact was another point of contention between Benjamin and his father. George Porter did not think much of people of this type, whom he accused of having a tendency to racism and violence. "From the base, we have to go about 9 kilometers to Hoffman Northeast," Trevor Greenham opened, looking up. "We can hardly get our bearings from that plume of smoke. It's been blown into a fog by the wind. Can't tell where it's rising from here. But I think we're going to hit a swath of devastation soon anyway if we move up there." He pointed in the indicated direction with a nod of his head. "Well, let's get going," Benjamin said. But Tom Wilkins had an objection. "We should stay close together this time," he indicated. He spoke with a strong southern accent. "The strays will show up at the wreck in large numbers. Individually, we could easily get clobbered. We'll have to operate in a bunch this time." Dominic knew the man was right. It was the most sensible tactic when you had little information and could encounter an unknown number of opponents. Then, when one was aware of the enemy's strength, one could adjust one's approach if necessary and fan out to engage the fine units or launch stabbing attacks. But Benjamin seemed to object to Tom's suggestion. "I don't see the need for that," he said indifferently, shaking his head. "I suggest we do it as we always do. We'll swarm out and pick them off one by one." Dion also expressed concerns. "It's a new situation. I think Tom's suggestion is reasonable. Let's stay together. Benjamin clearly had his problems with the new approach. If you really think it's that dangerous, I wouldn't deviate from our usual approach. We have routine in this and can react if it should still get dicey. Dion looked at Dominic. What does our general say? He was uncomfortable going against his brother, but he had too many concerns to take a chance. I would do it the way Mr. Wilkins says. Who else? Asked Benjamin to the group. Trevor Greenham raised his hand and so did his brothers. I'm in favor of Tom's proposal. You know my opinion, Dion said, putting her hands on her hips. Great. Benjamin frowned in bewilderment. Then you'll be able to salute my little brother soon after all. Hey. Dion raised her hands apologetically. It was Tom's suggestion and a democratic vote. It did not take long for the troop to find the wide furrow that the Akkato ship had cut in the forest. At the end of the furrow lay the wreckage, enveloped in flames and smoke. At walking pace, they drove along the edge of the devastation. Again and again they had to dodge fallen trees and boulders that had been thrown out. Dominic, meanwhile, watched the surroundings. He knew how fast the sniffers could move and gripped the handle of his gun while peering down the barrel. Suddenly, a shot rang out. Then two more. The Greenham's truck had stopped and the gun in the back, operated by the youngest of the brothers, fired one plasma bullet after another into the forest. Benjamin also stopped his car. Dion and Tom Wilkins broke formation, jumped out of the vehicles with their weapons and opened fire as well. Dominic could not yet see what they were shooting at. Bushes, shrubs, rocks and trees limited the view. He unlocked the magnetic cannon and no sooner had he done so than he noticed movement among the trees and rocks. A shadow just scurried over a hill and broke its way through ferns and bushes. Dominic fired and the glowing projectile traced a luminous path in the twilight of the forest before hitting its target. The creature crashed lifelessly against a tree trunk and lay still. Well done, Benjamin commented. Luck or skill, that remains to be seen. The others fired more volleys from their weapons and more of these creatures went down. Only when nothing moved in the shadows of the trees, everyone got back in and the column started rolling again. Are there always this many? Shouted Dominic to his brother in the cab, but he did not answer. Surely he had heard him. Dominic felt his own tension growing. Be sure of your ability, he heard one of his instructors say, as if standing behind him. Certainty displaces fear. He closed his fingers tighter around the grip of the gun and pointed it to the right, where the hull of the wrecked ship was visible through the trees. A gray-brown mountain of armor plate. Like a shot dragon, it lay there, huge and terrifying. Dominic had never come so close to one of the alien spaceships. Neither those of the Keymon, nor those of the Akkato. To approach them was a risk that no captain wanted to take. Mostly one ignored the Earthlings, sometimes however one swept them simply from the way, like annoying insects. There was thunder. But the thunder came from inside the ship. Benjamin stopped again and the other vehicles closed in. Dion jumped out. Tom Wilkins and the Greenham brothers also got out of their vehicles, armed. Only the youngest stayed behind to operate the gun on the truck bed. He aimed it at the woods. Benjamin left the car. He was holding a heavy rifle in his hands and pulled the safety off. You cover our fire, he ordered Dominic. Stevie's got your back. With that, he and the others headed off toward the Akkato ship, leaving Dominic and Stevie Greenham alone. A shot or two rang out and Stevie roared triumphantly, raising a fist in the air. Dominic averted his eyes again. He had to concentrate on the others and trust Stevie to have his back. Dominic watched as the group worked their way through the upturned debris and fallen logs. In front of the chapped side of the ship, Benjamin and his friends looked as tiny as grasshoppers. Suddenly, events came to a head. An explosion blew away part of the ship's side. Glowing metal, splintering wood and earth flew about. A hot blast wave swept in, smoke obscured the view and wafted through the forest as a fetid mist. The ship, Benjamin and his companions were no longer visible. Stevie roared up, cursed, and shot glowing sheaves of energy into the forest. Dominic swung the cannon and spotted 4 or 5 snufflers. The black-armored creatures slipped deftly through the undergrowth. With fluid, almost graceful movements, they glided over rocks and fallen trees. Dominic took aim and was able to kill one of the sniffers with a single shot. The creatures then turned from their path in a concerted movement and came at Dominic. Stevie managed to take down one of them. Then another one. However, 2 of the monsters put over a rock and escaped the projectiles the boy fired. Dominic's pulse increased as he fired and failed to score a hit. The projectiles whipped across the creatures and merely shattered branches and twigs. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The Snoop's tentacled manies billowed behind them as they moved forward, sometimes on 4 legs or crouching on 2. More shots missed. But Dominic finally took down one of the 2 attackers before the overheated weapon shut off. He pulled the trigger in vain. He tried to free himself from the restraining straps to reach one of the guns in the side walls of the van, but the monster was already too close to him. It was huge and raised its eyeless skull over the edge of the truck bed. It climbed onto the wagon and came closer. Tough drool flowed from its mouth. The warm fetid breath hit Dominic in the face. There was no way to escape the sharp claws and teeth. Desperately, he braced his boots against the creature's shoulders, kicked its forehead, and tried to delay the inevitable, when something strange happened. The sniffer's angry, snarling grimace disappeared and Dominic looked into the dark eyes of a horse-headed Akkato. There was a wry grin on the creature's face, then the image changed. A gold coin appeared out of nowhere. Large and round as if it were the full moon, depicting a tree on a hill. Then followed a flash of lightning and a clap of thunder. The vision faded. Dominic looked down at himself. He was covered all over with sticky black blood and bone splinters. It stank disgustingly. "You owe me, General," shouted Stevie in amusement, swinging his heavy weapon around again. It took Dominic several moments to snap back to reality after the past impressions. Then he finally freed himself from his straps, slid out of the seat and grabbed one of the rifles before climbing over the carcass of the sniffer and jumping off the back of the truck. "Where are you going?" the Greenham boy called after him. "Cover my brother," Dominic yelled back. "And you hold down the fort here, as we agreed. Don't move." Dominic worked his way through the undergrowth and then climbed up into the rampart of earth and rock. Carefully, he climbed over resinous, splintered wood or cold, mossy rocks. Loose, thrown-up earth covered the terrain, on which it was easy to slip. As the smoke from the previous explosion cleared, a strange scene revealed itself to him. On the rampart of earth and rock that the hull of the ship had pushed up on either side, lay about 10 of the monsters spread out. In the midst of their bodies stood Benjamin and his companions. Tall Trevor Greenham sat on the ground holding his shoulder. His brother Scary was with him. Tom Wilkins squatted casually on a piece of rock, and Dion stood beside Benjamin. All stared at a wide opening in the side of the ship where an Akkato knelt. Towering above him was a huge sniffer that had its arms wrapped around the Akkato's torso. Its fangs scored the skin above the artery that stood out on the Akkato's neck. "Looks like it's going to be complicated," Benjamin called out to his brother. "None of us have experienced anything like this before, I think." Dominic searched for a secure foothold, which was by no means easy on the scree. He could not bring the rifle to a stop and the ground kept giving way under his boots. "Damn it. What are you trying to do?" Benjamin yelled at him when he realized what his young brother was about to do. Dominic finally managed to find a reasonably secure footing and put on the rifle. "I can get the sniffer. If you hit the Akkato, we'll be at war with them." Benjamin's voice just about rolled over. "And if we do nothing?" Dominic adjusted the barrel of the gun. He steadied his breathing and watched his pulse. "You don't know that rifle," Benjamin objected, taking 2 steps toward Dominic. "You can't estimate that." Dominic did not answer. If a soldier has no luck, he remembered the words of his instructor, even his skill is of no use to him. He saw the sniffer pull back his lips. Saliva ran down the Akkato's neck into the collar of his red uniform. Dominic hesitated no longer and shot. The sniffer's skull burst like a pumpkin and with a similar sound. His heavy body slumped and buried Akkato under it. Benjamin and the others stood rooted to the spot, undecided what to do. Dominic, on the other hand, hurried across the churned-up ground, stumbling and falling, and helped Akkato up, who was trying to free himself from the weight of the monster lying on top of him. When he rose, he towered over Dominic by an arm's length. The alien wiped the dirt from his uniform and rubbed his cheek where the gunshot had scorched his brown skin. "I hardly speak your words." Akkato's voice was so deep that you thought you felt a tickle in the pit of your stomach. "I thank you all. And to you especially. That was a great shot." Dominic concluded that he was good at speaking the human tongue. But now Dominic seemed to have lost his tongue. It was impressive and frightening at the same time to hear an Akkato speak. "Well, say something," Dion prompted. I was all he could manage. Except in a holodisplay, he had never faced an Akkato before. "You must be hungry after all that trouble," he finally said. "My mother cooks great." Benjamin shook his head in bewilderment, but the Akkato acknowledged Dominic's words with a wry, friendly grin, which irritated him for a moment. He had seen this moment in his vision. Déjà vu, possibly more than that. That's the best thing you want to hear in this situation. The Akkato put his big, heavy hand on Dominic's shoulder. "Let's not waste time." Chapter 5. Dominic was sitting in the back of the SUV with the Akkato, who had introduced himself as Ulan Mestre. Contrary to his claim, he spoke very well and a lot too. Perhaps he was chatting to deal with the stress of past events, or perhaps it was simply his manner. Dominic learned that the Akkato held a high rank in his society and commanded a battleship named Skeetra, which was near Jupiter, where there was still much fighting with the Keymon. He was on his way to a base on Earth when his ship was attacked. It was the Skeetra's tender, Dominic learned. Had it not been for Dominic, the being affirmed, the Akkato would have lost one of their most important leaders. "The past few days are not a glorious chapter in my history," Ulan Mestre confessed in his throaty voice. "I underestimated the Keymon. But that will not happen to me a second time." "The Keymon," Dominic repeated thoughtfully as the car bumped along the forest floor. "The Snoopers aren't the Keymon, are they?" "Snoop? The creatures we saved you from." Ulan Mestre laughed. "No. They're just their soldiers. They're cattle for slaughter. The Keymon themselves are very few and rarely leave their ships. The steersmen almost never disembark." Dominic tried to connect the information with the facts he knew. Are the Keymon ships and the Keymon themselves symbionts? The Akkato did not seem to know the word. Dominic tried other words. "Do they form a unit?" He nodded. "Yes. But they can also exist separately. Only they prefer not to leave the powerful bodies." "The powerful bodies." Dominic let the words sink in. "I've heard the Akkato also accept people into their armed forces." Mestre did not seem to like this topic. He remained silent and looked past Dominic. "Is that true?" probed Dominic, though he felt it was unseemly. "Yes, that's right," Mestre agreed, a little grumpily. "What's the problem?" "In your fragility. I think we're holding up pretty well, given the giants trampling on our world." The Akkato laughed. "Yes, that is true. Some think we should accept you into our society. But I have my reservations." "Concerns?" wondered Dominic. "About our fragility?" His counterpart shook his head. "Also. But your character is," he waved his hand in the air as he searched for an appropriate word, "your character is ambivalent." Ambivalent. He obviously liked the word, because he raised his index finger as he said it, putting extra emphasis on it. "You see us as a danger?" Mestre was silent again. "You certainly have a point with that," Dominic admitted. "Like everywhere, there are good and bad. You should focus on the good ones. They're worth giving a chance." Mestre seemed unconvinced and continued to stare past Dominic without answering. In the meantime, the car had reached the edge of the forest. The canopy of leaves became more permeable again and the world was immersed in the golden light of the autumn sun. There is a history with us, the Akkato explained, in which the strong man labors for the weak. In the end, they both die. I'm sure many people would agree with you. But I also think your story is about two fools. The Akkato pulled a face as if Dominic had made an indecent remark. But then he had to laugh. He laughed long and loud, hitting the ground so hard with the flat of his hand that the sheet metal of the car rattled. What conclusion do you draw from the story? Dominic asked after Mestre had regained his grip. No conclusion, he replied. I have to think about it first. This subject touches on sacred principles. Even if some are already reaching out to you. I don't want to judge so hastily. Every action must be well considered. A truism, Dominic reflected. I reached out to you a few minutes ago. Ulan Mestre rubbed his cheek under his dark eye, where the skin was already coming loose. I'll think about it. Needless to say, George Porter was not pleased with the excursion his two sons had made. Nor did he like the fact that his son's redneck friends, whom he distrusted so much, had come to visit him for afternoon tea. But given the hunky Akkato now standing on the gravel lot in front of the house, he couldn't make an affair out of it, or maybe even start a fight. The important guest had to be taken care of, and as quickly as possible, without invoking petty squabbles about dislikes and social differences. Billy looked suspicious and pressed his teddy against him, while Tamara and Sarah's mouths dropped open in amazement. The look on Dominic's mother's face was hard to interpret, but at least she didn't seem to be afraid of the creature standing in front of her. Do we have any food left? Asked Dominic. I would have said enough for us, his mother replied, eyeing the Akkato. We'll see. She also glanced at Dominic's companion. Tom Wilkins hastily removed his cap when Carol looked at him. I think there's enough for your new friends, too. But don't nail me on it. Mestre could not find a chair to sit at the table. So he sat down on the floor and surveyed the array of dishes Carol Porter had brought over. The whole turkey was just enough to satisfy Akkato's appetite, and it seemed to taste great to him. He also helped himself liberally to the side dishes of potatoes, blue cabbage and sweet chestnuts, much to Dominic's regret. He could do little with the wine George Porter offered him, but the strong beer, from Benjamin's stock, was just to his taste. Mestre told of the Akkato Empire, of the worlds they had already conquered, and railed against the Keymon, whom he called vermin. Carol got carried away with the remark that she wanted nothing to do with either culture, whose occupation was to erect their huge phallic symbols and cared for nothing else but expanding their dubious fame. She concluded her remarks by saying that she had the impression anyway that the galaxy was characterized by very masculine behavior and therefore she had no desire to visit or hear about these supposedly great star kingdoms. Mestre seemed to be impressed by these words. He nodded slowly and thoughtfully. You would get along well with my women. I knew it, Carol replied, annoyed. When the roar of thrusters was heard, the Akkato rose from the table, thanked Dominic's mother for the meal, and crossed the living room with long, booming strides. He opened the door and walked toward the van, which had landed in the harvested cornfield, gleaming in the light of the sinking sun. But suddenly he stopped and turned to face the Porters and the others. He came back, stopped in front of Dominic, and ripped a button off the breast pocket of his uniform. He held it up for a moment. This will open doors for you, he said with dignified seriousness. Everyone knows the symbol of the House of Mestre, and you will be helped. Dominic accepted the button and looked at it closely. It was round and heavy. To all appearances, it was made of gold. The picture on it showed a tree standing on a hill. I appreciate it, Dominic thanked him. No, you don't know, the Akkato retorted sharply. You will not know until you have traveled among the stars and fought the wars that must be fought. With these words the Akkato left the house, crossed the garden as well as the field and got into the transporter, which then took off. The small ship described a long, elegant arc over the evening sky and finally pulled steeply up to the stars. I'm going to say goodbye, too, Tom Wilkins told Dominic's mother, tilting his head slightly before putting his cap back on. The Greenham brothers and Dion also preferred to leave and said their goodbyes. Dominic and Benjamin stayed in the garden for a while, enjoying the stillness of the evening. The wind had completely died down and the air had cleared. It was clear and cool, and it would probably snow soon. At least he didn't also claim he had no appetite, Benjamin remarked with a cynical undertone. Otherwise he would have lied about that, too. Dominic turned the button in his fingers, lost in thought. A large button that he had mistaken for a coin in his vision. Benjamin laughed contemptuously. His language skills are amazingly good. I think he speaks Italian as well as Swahili. He probably knows all the ideological Korean operas by heart. He is lying when he says the Akkato have no interest in the people. It's possible, Dominic muttered. But he's not the only one with secrets. How about you take him up on his offer and figure out some of the Akkato mysteries? Benjamin certainly seemed serious. To me, that seems more sensible than joining the Earthling fleet. With the Akkato, you'd really have the opportunity to punch the Keymon in the nose. And later, the Akkato for their inaction. Just like that Arminius guy who showed the Romans. What did you experience with the snoopers? What do you mean? Dominic pointed to Benjamin's chest with a nod of his head. Oh, that. Yeah, that and what else you said, he reminded his brother. The injury compounded it. Tell me about it. Have experienced it yourself, haven't you? Dominic hesitated a moment too long to deny it. Welcome to the club, Benjamin said wearily. Prepare yourself for sleepless nights. What have you experienced? I know what the weather will be like tomorrow, Benjamin quipped. And I've got some more pictures of what could be. Since one got me with its claws, I can actually sense the strays. Within a certain distance, anyway. Luckily. Otherwise, I would have them with me all the time. At least I saved our lives on the ship with them. As for the mental images, Dominic asked. Are they visions of the future? I don't believe anyone can predict the future. After all, it's just bits and pieces that don't tell us much. Benjamin looked up at the sky, where the first bright stars could be seen. It's not the future. More like a kind of calculation. A hint of possibility. After all, Dominic was still under the influence of past events and his visions. We do have more possibilities than one would dare hope for in our situation. Early in the morning, a massive Akkato salvage ship appeared and hoisted the wrecked dinghy aboard. The huge pot made a lot of noise and scared away the onlookers who had approached from the nearby vicinity and had dared to approach the wreck despite the snoopers. In the remaining days, until Dominic's return to the base in Albuquerque, on the New Mexico border, nothing else happened that would have strained his nerves or posed a serious threat. The woods around the Porters' property lost their autumnal color and turned into a gray web of bare branches and twigs. The fallen leaves on the grass of the garden and on the soil of the field turned brown and rotted until the first snow fell, outlasting the midday sun. Dominic spent most days with Billy, riding in his father's glider to Bensley, Burlington, Silver Leaf, and a few other places south of Cotton Lake where people had gathered to maintain something like civilization. He and Billy had gone to see a theatrical performance once and a football match another time. They each treated themselves to a sundae and rode a chain carousel at a fair. They avoided the forest and the area north of the house where the Keymon claw had fallen almost 2 years ago, leaving all the sniffers behind in its destruction. However, Dominic felt an irresistible urge to once again expose himself to the strange, supernatural influence of one of these beings. An urge that grew stronger every day and gave him nightmares. His brother was not at all enthusiastic about Dominic's plans. You want to do what? Benjamin wiped his oily fingers with a dirty rag and stared incredulously at his brother, who was interrupting his work on the vehicles in the garage. We hunt these beasts. We don't talk to them. Don't tell me it's different with you. Dominic couldn't imagine that the urge for another encounter with a snoop wasn't also present in his brother. I can stifle it. He threw the rag on the workbench and shoved his hands into the pockets of his overalls. But you feel it too, don't you? Benjamin pursed his lips and clenched his teeth, as if suppressing a deep-seated pain. What about the others? Wanted Dominic to know. With the Greenhams, with Wilkins and Dion? We're all like that, Benjamin pressed out. That's why we got together. That's why none of us go into the woods alone. Good, then you will accompany me? Are you insane? He grabbed his brother by the shoulders. The grip of his fingers was painful. This is dangerous. We don't go to the woods to have visions for that reason. We're going there to kill them all, so the haunting will end. I want to know my options, Dominic insisted. To feel a whiff of the future. Benjamin's grip loosened, and he stepped back to the workbench to brace himself against the countertop. He looked at the collection of skulls on the wall in front of him. He looked exhausted and shook his head. I wish I hadn't told you about this. I wish I hadn't taken you with me. It is what it is. They are pipe dreams, Benjamin continued, unperturbed. Schrodinger's cat. Everything may be. Anything may not be. Keep the lid on and merely imagine what all is possible. If I understand this theory correctly, you deprive yourself of possibilities if you want certainty. Don't look if it doesn't have to be. I can't do it alone, Dominic said, as if he hadn't heard his brother's words. They'd tear me apart. You have to give me cover fire. He wheeled around. You're really going to dare to do that? Yes. In all seriousness? Dominic did not answer. He merely looked his brother firmly in the eye, wishing he could feel his determination, so he wouldn't have to explain himself further. He hated arguing with his quick-witted brother. He must have realized long ago that he was ready to take a gamble by now. All right, Benjamin relented. Before you go off on your own, which I wouldn't put past you, we'd better do this together. Just to be sure, I'll let Dion know. Agreed. But not until tomorrow. His expression reflected anger and fear. We need to prepare well, he said, putting a finger to his temple. Especially up here. Stress and fear take advantage of them. We have to stay calm. Think little. Act. You can't learn that in a hurry. Chapter 6. Benjamin and Dominic crept out of the house at midnight. They walked across the thin, crunching blanket of snow that lay over the grass of the garden, and then hurried across the frozen field. The furrows that ran dead straight across the field were as hard as stone, and the two young men stumbled several times. The heavy rifle pressed on Dominic's shoulder. Without the hard, daily training by his drill instructor, he surely would have given up halfway through the arduous journey. Fortunately, at the end of the field, Dion was waiting in her car to give Dominic and his brother a ride. Together they drove across the short hilly strip of uncultivated land to the edge of the forest, which stretched dark and gloomy to the border of Canada. You're really going to go for it, kid? Asked Dion, who had apparently been informed of Dominic's intentions by Benjamin. Understandably. After all, she couldn't be left in the dark about why they were going on this nighttime excursion and if there were going to be any problems with this venture. What bothered Dominic was that she had called him Little One. Yes, I will dare, he replied all the more energetically. Dion and Benjamin, who were sitting by the window, exchanged a meaningful glance while Dominic sat between them on the wide bench seat. Finally, Benjamin told her to slow down. They're here, he remarked quietly. At least 3 of them. The SUV rolled along the dark edge of the forest with the engine switched off. At some point, the car stopped. The occupants got out and switched on the night vision displays of their weapons. They are very close, Benjamin informed his brother and Dion. They don't seem to have forgotten our last visit and want to get back at us. Are you sure? Asked Dion. They could have attacked your house already if they wanted to. What makes you think that? You've had your ass kicked, Benjamin returned. Oh, no. They're more careful now. But still just as dangerous. They got out and peered through the target monitors of their weapons. Dominic also put on the rifle and aimed the barrel at the woods while not taking his eyes off the blue glowing display. I see them. 4 strays. They're getting closer. Dominic turned off his targeting monitor and stared into the darkness. The full moon illuminated the landscape and the Keymon creatures were clearly visible as they emerged from the shadows of the forest. Silently, they crept closer. Their paws did not even make the slightest crunch on the solid snow. Dominic put the rifle on the ground. Are you fucking insane? Benjamin took a few steps toward the monsters, who then retreated under the trees, snarling. Leave me alone, hissed Dominic. It's your job to protect me. Focus on that. Dion didn't say a word. She seemed far more controlled and hardened to Dominic than his impulsive brother. He trusted that at least she was completely focused and would do her job well. For a moment, the scene seemed frozen. The snoopers did not move and stood motionless like statues. Only after quite a while did one of them move forward again and approach Dominic. No sooner had the beast approached him to within 2 or 3 meters than the world began to blur in Dominic's eyes. The snow at his feet and the dark forest dissolved to congeal into new forms. Out of the mosaic of dark surfaces, contours and outlines gradually settled. A shape was emerging. Finally, Dominic saw a massive ring of gold or copper floating amid the stars. Huge booms stabbed from its surface far into space. Ships had moored to it, were flying to it, or were just casting off from it. From the center of the ring emerged a fleet of spacecraft of various sizes and shapes. As if from nowhere, they appeared and then chased away. The giant ring might have been a spaceport in a dimensional portal, shining in the light of an unknown sun. The image blurred again. Dominic saw the hull of an Akkato ship crash to the floor of a desert world. It crashed to the ground, stern first. The sky blazed with the fiery red of the sinking sun. Dominic saw a battle raging on the plain, amid a sweeping valley between mesas of orange rock. Flashes of energy twitched across the sky. Explosions crackled. The armies that clashed in the desert dust were clad in armored suits, firing projectile and beam weapons at each other or fighting with flashing swords. In between, battle machines stomped forward on mechanical legs, making their way through the crowd of fighting soldiers. Dominic caught sight of a woman dressed in tight-fitting and shining armor. She was standing high on a rock, surrounded by enemies who were pushing up to her. She turned her back on Dominic and held 2 long blades in her fists. Her long blonde hair, she had braided into thin pigtails with small blades shining at the ends. With each twist of her body and head, she dealt deadly lashes as her opponents fell beneath the whirling swords. She wheeled around and Dominic realized that she was a young girl, just out of infancy. Her blue eyes looked coldly and penetratingly at Dominic. They were big, beautiful eyes. Full of anger and rage, they sparkled at him. The vision faded and Dominic fell backwards into the snow. He saw the full moon above him, a few bright stars, and hastily drifting clouds. Then his brother and Dion, with faces more puzzled than concerned, bent over him. That's where the monkey laughs at me, Benjamin muttered in a mixture of annoyance and amazement. I thought they'd take you apart right away. Instead, they take off again like they've seen the bogeyman. What happened? Dion wanted to know from Dominic. Her voice sounded cold and hard. They were scared. So what happened? Caught by the impression of the past vision, Dominic found himself unable to answer immediately. He lay in the snow for a while and watched the clouds move across the sky. A faraway world, he whispered. I've seen a faraway world. And a beautiful woman. Dion laughed disparagingly. He's fine. Benjamin helped his brother back to his feet. Sounds more like a beautiful dream. Like wishful thinking. I'll have to rethink the whole Schrödinger thing. Their nocturnal adventure had remained undiscovered, and so there was at least no further tension between Benjamin and his father. In the end, Dominic could have made it worse for himself with his father by this action. At least Benjamin's mood seemed to improve as the day of Dominic's departure approached. He seemed less quarrelsome and more relaxed. I wonder if it was because of Dominic's return that his brother had been so aggressive. When Dominic asked him, he waved it off. His father and he just had their conflicts, he said. That would continue when Dominic was gone again. It's something else, explained Benjamin, who had just been busy chopping wood, now slamming the axe into the log and picking up the logs. It's the strays. He gestured over to the forest with a nod of his head. They've retreated further into the woods. Possibly all the way to the wreckage of the claw. I can barely feel them anymore, anyway. Dominic looked thoughtfully over at the black treetops. Light snow began to fall. The view began to cloud over. Either it's a coincidence, Benjamin said as he balanced the wood on his arms to carry it into the house, or you actually scared them. Yet you don't look so scary. When the snowfall became heavier, they went into the house. Benjamin stacked the logs next to the fireplace and threw some into the fire. Winter seems to mean business now. Dominic saw the heavy snow drifting outside the windows of the living room. The surroundings of the house were no longer visible. The world was completely shrouded in white. The wind howled and rattled the shutters, while the whole family was in the living room, filled with the cozy warmth from the fireplace. His father was playing chess with Tamara. His mother was reading a book while lying on the sofa. Billy busied himself with building blocks and toy cars and completely absorbed in his little world. Sarah was writing messages, ostensibly to one of her friends, and typing away on the screen of her handheld computer. She seemed to be in trouble. Are you going to escape the cold toward Mercury? Wanted to know, Benjamin, poking around in the embers with the poker. Or are you going to the icy wastelands of Jupiter's moons? I have no idea, Dominic confessed. Most of the time I'll be aboard a ship. At exactly 22 degrees standard temperature. Benjamin put away the iron and rubbed his clammy hands in front of the crackling fire. I hope when you show up here again, it's summer. We could go fishing next time. If everything's even up by then. I will do my utmost to guarantee that. Benjamin smiled meaningfully. Maybe you'll meet the girl from your dream and forget about us. Chapter 7. On the day of his departure, the country lay under a thick blanket of snow. The farewell to his family was short and sober. His father wished him well and put his hand on his shoulder for a moment. His mother smiled in anguish. Take good care of yourself. It was obvious how much she had to fight the tears. Dominic's sisters couldn't get a word out, and little Billy ran back into the house, saying goodbye. Benjamin had prepared the quadro helicopter with the 2 seats to take his brother back to the staging area at Preston. The ferries that would pick up soldiers and recruits from that part of the country would then take them to the major bases. The flight, from Preston to Albuquerque, was scheduled for late evening, but passenger registration was in the early afternoon. Dominic dreaded having to spend all that time in the sterile confines of the base. The quadro helicopter with its 4 rotors landed in the parking lot of the fleet area, where many other vehicles were standing around. So here we are, Benjamin sighed. Time to save the world, little brother. I almost changed my mind and stayed with you guys. He looked over to the gate of the station, where the guards stood in their gray armored suits. I think you're doing exactly the right thing. And I think you're still doing the wrong thing. Each to his own. Dominic grabbed his backpack and opened the plexiglass door, which swung upward. I wish you well. I wish you the same. And make sure you get another vacation soon. Preferably, in the summer. The lakes and rivers are teeming with fish. I will. They shook hands, then Dominic exited the vehicle and walked toward the gate as the quadricopter took off with its rotors roaring and flew away. The guard at the gate looked at Dominic's soldier's passport and sent him into the 3-story building that fronted the airfield, where he could pick up his orders. Behind the counter at the entrance to the station sat a man who informed him he would be assigned to the Zora, a small destroyer that was under the command of Captain Daniel Perk. The shuttle, he went on to explain, which would take the recruits and officers to the spaceports in the south of the country, would arrive in the early evening. So there was still plenty of time to stare at walls and ceilings or to read through the illustrated, electronic edition of the Patriot several times. Dominic entered the large waiting room, with its rows of chairs, in front of the wide picture window, behind which stretched the airfield. A young man sat in the small hall, reading a magazine made of mediafall paper, with many animated illustrations. Colorful, military-approved advertisements showed different weapons systems, served by attractive young girls in scanty clothing. The man also held the rank of officer candidate who had completed basic training. The impressive number of skill awards emblazoned on his chest could rival Dominic's. He was of slender build and possessed an oval face with dark eyes. His brown hair was trimmed to a few millimeters, except for the implied blue-tinted mohawk comb. "Looks like we're in a hurry to get to the field," the officer candidate said, looking at the clock at the front of the room. "Obviously they want to slow down our eagerness. We could already be in the field as early as we showed up here." Dominic agreed with him. "I don't know how I'm going to get through the next few hours." "I don't have a plan for that either." He stretched the magazine from him and looked at one of the illustrations a little more closely, whereupon he shook his head and put the booklet away. "I suppose we're on the same path, then." "Oh yeah? Looks like it. I have to go to Albuquerque, too. There's only one ferry going today, and it's flying there. I'm assigned to the Zora. It's my ship too," Dominic was happy to share. He came closer and they shook hands. "Dominic Porter. Zyrus Corin. They also call me ZY or Zyko. I've been on the Sheldon for the last 2 years," Dominic told me. "We evacuated the Martian outposts and some habitats. I got to escort convoys. On the Scotia. Ever been involved with scavengers or pirates?" Corin shook his head. "You?" "No," Dominic replied, not knowing whether to be happy or sorry about it. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could cite to brag about. Dominic thought about his brother and what he would say. He would surely have sarcastically remarked what great warriors they were and that he shouldn't imagine that one day they would erect a monument to him. "Our resume so far doesn't look like glory and heroics," Dominic said, as if they were his brother's words. "Not keen on it at all, either," Zyrus Corin countered. "Honestly, no. It could go on forever for all I care. Quiet service. Helping people. Enough to eat and a warm place to stay. All of that is far more than many others have." Dominic concluded that he was dealing with a pragmatist. "Yes, that's something at least. But I think the quiet is over now when we get to the Zora." "Why?" "Perk is considered a contrarian," he explained to Dominic, as if surprised that he hadn't heard about it before. "Always has problems with his superiors. Likes to disobey orders or interpret them as he needs to. Is constantly a topic of conversation in the fleet. Then it can actually get exciting." Corin's expression betrayed his discomfort at the prospect. "Are you an adventurer?" "I don't like to be bored." "I do," he said succinctly. "There's time for your own thoughts. Nothing is more annoying than having to deal with the problems or ideals of others. And maybe risking your skin to do it. I hope Perk will keep a low profile in the future." A free spirit, Dominic added to his previous conclusion. A pragmatic philosopher who had joined the ranks of the military. An unfavorable place for this type of person. The afternoon dragged on. Temporarily, the fog lifted and the sun shone. Then it clouded over again and it began to snow. Dusk came in the dark of a heavy snow flurry. Position lights on the airfield lit up like tiny suns in the approaching night. Snowflakes swirled in their cones of light, stabbing like lances into the black sky. A few snowplows drove over the landing fields. They pushed aside masses of snow or milled their way through the white. Corin joined Dominic at the window and handed him a hot coffee in a paper cup. "If it's going to Mars," Corin said after carefully sipping his cup, "we're looking at warmer days. In the equatorial region, it is now around 30 degrees. There are comfortable temperatures everywhere in the habitable zone." "Mars," Dominic repeated. "A boring world, from what I've heard. No seasons to speak of. An endless, rusty spring with warm and warmer days." "Oh, come on. ASGAROON sipped his coffee. You just have to look closely. I like to look closely. And it takes time to do that. Ideal for someone who likes to be bored. I can look closely for hours. At that moment, a loudspeaker announcement came on. A synthetically generated female voice was heard. Feeder lantern to Albuquerque on approach. Prepare to be boarded. Follow the instructions of the staff. The staff consisted of a SSU, a standard service unit, who looked like trash cans on 4 legs and one of whom was now stepping out of a wall alcove as the information was heard. From the looks of it, Dominic Porter and ASGAROON were actually the only ones being transported that day. The robot positioned itself in front of the access to a ramp, which was previously blocked by a telescopic bar. The barrier slid back into the wall while the robot had further instructions for the passengers. Please hold, he buzzed in a toneless electronic voice. Ferry lantern inbound. Please hold. No sooner had he uttered his message than the powerful engines of the ferry roared up and flew straight over the building. The glare of the headlights on its bow traveled across the tar, searching for the landing area. The hot jet of exhaust from the nozzles swirled the snow and melted it into mirror-like pools of water as the ferry touched down. The bow door opened, and a catwalk slid out. Additional lights on the airfield shone to illuminate the way for passengers. Passengers of the lantern, the barrel-shaped robot chimed, rolling down the ramp that led to the landing pad. Follow me. The 2 young officer candidates picked up their luggage, followed the SSU downstairs. When the outer lock opened, they stepped out into the open. Have a safe trip, the engine chimed as Dominic and ASGAROON entered the snow flurry and the bulkhead closed behind them. Ice crystals stung Dominic's face and the cold bit into his cheeks. The storm tugged at his hair and brought tears to his eyes. In a blur, he recognized someone standing in the entrance to the ferry, waving a flashlight at them. I think you'll get your money's worth, ASGAROON gasped as they struggled forward, scurrying through puddles of melted snow. And I'll come up empty. What do you mean? Wanted Dominic to know. I also spotted a little gold square under your awards. His voice was barely audible in the howl of the wind and the roar of the running engines. You have one too? Yes, ASGAROON hissed through his teeth. We're both first-rate marksmen. On the convoy ships I've known, there's only been mediocre ones and maybe one halfway good. And Perk has requested 2 with distinction at once. He, or the High Command. Never mind. ASGAROON sounded like he was about to run out of steam. Looks like they could use some good shooters. We're going to be given more complex tasks than just evacuation operations. They finally reached the ramp, stumbled up through the gusts of wind, and finally entered the interior of the vehicle. The airlock was closed, and the wind died away. The flight to New Mexico was short. A short hop of a good 30 minutes. The base was familiar to Dominic. The largest in the Western Alliance, it was the size of an entire city. In the dark, Dominic could only make out the windows and position lights of the ships that had landed there, were taking off, or were about to land. There was an indescribable noise. The warm, dry air smelled of exhaust fumes and fuels, mixed with the light aroma of the desert sand. A mild wind drove clouds of dust over the area. The huge spaceship monstrosities looked eerily like monsters from prehistoric times in the fog. A transport glider stopped in front of the ferry to take Dominic and ASGAROON to the Zora. One of the SSU piloted it and told them to get on. There were only grab bars on an open loading area. One had to stand or sit on the cold metal floor. The ride on the vehicle took quite a while. They could have flown back to Fargo in that time, ASGAROON joked, pulling the collar of his uniform tighter. The breeze from the ride felt chilly as time passed. Dominic shivered and breathed alternately on the fingers of one hand and then the other. The grab rail was cold as ice, and it hurt to hold onto it. He wondered if they had done something wrong and this was the way they were going to be killed when the glider finally slowed its speed. He stopped toward one of the smaller ships that were stacked in a seemingly endless row along the edge of the compound. The streamlined ship reminded Dominic of a dolphin, except for the many guns and antennae protruding from its hull and stern, with its 3 powerful engines. Ideal for taking heel, he heard his brother say. Yeah, that thing looks more like trouble than the Scotia, Cyrus noted. That one was nothing more than an armed freighter. The Sheldon, on which Dominic had served, could call itself a warship, but it was an old model, from the time of the colonial wars that had ended 100 years ago. Even she could not compete with the newer ships that he had only seen from a distance. The glider stopped in front of the Zora's wide ramp, where a couple of armored vehicles were just rumbling inside. A young officer, who had been entrusted with loading the ship and was apparently already expecting them, looked down at the new arrivals from his elevated position at the top of the ramp. He pressed his data pad into the hand of one of the soldiers, gave him an order, and approached the two. Porter and Corin, he asked with a grumpy undertone. The two took posture and saluted. I'm Porter, sir, Dominic hurriedly groaned. Cyrus Corin, sir. Cyrus put on a more composed tone. Officer candidate, sir. The man laughed. Yeah, right. If you hold out until your appointment, you can be proud. He wrestled a grin from himself and pointed at Dominic. I'm Frank Roslin, first officer of the Zora. And you will never see me saluting you. No matter what you've had pinned to your chests, you'll have to start over with me. You are the first 0, he measured Cyrus from head to toe with a disparaging look, and you are the second 0. Roslin let the words sink in. Then he waved them off. All kidding aside. I just want to make it clear to you where your positions are, so you don't get any sass. I can't stand that at all, and now, come along. He turned around and took Dominic and Cyrus to their quarters on the middle deck. From here it was not far to the bridge, which was at the other end of the wide corridor. You two freshen up now, he ordered, change into your uniforms and report to the bridge for duty. I'll be waiting there to introduce you to the captain. You have 15 minutes. The 15 minutes were more than short. There was no time left to iron their crumpled change combinations, from their backpacks, as Cyrus noticed, who was the first to disappear into the shower niche after getting rid of his clothes. Frank Roslin was already waiting for them as they entered the bridge, again taking posture and saluting. He turned to the tall, broad-shouldered man who was looking at the front console in front of the bridge window and had his back to them. Captain, shouted Roslin to the man. The new shooters are here. The big man turned around, eyed his new personnel, and finally approached Dominic and Cyrus. He fit the image Dominic had of a swashbuckling soldier who wasn't afraid to take on his enemies and superiors. The face angular with a dark 3-day beard covering a prominent chin. Gray-blue eyes. Piercing gaze. Black hair, gray at the temples. Welcome aboard the Zora, he greeted the two recruits in a sonorous voice that put an exclamation point behind the character image Dominic had made of Perk. Stand at ease. Dominic and Cyrus obeyed. I have read their dossiers, Captain Perk continued, limiting myself to your measurable qualities. All other things are subjective, a matter of interpretation. And I know the customs of the fleet well enough to know that you can't rely on the judgment of strangers. Your skills as gunners and fire control assistants are unquestioned. Quite extraordinary, in fact. As for your other skills, you will have to prove yourself anew. He looked at Cyrus with slight displeasure. In your case, that may be an advantage. Dominic wondered what this remark was all about. You both will be starting from scratch here, Perk continued, and will have to face the judgment of my officers. Involuntarily, Dominic's gaze wandered over to Frank Roslin, who seemed to be smiling. You will be in charge of the gunners of the light and plasma batteries. 80% cadets. Circumstances force us to compromise. The others are capable gunners and have already proven themselves. Not quite as good as them, but quite capable. He paused, taking a step closer, causing the officer candidates to look up at him. On the subject of compromise. Again he paused and looked deeply into the eyes of Dominic and Cyrus. I do not compromise. You will soon find that there are a few things in particular that I detest. Among them are inadequacies and half-measures. Dominic noticed how Cyrus swallowed. For him, this short lecture must have seemed like a slap in the face. The quiet times were obviously over. There would hardly be time for boredom and philosophical thoughts here. And now dismissed, Perk ordered. We will be departing at 0500. Please find yourselves at your station on time. Roslyn will show you to your workstation. When they returned to their quarters after the short excursion to the gun line, Cyrus realized that he felt confirmed in his prejudices. To him, Perk was nothing more than a misguided idealist who was trying to gain a good conscience through excessive zeal. While Dominic wrapped himself in his blanket, he listened to his comrades' explanations, who kept giving new perspectives on his worldview. At some point, Dominic had fallen asleep, and he awoke only when the alarm clock jolted him out of his reverie. Chapter 8. The Zora was on his way to Jupiter and its artificial moons. Dominic and Cyrus reported to the gun line to be briefed by Roslyn. After Cyrus was settled at his workstation, Dominic also found himself in a cramped cockpit that also served as the command post for all 10 starboard batteries. A massive trigun jetted out into space below the window. "You'll be all right?" asked Roslyn. "You're in command here. After all, from what your former captain said, you're supposed to have leadership qualities." Dominic nodded obediently. When the officer had left, Dominic looked around his little world. Once on the Sheldon he had had the pleasure of sitting in the fire control room. Once, and that had been a good year ago. Apart from the training sessions where he had realized his talent as a gunner, he had little experience in command. How his former captain had concluded that he was eminently suited to command a rifle line was beyond him. True, he had read the evaluation and was pleased. But it was quite another thing to bear the consequences of praise. He looked around his pulpit. The whole apparatus here was more modern than the one on the Sheldon, but the operating scheme was the same. However, there were many additional switches, indicator lights, and monitors whose purpose was not entirely clear to him. It would take him a while to familiarize himself with how the command post worked. Dominic looked out into space from the curved window panes. Earth was not in his field of vision, which he regretted a little. Outside, only stars and the endless black of space. He turned to the controls and saw the individual battle stations, shown as green squares on a display. In each individual square he read the names of his gunners, whom he had yet to see, as well as the strength and condition of their guns. He found the switch for the intercom and flicked it before he had thought of the appropriate words. "Hello to all shooters," he began a bit bumpily. "I'm Dominic Porter. I'm assigned to you guys as a fire control commander. That means administratively. I'm not an officer yet. I'm doing this because He allowed himself a brief pause to collect himself. I was top of my year among the riflemen. 2 times in a row. That's why Captain Perk promoted me to this command, and I think I'll do a pretty good job." Again, he had to gather his thoughts. "I'm from Bensley, Minnesota, and I'm hoping to help the hick town achieve a little more fame. It's a long way to get there, but I hear our captain prefers shortcuts. If you know what I mean. So much for my thoughts. Now I'd like to hear from you guys." The first to come forward was Roslyn, and he didn't seem very taken with Dominic's presentation. "You don't have to explain yourself," the first officer's voice buzzed through the headset speaker. "You're sitting there because that's your job. And save comments about our captain's motives." "Understood. Roger that, sir." Dominic found the switch that put the conversations on the gun line into private mode. This was not forbidden as long as there was no alarm. It took a while, but over the next few minutes the shooters responded. Dominic gradually got to know his people and a casual conversation soon developed. The troop was a motley bunch of different nationalities. Boys and girls, all no older than 20. 3 men who had served in the fleet for some time. Some were more talkative than others and told Dominic almost their entire life story. Others limited themselves to a few bits of information and listened to the conversations. The crew had been together on the Zora for some time, and Dominic learned that disagreements with the captain were the reason the fire control officers were changed. Supposedly, they had refused to open fire on friendly units, even though Captain Perk had requested it. The thought of being faced with such a decision himself sent a shiver down Dominic's spine. Has fleet management investigated the incident? Wanted Dominic to know. The management let the incident go. A young man named Sergio Carlos intervened, and transferred the officers. We should not talk about it. Dominic was puzzled by this matter. What reason could there be why Perk had given this order? He did not think the man was an imbecile, nor incompetent. He had been in the service for 20 years and was uncomfortable, as he knew, by now. If he had been guilty of anything serious, he would have been suspended long ago. At some point, an announcement came that ended all conversation. Pieces of debris from a battle that took place many days ago crossed the course of the Zora, which had to slow down. Dominic thought the situation was appropriate to conduct target practice and learn about the marksmanship of his crew. The first officer had reservations at first, but Captain Perk agreed with Dominic. Capture targets, commanded Dominic. Shut down automatic acquisition. We'll start with the larger debris. From 5 to 8 meters maximum. The debris field came into view and the Zora continued to reduce speed. When all stations reported readiness, Dominic gave the order to fire. The projectiles consisted of plasma charges that chased through space like blue comets. Explosion flowers bloomed. Reduce target size to 2 meters, ordered Dominic, looking at the data on his display. Now 1 meter maximum. The number of projectiles decreased as the gunners now had to aim more carefully, but still a few detonations flashed, indicating that the young gunners had mastered their craft. When Dominic ordered the firing to cease, he was impressed by his unit's accuracy. A glance at the computer's evaluation showed him that he was correct in his assessment. From an initial 82% on the large targets, the rate had dropped only marginally to 71% when they took aim at the smaller objects. The Zora picked up speed again, and after a while Jupiter appeared in Dominic's field of vision. A thumbnail-sized, orange spot when he stretched out his arm. He could also make out the gas giant's natural moons as bright points of light. Dominic looked at the monitor and found the positions of the artificial spheres surrounding Jupiter. Originally, there were 20 huge spheres, inhabited by 1 billion people. Now there were only 3 of them, with barely 1 million inhabitants struggling to survive. The fleet had evacuated most of the people to the stations orbiting between Mars and Earth, which were now bursting at the seams. At least these artificial worlds were far less bothered by the Keymon than the habitats of Jupiter or Earth. At that moment, the alarm was sounded. A siren wailed through the corridors. The lights and parts of the displays changed to ominous red. Dominic's gunners reported readiness. Finally, the siren fell silent, and the captain could be heard. As you have already noticed, he began, we are approaching Jupiter. Our destination is the Samaria sphere, which was badly damaged in an exchange between a Keymon and an Akkato fleet. We have information about 200,000 people still there. But we have no orders for a rescue mission. Our task will be to fight pirates and other criminals who have already appeared there to prey. We have intercepted and evaluated calls for help from Samaria's security guards. According to the information, we will have to deal with 3 Katana-class speedboats. You know how agile and fast these ships are. I will assemble an away team to land on Samaria with the first officer. For a while, Perk said nothing and let his words sink in until he came out with another piece of information. The mission of this ship for the next 3 years will be to fight piracy and smuggling. This mission will be different for most of you than the missions you have been on. I have focused my crew selection on people with exceptional accomplishments. My gratitude is due to the fleet leadership, which has honored my request to allow me the freedom to assemble a crew that should be up to the challenges. I have great confidence in you and do not believe that you will disappoint me. I wish them luck and Godspeed. A short crackle from the loudspeaker put the period behind the captain's brief and forceful address. Dominic could not claim to feel more comfortable. On the contrary. He noticed an unpleasant sinking feeling in his stomach and a touch of fear. For a moment, he had to agree with Cyrus, who preferred to be bored rather than face challenges. The spherical Samaria station had the massive diameter of 400 kilometers. An impressive piece of engineering built over 1,000 years ago, after another period of destructive wars had come to an end. A symbol of peace and cooperation between peoples, after a bloodshed that lasted over 50 years. Dominic had already seen some of these habitats, located away from the embattled Jupiter, and none of them could be called tiny. But Samaria surpassed anything he had seen before. It differed from most habitats, which were usually cylindrical. Samaria had a transparent spherical half that curved over the central plain. This disk Earth was dotted with meadows, fields, and cities, crisscrossed by a dense network of roads. The other half of the sphere, below the plain, consisted of a tangle of machines and technical structures whose purpose was to ensure life support within the dome. Dominic could see that the entire sphere was surrounded by streaks of frozen water vapor and debris. It was losing oxygen and parts of the hull seemed badly damaged. In the distance, he spotted the trundling hull of a Keymon blade. Apparently, the ship had collided with Samaria. The speaker crackled in Dominic's headset. "Porter?" It was the cutting, commanding voice of Frank Roslin. "Yes, sir," replied Dominic. "Find yourself in the main hangar and get Peterson in your seat." "Roger that, sir." Dominic looked for the man's name on the display and found it on one of the square icons. He pressed it and Peterson answered. "Have you ever been in the control room?" wanted Dominic to know. Whenever Lenstedt had to go on field duty, he replied. "I lost count of how many times that was." The man was certainly more experienced at operating the fire control station than Dominic. And when he arrived to relieve him, Dominic looked into the face of a man about 50, with short white hair. He looked friendly and gave a military salute after the door slid aside. "Alexander Peterson," he said. "Good luck in the field." Dominic made room, and as Peterson sat down, he stopped in the doorway and turned to the man. "You've been on the Zora a long time?" "5 years under the command of Perk," replied the old gunner. "How long have you known Roslin?" "Just as long." "What do you think of him?" "Not a bad officer," Peterson opined, leaving it at that. The Zora's tender was named Esther and was a weapons-rigging behemoth that took up nearly half the hangar. Dominic boarded and was sent to weapons issue by a squat, balding lieutenant, where he was put into a light armor outfit. He was handed a pistol belt, which he put around his hips, and a heavy rail gun was pressed into his hands. He was then to join the rest of the team at the Esther's main airlock. In the room in front of the airlock, about 20 men and women were already sitting strapped into the seats. He also took a seat, placed the rifle between his feet and fastened the restraining straps. The dark helmet visor with its glowing numbers and diagrams did not make it easy for him to make out the faces of his comrades in the semi-darkness. A series of names appeared in the left visor. Dominic read ranks and abilities as the Esther took off and, after a short flight, passed through Samaria's main airlock. Through the narrow window slits, Dominic could make out bizarre technical structures until bright sunlight flooded in and momentarily blinded him. Immediately after, he saw a green, hilly land. A tower rose in the distance, surrounded by many houses. The Esther floated toward the building, from which a thin plume of smoke was rising. Smaller houses were also burning on the plain, and Dominic thought he could make out destroyed vehicles here and there, with flames still coming from them. The next moment there was a crash and the Esther lurched. Sparks rained from the ceiling. Dominic was thrown around in his seat. The rifle slipped from his fingers and skidded across the floor. The alarm siren screeched as the Esther plunged toward the ground. The engines roared to life as the pilot tried to stabilize the course. He failed, and the Esther slammed into the ground with full force. The holding fields managed to prevent the worst, but Dominic still felt the force of the impact. The Esther's AI blew the bulkhead, including the frame, out of the hull. The straps came loose. Dominic tumbled out of his seat and struggled to retrieve his rifle, and when he managed to stand safely on the sloping floor. Some of his comrades had fallen and were just getting themselves up. Rosalind positioned himself at the exit. He looked outside and took stock of the situation. "Get out," he finally ordered, shooing them out one by one as he cursed and scolded. Dominic stumbled and fell into the open. He ran after the others, who climbed a small, grassy hill. At the top, he looked back and was startled by the damage the Esther had taken. A large piece was missing from her stern, as if a dragon had bitten into it. Behind the ship, the slender shape of a katana slid into view. Earth flowed from its hull like an avalanche of mud as it rose higher and higher. He fired a salvo that hit the Esther with devastating effect. The heavily battered ship returned fire, and he managed to get a few hits in. The attacker's shield crackled, but that was all the damage the Zora's tender could do. The pirate ship accelerated and took its leave with a few well-aimed shots that punched more holes in the Esther's hull. Dominic looked after the pirate ship, which set course for the tower. "Things always turn out worse than you think," he heard Rosalind say. Following the officer's gaze, he saw the Zora, behind the grid of the artificial transparent sky. She was no longer alone and was engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with a large ship painted black and yellow, which was closing in on her piece by piece. The Zora's shields glowed under the hits as she gradually accelerated to get out of the attacker's range. The large ship followed her, firing after her until they both disappeared from Dominic's sight. "Oh great," Rosalind growled, putting his fists on his hips. "I thought we'd run out of shit by now." Chapter 9. Secret message from Admiral Isaac Rosefield to Captain Daniel Perk. "I am contacting you again on the matter about which we have disagreed so many times. I know how you feel about it, and that you think my suspicions are dangerous. However, that could not stop me from contacting you again on this matter and writing to you now. We were able to intercept a radio message from the Samaria habitat. It is a call for help, which strangely enough went to Admiral Carter via a secret channel. Here is the short wording. This is Samaria. We are under attack. Delivery in danger. Customer upset. I think the content, in connection with the recipient of the message, should also arouse your suspicion. I can't hold off the call for help forever, and my options are limited as well. But I can give you a head start before Carter sends his own units on their way. I ask you, for the sake of our old friendship, to fly with the Zora to Samaria and see what happened there. We need to know what the goods are and who the customers are. You know my guess, but this is about evidence that I could use to wake up the fleet leadership and get them to act. At least the part of the high command that is not involved in the matter." After a few minutes, the Katana returned accompanied by 2 other ships. Small, hulking ships, with heavy armament. Their high frontal sections alone displayed a considerable assortment of plasma launchers, rail guns, and light cannons, installed for frontal assaults. The Katana descended nearby. Its escort ships paused in the sky above it. The Esther's coxswain called in over the first officer's intercom and announced his plan to attack the alien ships. Rosalind refused and instead told him to evacuate the Esther. There was no point in fighting. The Zora's dinghy was incapable of delivering an effective blow and would be destroyed should the boatman decide to commit some senseless and foolish act of heroism. "Did you hear me, Woodman?" growled Rosalind into the intercom on his wrist as the boatman hesitated to answer. "Understood." The man's disgruntlement was audible despite the distorted playback of the voice recorder. "We're abandoning ship." After a few minutes, the order was carried out and the entire team was gathered on the small hill. They now faced an adventurously dressed group of people coming up the hill toward them. All the men and women who had stepped out of the katana wore combinations they had put together from various disjointed garments. Some possessed light armor made of semiplast or titanium, either painted or covered with colorful fabrics. Except for a few of their own design, their weapons were from military stockpiles, Dominic noted. The humans were apparently the Samaria habitat's homeland security. This whole incident had to be an accident, Dominic surmised. But something told him he was wrong about it. At the head of the troop walked a colored man whose skin was so dark that his white, even teeth shone, showing in a superior smile. The man's cheeks were adorned with gold Celtic-style tattoos, and a short red cape waved around his broad shoulders, which appeared even more formidable because of a chrome football player's outfit. 2 pistols, in leather holsters, seemed to be the only weapons he carried. He eyed Roslin as he approached with his crew. "I may welcome you as my prisoners," he said in a pleasantly low voice as he crested the hill and stood before Roslin. He placed his hands casually on the hilts of his weapons. "You are the first officer of the ship that paid us this unexpected visit," he stated, gesturing upward. "I am Frank Roslin," replied his counterpart. "And, as you have aptly recognized, I hold the rank of officer." "And who are you?" "I am Jonathan McIntyre V, the black man announced. "I am captain of the tryst that did so much damage to their beautiful landing craft." "May I know the name of her ship?" "And who your captain is?" "That you even dare to ask me that question?" Roslin shook his head. "I will not give information to pirates. You will not get names, ranks or service numbers from any of my men, as would be customary if we were facing regular troops." Dominic winced at the word pirates. They had been prepared for this by Perk, but he had hoped not to have to face such an encounter yet. He admired Roslin's defiance, even if it was essentially useless. If McIntyre wanted, he would be able to get all the data he wanted from the Esther's computer. "I will send some specialists aboard," the pirate finally said, as if he had read Dominic's mind. "There are first-class personnel in the privateer fleet, for every purpose. I'll get the information I need, count on it." Dominic noticed Roslin swallowing a comment so as not to provoke the pirate. "Put weapons on the ground," Roslin urged his team instead. "We don't want to cause any trouble." Dominic had a problem getting his rifle out of his hands and onto the grass. It felt like he had to take off his last piece of clothing. He would feel helpless and at the mercy, even though he had learned to fight with his hands and feet and didn't necessarily need a gun. "Porter," thundered Roslin. "Didn't you hear me? Put the gun down." Dominic hesitantly complied with the order, noticing how the black pirate followed his every move. When he finally placed the rifle in the tall grass, Dominic felt as he had expected. It was an extremely uncomfortable and embarrassing feeling. He had to fight the rising shame and panic. It felt damn conflicting to have just become a prisoner. On the one hand, it spurred his anger at the situation so that he would have liked to attack the pirates, but on the other hand, he would have preferred to run away. "Good soldier," McIntyre commented. "I was once a good soldier, too. Until I allowed my disrespect to dictate my actions. But take comfort. It's always the brave ones you have to force to be happy." He grinned broadly, then looked at Roslin again. "Perhaps you are reluctant to talk to me, but you might not object to a conversation with Captain Arthur Blake." The name meant nothing to Dominic. But it did not escape him how Roslin reacted to it. The hesitation alone said it all. "I would," the first officer began uncertainly. "I have nothing to say to him." "But he may be you," the pirate insisted, reaching into the inside pocket of his vest and unearthing a small silver ball no bigger than a cherry. He tossed the small silver thing into the air, and it hovered at chest level between him and Roslin. A holographic image emerged, showing a slender man with high cheekbones and gray hair. His gray-green eyes looked friendly. He wore the impeccable, dark blue uniform of a fleet admiral, though it lacked the insignia of rank. One might have thought the man was standing directly in front of them, were it not for part of a grid floor that the hollow generator also transmitted. The artificial lighting also drew different shadows on the man's likeness than would have been cast by the sun, which shone into the habitat at its zenith. "I don't think it's necessary for me to introduce myself," he opened. "No, it's not," Roslin replied. "Your name is known and respected by everyone in the fighting force. Even though you left the fleet and decided to make a career among criminals. A very simplistic worldview you have there. That's why I'd like to talk to your captain now. Perhaps he has a less narrow worldview. I think I know him well enough to know that he agrees with me." I immediately wondered what kind of crooks would show up here as soon as I put out the call for help to Admiral Carter. He sighed theatrically and looked amused. I wasn't surprised to run into someone from the fleet. In fact, I expected it. Ross Lynn did not answer immediately. He seemed to be thinking carefully about what he could say. Then they have the wrong people here now. What do you mean? We intercepted the radio message, the first officer explained. We are not the addressees of their message. The former admiral looked astonished, covered his irritation and became serious. I really need to talk to your captain. He will not cooperate with you. And neither will I. I can see their point. Blake's voice sounded regretful. Still, I had hoped we could go beyond just exchanging information. I think I'm already going too far by even engaging in a conversation with you. Nevertheless, I will force some information on you. Whether you like it or not. What will come of it? He paused and looked up as if watching a fly buzzing around his head. We'll see. And if you think I left the fleet because I believe the people are lost, I can assure you that I am convinced of just the opposite. That conviction is the motive for my actions. In Roslyn's place, Dominic would have replied that he was heartily indifferent to what was bothering Blake and that he seemed to enjoy hearing himself talk. But the first officer still seemed impressed by the man, although he was obviously struggling with his anger and struggling to meet Blake with distaste. I can get in touch with Captain Perk, Ross Lynn said tonelessly. I'll leave it up to him to decide what to say about it. He turned to the radio officer. Danghard? The person addressed was a young man about Dominic's age with short, dark hair. Yes, sir, he said, keeping his eyes on the pirates. Can I get in touch with the Zora? We took quite a bit of damage. The amplifier on the Esther is no longer working properly, and for a moment the connection was completely gone. We have a signal again, but the interference is significant. It may not be enough for a conversation, but you could transmit a message. Connect. Danghard took off his knapsack and put it on the floor. He opened it, took out a headset, which he put on, and began fiddling with the switches. He shook his head. The ship is still in the vicinity, Blake assured them. They've been hiding in the engineering structures on the underside of the habitat. That's what we did when you got here. That's why we were able to surprise you. Ross Lynn did not deign to engage in shallow chit-chat with Blake, but watched the radio operator struggling to make contact with Captain Perk. What do you know about Samaria? Blake continued. Does it matter? Returned Ross Lynn, without looking at the admiral. I think so. After all, someone in Fleet Command thought it's important to intercept that radio message and forward it to your captain. As I said, someone has an inkling of certain goings-on. Which I find very amazing and welcome. Someone who apparently has placed his people in important positions, and... He cleared his throat and looked at Ross Lynn with mock amazement, is investigating his own people? Is it fair to say that? Or am I now inclined to make malicious insinuations? The conversation caused unrest among the soldiers. Intrigue and betrayal were not something one liked to be accused of. The mere suspicion of serving under a commander who spied on his own people had to lead to mistrust and conflict. Dominic looked over at Cyrus, who was staring intently. Somehow, Dominic had the impression that Ross Lynn knew what Blake was trying to imply. Was there a conspiracy in the fleet leadership? Did Perk and Ross Lynn know about it? Were they perhaps even involved in it? After all, I think I can trust you, Blake continued. If you were the ones the message was intended for, you would have brought more ships. I had wondered about that. A single destroyer. No escort ships. Tell your captain he can send a rescue team. In the meantime, I'm pulling the Athena back to the north end of the habitat. He need not fear attack. For the time being, you will remain here on Samaria as my guests. I promise you a very short stay. You have nothing to fear. I will let them go, for they shall be my witnesses. Ross Lynn did not respond, leaving Blake and his people in the dark about what he thought of the promise. Dominic wished the pirate was sincere and let his eyes wander over the admiral's crew. The people seemed violent and brutal. They were terrifying. Especially the big black one with his red cape. It was hard to interpret what was going on in their minds. whether they agreed with their captain's actions or would have preferred to slit all their throats. The expressions of the men and women were expressionless, except for Jonathan McIntyre V, who was still grinning and enjoying the fear and uncertainty of his prisoners. He made no secret of the fact that he was enjoying the situation. Several static and beeping sounds came from the radio. One voice was heard. Ticked off. Sometimes louder, sometimes softer. Danghard took off the headset, and Roslin squatted down next to the radio operator to put it on. He listened intently for a while and seemed at a loss. "Captain," he finally began. "I'm afraid I have only bad news. The Esther is lost, and we had to surrender to the enemy. Admiral Blake would like to contact you." "The ex-admiral. He thinks he has information that is important. I'll find out what's going on. You can send a rescue team. He assures us it will not be attacked." End. He returned the headphones to the radio operator and turned his attention back to the holographic representation of the pirate captain. Roslin's facial expression still reflected mistrust and anger. "So we are their prisoners," he remarked laconically, without addressing McIntyre directly, and clasped his hands behind his back. "Jonathan will show you some interesting things," Blake continued, "while I try to track down your captain. I hope he's not a hotshot you have to shoot to pieces before you can talk to him, and is able to see past the initial misunderstanding." "Don't overestimate yourself," Roslin returned. "He's dying to kick some admiral butt for once." "Good to know. He'll have plenty of opportunity for that." With that, the admiral's hologram went out. The dark-skinned pirate made a welcoming gesture. "If you please," he said, pointing to the katana at the base of the hill. "You may take up to 4 of your men aboard the Triss. The others will remain here under guard." A young black-haired woman approached McIntyre full of anger. Her hair, braided into a strange hairstyle, gave her the appearance of a snake-headed Medusa. "What do you mean?" she yelled at the black man. "I thought we were supposed to." She ran her thumb over her throat. "Change of plans," McIntyre returned. "Does the old man even know what he's doing anymore?" The answer came quickly and in the form of a violent slap with the back of the hand. The woman staggered and landed on her buttocks in the grass. Dazed, she looked up at McIntyre. "You'll learn to prick up your ears," he growled as the woman wiped blood from the corner of her mouth with her sleeve. Roslin watched the pirate's behavior with a disgusted expression. "Who gives me the guarantee that you riffraff will not plunder my ship?" McIntyre laughed. "Nobody. But who's to stop us, even if you're standing next to it?" Roslin's statement was merely a rebellion and an expression of the humiliation he had suffered. His fists clenched behind his back. He obviously would have liked to punch the arrogant pirate in the jaw. "Porter, Danghard, Bergman. You're coming with me." Dominic felt the order like a punch in the gut. It was bad enough having to sit on Samaria, guarded by heavily armed criminals. But what would it be like aboard a pirate ship, surrounded by the entire crew, if combat broke out? No telling what might happen if more ships from the home fleet arrived at Samaria. And from what he understood from the conversation between Roslin and McIntyre, that would happen soon. Chapter 10. The inside of the katana looked quite different from what Dominic had imagined. He thought he recognized the reflection of his crew in it. Whatever he had had in mind, it did not correspond to what he found there. All the corridors were clean and not altered by individual preferences. There were no murals or graffiti. It smelled pleasant and fresh. Jonathan McIntyre obviously placed a high value on cleanliness, order, and discipline. When Dominic added up everything he had gathered about the man from his words and demeanor, he concluded that he was dealing with a former soldier. The armed escort brought Roslin, Dominic and the 2 other young men to the bridge, where they were lined up in front of the window. The Triss had taken off and the land slid under it. Between the meadows and fields, Dominic saw burning settlements, houses. "They did a great job," Roslin remarked. "Certainly didn't put up much resistance. They're all farmers and workers living here, after all." "You are mistaken," McIntyre corrected. No one here is unarmed. And certainly not innocent. Who is? They do good business here. But not with beets or potatoes. Roslin was trying hard to appear indifferent, but certainly it burned inside him to get answers. Dominic also wondered what the pirate captain was trying to say with his remarks. To reveal the cards completely, at least he didn't want to. He merely sang the overture, leaving the main part of the opera to Blake. Dominic knew that countless criminal organizations had formed and coalesced to take greater advantage of the chaos in the solar system. They provided passages for refugees to supposedly safe locations, or sold drugs to those who could not cope with the living conditions and the many losses they were suffering. There were private armies, made up of members of various security companies, that caused fear and terror in some parts of the solar system. Perhaps several syndicates had established a base on the Samaria habitat at once. But why should that be a problem for the pirates? Dominic continued to ponder. He thought it was only logical that there were points of contact among the various criminal groups. But as it looked now, he had been wrong on this point. McIntyre pointed to the tower in the center of the artificial sphere. "We'll be right there. Then we'll see what happens." The city, which spread out in a star shape around the central tower in all directions, made a deserted impression. The streets and squares were empty, several houses destroyed. Smoke clouded the view above the rooftops. The tryst descended to a platform connected to the main city building by a narrow walkway. The wind blew and whistled plaintively around the tower, and the cool air smelled of smoke. An escort took the Zora crewmen inside the tower, where they entered a large hall. A hangar of sorts, all sorts of equipment and transport containers stood around, ready to be loaded into the transporters next to them. Daylight entered through the half-open doors of the building. Dim light, like that in an old cathedral. What immediately caught Dominic's eye were the groups of prisoners sitting shackled in front of the transporters' ramps. Their guards looked grim and kept their weapons pointed at the men and women cowering in front of them. Fear was written on the faces of the prisoners, and some were obviously injured. They whimpered in pain and writhed. Just then, someone received a strong kick in the side that made him groan. Dominic was filled with rage and anger at the sight. In the center of the sprawling hall rose a sizable crowd of consoles and computer terminals, which the pirates tampered with. Blake was with them, overseeing their every move. When McIntyre commented on his arrival with a curt greeting, Blake turned to Roslin and his companions. Blake spread his arms. "Welcome to the Fled's headquarters." His expression remained serious as he said this. Dominic couldn't do much with that word, but Roslin responded with a contemptuous snort. "They attacked a human refuge." The officer's voice betrayed an agitation underlying irritation. "Are you trying to convince yourself that you have taught the butchers a lesson and can use it to mitigate the crime?" Blake approached and stopped only a scant arm's length from Roslin. "While the fleet is making common cause with the Fleds, we have already declared war on them and are engaged in open warfare with the pack." Dominic had the indefinable feeling that the pirate was telling the truth. It blended into the background against which the Zora's mysterious mission played out. Dominic felt the former admiral's words pull the rug out from under him and shake his worldview. "I have no idea yet how much this move will increase the already great ire their admiralty has for me," Blake continued. "But I'll put up with having the whole fleet chasing me if there's even one of them who asks questions afterward. I'm used to being uncomfortable and taking a beating. This is nothing new for me. Only the magnitude of the beating has increased." Dominic noticed that he was not only speaking to Roslin. He was also addressing his words to him and his young comrades. He lectured, instructed, scattered doubts, sowed the seeds of disobedience. "And once you learn to bite down on the pain," Blake continued with a slightly amused expression, "all the doors are open." He looked at Dominic's comrade. "The freedom of the outsider is full of opportunities to live up to an ideal that cannot be achieved within the confines of society. I don't have to bow to any convention that limits me in the pursuit of my goals." "Spare us this nonsense," Roslin intervened. "What interests me is, how did you manage to penetrate and conquer the sphere?" "I admit," he chided himself, "we had an extremely shaky plan. And then, as so often happens, chance gives you better alternatives. We arrived here just as the Keymon were picking up their goods. Merchandise? He raised his hand placatingly. Patience. I'll get to that in a minute. It will impress you. Shock you. He paused for a moment, as if still under the impression of a terrible experience himself. Considering his long combat experience, this moment of shocked pause weighed all the more heavily. The Keymon were about to dock when the Akkato appeared and took the blade under fire. In the process, as usual, they wreaked considerable havoc in the immediate area. They must not have missed the heavy damage on Samaria. In this chaos, we set down our dinghies and penetrated the habitat. It was easy to take the Fleds by surprise. There was chaos and panic. Roslyn remained silent. But now for the merchandise the Keymon are targeting. At a hint from the former admiral, a squad of pirates brought in a float with 4 cylindrical containers moored to it. The interior lighting of the containers lit up, revealing the terrible contents. Danghard threw up and scattered his lunch over the floor. Dominic's stomach also cramped when he saw the twisted, deformed bodies floating in a blue nutrient solution. They twitched as if they were being shaken by electric shocks. Body parts were missing, and in many places the skin had been peeled off. Dominic could see directly at the rosy muscle flesh and the network of red and blue veins. These are the inhabitants of Habitat Zephyr, Blake explained, looking at the containers as if he were eyeing them for the first time. Zephyr was evacuated by the fleet 2 weeks ago. But the people never arrived at a safe place. Instead, they ended up here. Although, he put a finger to his chin thoughtfully. Endings is not correct. They would have had a long journey ahead of them. Into the inner worlds of the galaxy. As the old admiral continued with his remarks, Dominic had to muster all his strength not to vomit as well. One of the mutilated women, writhing in her blue bath, looked directly at him. A piercing look, full of pain and despair. She was alive and apparently conscious. Her mouth was open. Wide open into a silent scream. She breathed the liquid in which she swam, forming words that could not leave her lips. Roslyn shook his head. He too had turned pale and had trouble not losing the firmness of his voice. And her presence here springs from the ideal of pure philanthropy? He spat out the sentence with contempt. You hypocrite. Blake turned back to the Zora's first officer. Even though I am now one of the pirates and have done some things I cannot be proud of, I have never stopped being human. In fact, I set out on this very path so as not to lose my humanity. A necessity. I didn't want to betray everything I believe in. Roslyn looked disgusted. I'm tired of listening to their excuses. Fear and disgust gripped Dominic as the two men discussed, making it impossible for him to take his eyes off the pitiful people suffering in the cramped containers. But they're right, of course, Blake conceded. I came to Samaria because I had to. Among the unfortunates who were brought here were members of my crew. I intended to free them. And before you ask. No. I didn't manage to find them among the thousands being stored here like fresh meat. You have my sympathy, Roslyn gritted out. Blake passed over Roslyn's cynicism. We seem to be a distinct delicacy on the plates of some interstellar cultures. And the Fleds cater to the Keymon, who sell our bodies to the worlds out there. In return, they are not attacked and receive gems, gold, or some technical toy or other that the Keymon can spare. We've found out that there are other races that trade with us as well. In both senses of the word. I refuse to believe that, interjected Bergman, who looked at Blake with wide, horrified eyes. The young soldier's lips quivered as he spoke. We humans fight together against extinction. We would never trade with the enemies. Or even hand people over to them to be cannibalized. Blake smiled pityingly. People always seize opportunities to enrich themselves or to save their pathetic lives. Hoping for a cohesion of humanity, in the face of an ultimate threat, is a naive and stupid fairy tale. We can only try to prevent the worst and do everything possible to preserve our ideals. wherever it may scatter humanity. We will always take ourselves with us, whether we are good or evil. He abruptly drew his pistol and fired into the 4 containers. The glass shattered, with a crunching sound, and the blue liquid oily sloshed across the floor. A sour, acrid smell spread as the lifeless bodies dangled in their retaining straps. The light inside the cylinders went out and darkness settled mercifully over the grisly sight. Danghard went down on his knees and threw up one more time. "What are you going to do now?" wanted to know Roslin. Blake put the pistol back in its holster. "We're going to get all the data we can from the Samaria mainframe. And then we're going to blow up this place of horror." The demolition squad has been at work for hours. A middle-aged woman working the consoles demanded Blake's attention. "Ships inbound. A battle group of 2 cruisers and 4 destroyers. With whom do we have the pleasure?" "They haven't responded to our radio calls yet," the woman informed. "Someone smelled a rat," the pirate said approvingly. "There are actually still officers with brains in the fleet." "We have completed the data transfer," the woman informed Blake. "We should now have enough material to make findings from it. Let's get out of here." "You're right, Mira. Let's return to the Athena." "What was that again?" reminded Roslin. "No cooperation. Merely exchange of information. I would like to have that data. As a sign of their good faith. We'll evaluate the information first." Blake accepted a data cube from Myra's hand, no larger than a matchbox. "Of course, I'll determine what you get. No cooperation. That's the way you wanted it. So no total transparency either. You merely pick up what I drop along the way. No one regrets that more than I do, because it makes it more complicated than it needs to be." He slid the data carrier into his breast pocket. "Jonathan will take you back to your ship. As my people reported, their captain has sent a salvage crew. But you won't have time to salvage the damaged dinghy. Too bad. I hate to be wasteful, but in 30 minutes Samaria won't exist. So make sure you get away." Again the dark-skinned pirate showed his immaculate white grin and made an inviting gesture towards the exit. "If you please. My ship awaits." Roslin and his small entourage made to leave the tower when Blake held them back. "Share with your captain that I am a person of goodwill," he asserted with a smile. "I'm happy to share what I have. Maybe he'll be willing to go beyond just data transfer." Chapter 11. The rescue team and the pirates faced each other, but without pointing their weapons at each other. Between them, the remaining members of the Esther squatted in the grass. The 2 grotesque, heavily armed ships still hovered over the scene, aiming at the transporter that had brought Perk's rescue team to this location. That was all Dominic could make out through the narrow window in the Triss cargo hold. Roslin eyed his small crew with an icy stare. "You will forget everything you have seen and heard," he ordered as a jolt went through the Triss as it touched down on the hilly land. The bulkhead they were standing in front of slid aside and a short, steep ramp slid out. He grabbed Danghard by the upper arm. The young man gritted his teeth in pain while Roslin stared alternately at him and Bergman. "Not a word." "Do you understand?" repeated the first officer. "Understood, sir," the 2 replied almost simultaneously. The 2 recruits were obviously at their wits' end, and Dominic couldn't exactly say that the previous minutes had passed him by without leaving a trace. Whenever he closed his eyes, he saw the faces of the tormented people in the glass containers. This sight would haunt him for a long time to come. "That's no glory in my career," Dominic heard the first officer mutter as they left the Triss and were met by the pirates who had just been guarding the Zora's crew. The martially clad criminals grinned sarcastically, making mocking remarks and obscene gestures as they passed them. "Next time I give you an order, Porter," Roslin hissed as they quickened their steps, "respond immediately." He was referring to Dominic's hesitation when he had asked his crew to lay down their arms to surrender to the pirates. "You're nothing but my pinky, Porter," Roslin gasped as they ran up the hill to where the rescue team and other crew members were waiting. "And when I shove my pinky up my ass, I don't expect to argue with it. Are we clear?" "Yes, sir," Dominic gasped back. I'll keep that in mind. Otherwise, thank you for refraining from shooting your mouth off. Good to see you well, Sergeant Loomis, who led the rescue team, welcomed them. A portly bald man, his uniform stretched across his stomach. We feared the worst. Did the Zora get some, too? Inquired Roslin, hurrying his crew into the recovery cruise van. No. But we had to retreat, the sergeant acknowledged apologetically, as if he had been responsible. Superior firepower, sir, modified rattlesnake cruiser. First-class element of surprise, if I may note. We saw it. But now we're paying them back. He pointed upward. The fleet has arrived. Overheard that. If I may, sir, Loomis commented in an irritated undertone, it was plenty strange to show up here without sufficient escort. There will be no way to avoid a discussion among the crew. I know our captain, after all. But all this is strange. This hurried departure. All alone. Then the meeting with pirates. I mean. What do you mean? Roslin replied. I thought they might not come back. Ransom and all that. You understand? Sounds like you're not too happy to see me well. That's not what I meant to say. He scratched his forehead. It's just unusual. The captain knows what he's doing. It didn't sound convincing enough. What was that about the finger again? Dominic pondered. Why did Roslin allow the criticism of the captain and comment on it only so mildly? He could have run Loomis into the ground for that conjecture. It looked like the first officer wanted to avoid a discussion and not stir up more dust. From what Dominic had understood or could make up, the whole action was based on a secret order that did not come from the fleet leadership. At any rate, it did not come from the body of deserving admirals who normally determined fleet movements. Danghard and Bergman must have picked up on this as well. They were not morons, either. The lock was locked and everyone was aboard the salvage vessel, and after they were all seated in the seats, it took off. There was no great, epic battle between the fleet and the pirates. Between the military representatives of the home fleet and the renegade admiral. The Athena did not face the fight, but flew away, coming precariously close to an Akkato battle group that was passing by. In any case, the fleet then broke off its pursuit to avoid coming into conflict with the aliens. The alarm siren buzzed incessantly while Dominic sat back in the Zora's fire control room. The ship accelerated and gradually caught up with the fleet, which was moving away from the artificial sphere. Dominic did not take his eyes off Samaria. From his position in the firing line's control post, he had a good view of the huge structure. The habitat, with its green expanse of fields, meadows and forests, still occupied a large part of his field of vision. Tensely he followed, on the displays, how the distance increased. The digits on the odometer seemed to change only slowly. 100 kilometers. 200 kilometers. 300. Suddenly, Samaria was torn to pieces by many powerful explosions. At last a single, lurid flash, brighter than 1,000 suns, and the sphere passed away in atomic fire. Large fragments of the habitat trundled away in all directions. Smaller pieces chased past the Zora. The shield system crackled, and the overload indicators glowed bright red. The Zora reached another acceleration level and shot away at top speed. It overtook the debris of the station, several of which again crashed against the ship's shield. A larger piece burst, sparking at the shield. The shield system sucked at the Zora's power lines to make up for the lost energy. For a moment, the indicator lights Dominic was staring at flickered. The lights went out for a few seconds. Finally, the ship managed to fight its way out of the cloud of glowing scrap and leave the inferno behind. It was reassuring to watch the number of red dots, which could be dangerous for the Zora, decrease on the target monitor. Dominic breathed a sigh of relief when the last of them disappeared. The Zora joined the fleet and the alert was lifted. The ships left the area around Jupiter and headed for the Valangata Ring, which consisted of habitats and was located between the gas giant and Mars. In this ring there were 900 habitats, each designed for 1 million people, and 10 where there were more than 5 million inhabitants. All habitats were now overcrowded and at the edge of their capacity. The circumstances of the flight, and this migration of peoples of unprecedented proportions, made it necessary to test the actual limit of the artificial spheres. The orbits of the habitats had been offset 45 degrees from the ecliptic to minimize encounters with the two alien races that usually operated along the planetary plane. Shortly before reaching the first station, the Zora left the fleet and set course for the Chester habitat. Not quite as massive as Samaria, which had been constructed primarily for agricultural purposes, Chester was also one of the larger stations that humanity had built. A dazzling, crowded juggernaut of ferroplastics and metal. A haven of fascinating opportunity for fortune seekers, criminals, and the desperate, where order was maintained by militias and gangs. Although there was a naval base there, the soldiers did not interfere in the affairs of the inhabitants as long as there were no major riots. The fleet base was located at one end of the gigantic cylindrical habitat, where booms and towers jetted into space like gnarled roots. Between them, several ships were moored, now shining in the uniform gray of the home fleet, although they might have once belonged to the Eastern, Western or some other alliance. Feeder vehicles buzzed between the superstructures of the port facility and the huge ship hulls. Transporters and ferries carried personnel and food to their destinations. The city itself looked like a jumbled collection of buildings of varying sizes and construction, pierced through the walls of the cylinder like spears or blades, with parks and lawns on their inner sides. These structures formed a city inside and outside the giant cylinder. Countless lights glowed in the buildings, poking into the black void that surrounded Chester. There were also several civilian harbors, where there was a constant coming and going. A gathering place for all sorts of riffraff and scum. Dominic did not want to imagine what crimes might occur there, day after day. The parts of the city that were inside were in bright sunlight that filtered through the many transparent areas of the habitat. There was little greenery surrounding the sprawling metropolis. No one had to explain to Dominic that Chester would perish if supplies of agrarian spores or crops from the bombed-out home planet failed to arrive. After duty, Dominic and Zyrus met in their quarters. Zyrus had an alert mind, and when they arrived at Samaria, his thoughts began to race. "I fully expected to end up as a hostage on the pirate ship," Zyrus said. He lay on his bed staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. "Instead, we're back here, enjoying the best of health." Dominic decided not to tell him what he had experienced in the central city of Samaria. He took Roslyn and his threats seriously. If anything came out about their visit to the pirates, Dominic did not want to be the guilty party and feel the wrath of the first officer. "How can it be more profitable," continued Zyrus, "to simply let prisoners go? Or is it not about profit at all?" He hinted at something like that. "You know, that old admiral. You heard what he said, too. A conspiracy. Is that why we flew down here with only one ship? To keep a low profile? Was there a conspiratorial meeting on Samaria? Does Perk want to betray the fleet leadership? I wonder if Perk is sympathetic to the pirates." "Leave Perk out of it," Dominic replied. "And just shut the hell up. So there's something to my hunch." He nodded smugly. "Apparently, some of the high command are going to get killed soon. Well, I'm not supposed to care. Don't feel sorry for the bastards. Maybe things will change when the old heads roll. You better worry about what we're going to do on Chester." Dominic changed the subject. "I hope we don't have to stay there any longer than we have to." "Are you serious?" Zyrus shook his head, stunned. "Chester is the best thing that could have happened to us. We can stay there forever for all I care. I've heard nothing but bad things. From people who have no idea." He sat up. "I've been there 3 times. I know a few restaurants and bars there that are a must-see. I'll be happy to show you around, so you can get a taste of life before you die a hero's death." Dominic made no reply and shook up his bed. He was dog-tired and didn't want to start a discussion. "You don't have to be afraid," Zyrus placated. "I know how to move on Chester to keep out of trouble. I've already convinced 2 guys in the port gunnery line. Dominic wondered why Cyrus didn't think about why they were heading for this habitat now of all times. Perhaps the prospect of some diversion and fun was more important to him in the end than pondering over some conspiracy. Or maybe Cyrus just didn't take the consequences of his thoughts seriously enough. His speculations. Nothing more than an amusing pastime. So far they had escaped unharmed, and Cyrus seemed to be like someone who shook himself for a moment and then forgot about the misfortune. Dominic, on the other hand, was troubled by Cyrus' thoughts and especially the idea of having to stay in a place like Chester longer than necessary. On the other hand, he didn't want to be called a coward either. "All right," he finally said, wrapping himself in the blanket. "I'll go with you. But I decide when we go back to the Zora." "Agreed," Cyrus said with glee. "You'll never want to go back." Chapter 12. Perk and Rosalind had dressed in civilian clothes and were now sitting in a glider that would take them to the center of the city. It was a small vehicle with a separate passenger cabin. The driver was a young man who had already been expecting them. Rosalind did not like the whole affair, even if he had to admit that it was an important matter that justified the risk. He would have preferred that the whole thing had been settled within the fleet. But they had to rely on information from the pirates. He gazed thoughtfully out the window and saw the nested chaos of buildings pass by. He also looked at the green plains of the vaulted horizon that stretched up to above their heads, where he could see directly onto the roofs of more houses. Or on the heads of people moving in the alleys up there. "Given the whole disaster," Rosalind said seriously, "I would have banned the team from going out." And thus only drew attention to ourselves, Perk, who was clearly under tension, countered. "A small destroyer whose people are not allowed to disembark?" People would ask questions. What if someone chats? I am aware of the risks. I think that the experienced officers can keep their mouths shut. And cadets wanting to stand out with any stories is well known. They won't put much stock in that. There are 22 ports here, with crooks from all worlds. Information is highly traded here. With the low pay, it's all too likely that someone might get the idea to make some extra money. And I'm sure the information traders can filter out the truth even from the boasts of cadets. I have a lot of good people under my command. I also chose the new ones with care. Rosalind didn't seem convinced. Half the team is made up of greenhorns. No matter how well their superiors judge them. And after the turbulent events, the past few hours, they will feel the need to talk. We haven't been dealing with the hardened, experienced people we used to deal with for a long time. I'm not putting my hand in the fire for anyone who's still on the Zora now. If I imposed a curfew, everyone would start asking questions. Even those who have already forgotten the whole thing. Now, end of discussion. Let's focus on the meeting with Blake. Of course, Rosalind's arguments could not be dismissed, that much had to be clear to the captain. Both knew the risk Perk was taking. But Perk had decided not to let sleeping dogs lie, and felt it was necessary to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Nevertheless, Rosalind was not comfortable meeting with Blake again, regardless of the admiration he once had for the old admiral. Perhaps it was not so much the fact that Blake had changed sides that made it so difficult for Rosalind. Rather, it seemed to be the pain left by the faded admiration for the former admiral, which was still present in fragments. "Screw it," Rosalind muttered as the glider entered the canyons of buildings. The vehicle headed for one of the large towers that towered in the center of the city. It stopped directly in front of the wide entrance to one of the many clubs, which was flanked by 2 stone Chinese lions and 2 equally motionless bouncers in blue uniforms. Above them, the name of the commander Sun Tzu, in splendid golden lettering. On the wide boulevard, in front of the entrance, there was a dense crowd. Well-dressed and less well-dressed people strolled across the ceramic pavement. The shrill of advertising messages, the voices of passers-by, and the hum of countless vehicles whizzing between the houses blended into a tapestry of sound that reminded Rosalind of the rush of a waterfall. It had been a long time since he had encountered so many people, crowded together in one spot. That, too, worried him. It was unfamiliar terrain on which they were moving. "Try the Wang Zun," the driver called after them and drove off before Perk could pay him. Damn it, Roslyn hissed. I was going to tell him to wait. The interior of the restaurant was sophisticated and stylish. Red and copper tones dominated the scenery. Unusually loud and rhythmic music was in the air, permeated with sweet sandalwood scent. Young, bare-breasted women danced on 2 or 3 lighted platforms, contorting to the beat of the slampunk music. The club was well attended and apparently the haunt of shady and wealthy Chester residents, Roslyn noted as he eyed the patrons. He did not like the looks on their faces. Some appeared shifty and violent, others arrogant and proud. The men were all in the company of beautiful women who were as ill-suited to them as their expensive, tailored suits. A young girl in a pretty red and gold livery approached Roslyn and Perk. A smile was on her narrow face with beautiful Asian eyes, framed by a neat pageboy cut. She smiled in a friendly manner. "You must be Ashton and Rivers," the young woman began, in a Chinese accent. "Blake is already expecting you. If you'd like to follow me?" Roslyn couldn't help but admire the girl's lithe, slinky gait. "Ashton and Rivers?" he remarked snidely as he kept his eyes on the young woman. "Who's who? Did Blake let you know that, too?" Perk grinned broadly. "I suppose I could be Ashton. Both sound totally stupid. And I guess Blake didn't have time for the first names, did he?" Blake, accompanied by the black captain and the dark-haired woman he had slapped, sat at a round table in an alcove in the wall. "Nice of you to come," Blake opened, making a welcoming gesture. "Please do sit down. There's some excellent whiskey here." Roslyn would have replied that he wasn't actually out drinking with riffraff. Or that they were actually still on duty. But even that seemed rather unusual in a bar in Perk's eyes and would probably interfere with the masquerade. "I'll have a whiskey," Perk said. "A traditional Rosebank. 21 years, straight up, if you please." Roslyn did not take his eyes off the pirates. "I'll join you. But I want it with lots of ice. I want a reason not to have to remember this meeting. If that's not a mistake." "The round is on me," said the former admiral to the young waitress, who then moved away and brought the drinks a little later. Perk thoughtfully turned the glass on the table before taking a sip. "Did you bring the information we talked about?" Blake pulled out a flat, square crystal disc from the inside pocket of his vest and placed it on the table. Names of people and ships involved. Data on special harvesting missions and details of the merchandise. As well as how the delivery was made. "Your first officer got a taste of what I mean by manner on Samaria. I'm sure he described to you what he saw there. You must be asking for something in return." As I remarked to Roslyn, I still consider myself in the service of humanity. Even if I use different methods now. His gaze wandered back and forth between Roslyn and Perk. The Zora first officer watched as the ice melted in his glass. "But of course I have something in mind that you could do for me," Blake continued. Perk raised his shoulders apologetically. "I don't know if I'm in a position to do you a favor. After all, you are already venturing a great deal, if I may state so." The captain pursed his lips and looked into his glass. "You're right about that, after all. I assume," Blake continued, "that you are taking this risk for a good friend. To go through with such a thing, without backing, seems to me rather unlikely. Daring is one thing, stupidity is another. Of course, I can be wrong, but I rarely am." Roslyn had not previously considered Blake to be vain. But he possessed a rather smug streak that had so far gone unmentioned in the reports he had read about the man. "The whole thing doesn't strike me," Blake stirred his hand in the air, "as if you'd come to Samaria on an official mission." Perk drank another sip and again made no reply. "I'd like to talk to the person you seem to trust so much to put so much on the line. To risk so much. I don't know what you're talking about." "I see." Blake pulled out an envelope from his vest and placed it on the table next to the crystalline data carrier. "I would appreciate it if you would give him this letter." "May I know what it says?" "Of course," he announced in a patronizing tone. "It is a request for a free hand, in certain matters. For the good of mankind, Rosalind dared to remark sarcastically. Blake actually seemed convinced he was still on the right side. That much was revealed by his superior grin. That's right, Blake said. I've never attacked ships that had only civilians on them. Ships that were either part of a refugee convoy, full of people who just wanted to get home or to safety. I always picked my targets carefully. As far as I know, it's been worth it for you every time, Perk interjected. Doesn't sound like the actions of a selfless man. The dark-haired woman with the Medusa hairstyle fixed Perk with an icy stare. Of course it was worth it, she growled with a grim smile. The ships belonged to guys who do good business in these times. And they're not people with honorable intentions. Judge one rat over another, Rosalind gritted out, downing his watery whiskey and slamming the glass down on the tabletop. Your superiors are protecting these criminals, McIntyre finally interjected. I see no offense in fighting back and fighting back. No matter what uniform the person is wearing who is trying to get at me. Let's not quarrel, Blake admonished, placing a hand on the colored captain's shoulder placatingly. Let your unknown friend and guardian angel be the judge of my request. I think he will share my reasoning. After all, he seems to have defied some laws and regulations to send you on that mission that ultimately brought you to this table. That can throw you quite a bit off track and destroy your reputation for good. He allowed himself a short laugh. It was the same with me before I took a bigger step. At some point, the truth confronts us with the facts, and we have to show our colors. You both feel that, I'm sure of it. The truth is intolerant. Ruthless. Rosalind didn't want to be insinuated that he was well on his way to becoming a pirate. Now don't paint the devil on the wall. I thought the Fleds were just a figment of my imagination at first, too, Blake admitted. For one of those dark legends that people like to scare themselves with and pass the time with. Until the evidence solidified. I'm sure, Captain, you too have reasons not to dismiss out of hand everything people say about this subject. Or am I wrong about that? Captain Perk looked at the man over his glass. What I believe is my business. Blake seemed to be losing his patience a bit. He tapped the envelope with his index finger. So, will you do me this favor? I think I can do you that favor, Perk replied. But, of course, I can't guarantee that my buddy will issue you a privateer's letter. Because that's what this is all about. Isn't it? Blake nodded appreciatively. Yes, that's exactly the point. I'm on a mission as well, and it would be good to have my back. Running into you was a stroke of luck. Or maybe even serendipity. He had barely finished speaking when his facial expression changed. He pulled up and stared over his two guests with a frown. Perk and Rosalind followed his gaze. In the foyer of the club, a commotion seemed to be in the making. It was impossible to tell exactly what was going on in the semi-darkness, but it looked like a scuffle. A man was yelling threats and suddenly fists were flying. Rosalind saw one person being wrestled down, but another managed to break free and staggered dazedly into the light. A shot rang out and the patrons, who had been sitting peacefully at their tables in the club, took cover or pulled out weapons they had smuggled past the bouncers. Rosalind instinctively felt for the pistol on his belt, but he had left it aboard the Zora on Perk's orders. He cursed himself and his sense of duty. He knew they would get into trouble, and now he was unable to fight back. Chapter 13. Dominic was not comfortable with the whole thing. He would have preferred to stay on board and wait until the Zora had departed and flown to its new location with new orders. At that moment, however, he was sitting in a hover cab and looking down on the city. He and his companions wore smart blue dress uniforms, with silver buttons. Dominic, however, would have preferred to enter Chester's bustle inconspicuously and in civilian clothes, but Xyrus had insisted on going out in uniform. The doors would be open to them and the women would throw themselves at them, he had claimed. Dominic doubted both. After all, Chester was full of scum and riffraff who would rather cut a uniformed man's throat than hang on to them. Whether there might also be an advantage for Tanya Kudienko, the only girl in their small squad, Dominic dared to doubt. He believed that men would be more put off by her uniform. However, he did not doubt that the bright redhead would have her fun. Apparently, she liked to be gawked at. The other three, like Tanya, were also in their second year of training. Tall, black-haired Mike Stanton could claim to be one of the best marksmen Dominic commanded. He wrung a promise out of Dominic to compare their skills at the next opportunity. Drew and Frank were brothers whose family name was Carlson. With their light blonde hair and water-blue eyes, they stood out from the group. They claimed descent from some Viking who was said to have discovered America, and felt it was therefore inevitable to join the fleet, which they felt was an acceptable equivalent to the calling of their seafaring ancestors. "Stop!" shouted Cyrus suddenly, tapping the window that separated the driver's compartment from the passenger area. "Stop right there." He slammed his fist against the glass when the driver did not immediately respond. "Stop and turn around." The driver turned around. "We still have quite a way to go, to the center." "Never mind, stop and turn back now," insisted Cyrus, pointing behind him. "There." "What do you want there?" the man said angrily. "That's free heaven. You wouldn't want to get off there. Go back immediately." The driver finally complied with his passenger's urging and turned the vehicle around. "What's wrong with you?" inquired Dominic on behalf of the others, who stared at Cyrus in bewilderment. "You'll see in a minute," he replied as the cab slid past the dilapidated facades. In the canyon between two closely spaced towers, one could glimpse the area of a small spaceport. A tangled mess of platforms and holding grabs to facilitate the landing or docking of incoming spaceships. What had caught Cyrus' eye now caught Dominic's eye as well. A katana, which had landed in the midst of the towering buildings, on one of the landing pads and was connected to the buildings by walkways and bridges. "Fly around the block," Cyrus ordered. "Fly into one of the side alleys. Let us off there." "I won't wait for you," snarled the man behind the wheel of the car. "That'll be 50 solar coins. In cash. No zero shit." Cyrus reached awkwardly into his back pocket, pulled out his wallet and scrambled up some bills, which he placed in the driver's narrow pass-through. "It's more than you deserve." The driver immediately took the money, stuffed it into his jacket pocket, and steered the cab into a narrow cut-through between the tall buildings. At the end of the dark and dirty alley, the light gray side of the katana could be seen, gleaming in the sunlight. "Have you gone completely mad?" protested Tanya. "What are we doing here?" "No discussions now," the driver scolded. He let the glider touch down. The man was excited, and the landing was hard. The doors opened. "Get out," he hissed. "Quick." Mike was the first to step outside. "I hope you've got a damn good tip here that will give us a day to remember." He held his fist in front of Cyrus' face. "If I'm wasting my time here, I'm going to stick it up your ass up to your shoulder." The Carlson brothers remained tense in silence, watching the situation unfold. The Viking blood had apparently stopped in their veins, Dominic thought, as he looked into their faces, which seemed even paler in the darkness. Tanya hissed like an angry cat as she got out. "Tonight's rounds are on you, that's for sure." Cyrus didn't seem to hear all the clamor. He paid no attention to Mike's threat or Tanya's clamor, finally noticing how dirty the alley was and how much it stank. His attention was entirely on the sleek craft as the cab soared over their heads and roared away. "Damn." Dominic smacked Cyrus angrily against the shoulder. "Katanas may be rare, but they're not unicorns." "That thing there does," Cyrus replied in a whisper. He crept toward the end of the alley. Once there, he ducked into the shadows behind a string of thick pipes that ran up the side of the house. Dominic and the others sought cover behind him. "I recognize it," Cyrus insisted. "By that graze. There, on the starboard side. Those are the ones that attacked us on Samaria." Dominic did not answer. He remembered well the conversation between Roslyn and Blake on Samaria. It made perfect sense to run into Blake's people here. "That would be quite a coincidence," asserted Dominic, who sensed the danger inherent in the situation. "But your buddy is already right," sounded a dark male voice whose origin could not be located. They've given us quite a run for our money on Samaria. A figure emerged from the shadows behind them. It was a tall, lanky, middle-aged man in the combat uniform of the home fleet. The epaulets identified him as an officer. He was armed with a rifle and wore a helmet. Bright gray eyes glittered in his gaunt face. High, prominent cheekbones bulged the tanned skin. Everything matched the rest of the man's appearance, which seemed battle-hardened and cold. Usually the pack flees when they encounter the home fleet, but they seem to have it in for us, he continued, looking over Dominic's head and fixing on the pirate ship like a hunter on its prey. Looks like it, agreed Cyrus. It sounded a little helpless and surprised. This encounter seemed to confuse him and make him nervous. Dominic also felt uncomfortable and tense. In the meantime, more soldiers appeared, emerging from their hiding places behind containers and crates. They too were armed and wearing combat fatigues. The officer eyed Dominic and his comrades with a critical eye. You are from Hades, I presume. If you're from Samaria, too. Dominic was about to answer, but Cyrus beat him to it. Yes, we are, he said. And you? I'm from the Hydra. Different fleet, but same mission. We saw you guys take to your heels before we got ours. At that, he laughed dirty. Strange that this pack has discovered its heart for humanity. It would have been nicer if they'd just keep minding their own business and let us do ours. This thing called humanity has already been given over to selection by nature, after all. He spat. Aye, sir, Mike said, receiving a gentle nudge from Tanya before he could add more to the conversation. Somehow it dawned on Dominic that something was wrong here. Cyrus had noticed it first and reacted with a cool head. And Tanya also seemed to somehow suspect that it was better to let Cyrus do the talking for the time being. Why are you here without weapons? The officer wanted to know. Weren't up for a fight, Cyrus replied, pointing behind him with his thumb. Wanted to go into town and party, actually. But when we spotted this ship, we regretted not bringing our guns. That can be remedied. The officer waved a couple of his men over. Give the fellows some tools. The soldiers pressed pistols into the hands of the young people, while their superior handled his rifle. Look young, he remarked. Haven't been to many meat orgies yet. No, sir, Cyrus said, wrestling a pained smile from himself. We're going to teach Blake a lesson now, the officer continued with a grin. Which will be that they will end up in the meat pots, on the galactic core worlds. Consumers love live goods. I'll make sure the customers get what they want. That way, the pirates can reflect on their past lives for a while before you carve them. So set your spotlights on bump mode for a spirited knockout. Dominic felt his stomach turn. The images of the tortured people in their containers forced their way back into his consciousness. He would have liked to go for the man's throat. Haven't seen many battles yet, kid. Have you? The officer said mockingly, noticing Dominic's discomfort. You're looking pale. Don't want you to fall over on me. No, sir, certainly not. Dominic tried to look calm and indifferent, but he did not succeed. I still have, never have. I mean, it's easy. With the strays, I mean. But. The officer frowned. Are you all from the same ship? He inquired suspiciously. Who is your captain? No one answered, and Cyrus chewed his lower lip instead, searching for words. The man had seen through the masquerade. The man didn't get to point his rifle at Cyrus as the pop of a railgun bullet echoed through the canyon of houses. In the next instant, the back of the officer's head burst, and he slumped to the ground before he could fire his rifle. Dominic reacted instinctively and jumped for cover behind a string of wires and aggregates. There was a crash and a flash. Smoke filled the air. Sparks flew. He heard shouting and saw some soldiers go down hit. Cyrus and Mike had taken refuge under a cargo vehicle and were huddled behind one of the large tires. Tanya and the Carlson brothers had lost sight of Dominic. The katana fired from its light onboard armament and raked the alley. Concrete shards flew around Dominic's ears. Scraps of glowing metal pelted the surrounding ground. Fire erupted. A vehicle burst into flames and part of the load exploded. The smoke grew thicker and entered Dominic's lungs. His eyes began to water. The skirmish lasted for quite a while until it finally became quiet. Shortly thereafter, the pirates appeared. A troop of martial fighters, like Dominic had last seen on Samaria. One of them noticed Dominic, came up to him with quick steps and grabbed him by the shoulder. With a powerful movement, he dragged him from his cover. "I know that one," he called out to one of his comrades. He was with the ones we captured at the fled base. From the group that had come into the alley, a slender, tall woman wearing a helmet with a visor detached herself. She stood up in front of Dominic, who was still crouching on the ground, and flipped up the visor. A narrow face, with beautiful green eyes, came into view. She smiled at Dominic. "Yes, I remember the little one. We need to take him and his buddies to the boss," the other said. "And let him know what just happened." The beautiful woman had something inscrutable in her gaze. "Of course we must." Chapter 14. Dominic tore himself free from his opponent's grip and stumbled out of the foyer and into the interior of the bar. He fell down a few steps, crashed to the floor, and awkwardly got back to his feet. A gunshot cracked. Dominic threw his hands up in the air. Irritation was written all over his face to see Captain Perk and Rosalind together with Blake and his entourage. Dominic vacillated between disgust and questions now swirling around in his head. The same questions that Cyrus had asked himself. Rosalind and Perk jumped to their feet, while Blake remained seated, calmly and thoughtfully analyzing the situation. His two companions, the woman with the Medusa hair and the dark-skinned McIntyre, did their best to imitate his composure. At least the woman's tension was evident. It looked as if she was about to pull out a concealed weapon, ready to fire immediately should Dominic make a suspicious move. The pirates pushed Dominic's companions into the room. Mike fell and Cyrus received a thrust in the back, with a rifle butt. The Carlson brothers and Tanya stumbled after, saluting and straining for posture as they recognized Perk and Rosalind. At that moment, the surroundings began to blur within about 6 to 8 feet of the table where Blake, Perk, and Rosalind were seated. A low hum sounded in Dominic's ears, and the guests as well as the club turned into an indefinable mist of shapes and colors. Only what was within a certain radius of Blake's table was still clearly discernible. Even the sounds outside this barrier penetrated only muffled or distorted and prevented being overheard. Dominic had never experienced anything like this before. It seemed to be some kind of barrier field. "I'm afraid that's a little too late," Rosalind growled. Perk, who had always kept himself well under control, was also annoyed at the cadets who had shown up here so unexpectedly. "Damn it. Stand at ease. They're making fools of themselves." Apparently, Blake had the field to activated as the Carlsons and Tanya saluted Perk and Rosalind. Too late, as Dominic recognized by his sullen expression. Enough guests had overheard that high-ranking plainclothes fleet officers had come to talk to Blake. Dominic couldn't tell what that might mean to them all, but the situation was undoubtedly fueling rumors. Very soon they would be topics of conversation on Chester. "We tracked them down at the tryst," the blonde woman with the green eyes opened, pressing the muzzle of her pistol into Dominic's side. "We're out with some fleds. They didn't belong to us," Dominic returned. "They showed up all of a sudden. We were unarmed and not equipped for a fight. We belong to Perk's people. Now I'll have to think of something to steer the chatter in harmless directions," Blake remarked sourly, tapping his fingertips on the table. "You don't know how gossipy people are around here." Rosalind stood up silently and stood in front of the cadets. He let his gaze wander over the young people for a while before turning his attention to Dominic. He came so close with his face that the tips of their noses almost touched, and spoke so quietly that at most Cyrus, who was standing next to Dominic, could still hear him. "You know you're getting us into trouble right now," the first officer said. Dominic felt unable to say anything back. He regretted by now having given in to Cyrus to visit Chester. Only you and Corin were with me on Samaria and saw those. He gestured over to Blake and his companions with a barely perceptible nod of his head. The other 4 have no idea who that is, I suppose. No, sir, Porter stammered. I mean, I'm assuming. Your friend is a celebrity, after all. Roslyn's eyes were narrow slits, menacing as gun ports, and anger blazed in them. He didn't seem to like the term friend, in reference to Blake. Keep it that way. Sir. Dominic licked his dry lips in excitement. I don't understand the situation. I'm not going to argue with them now. His words were like an icy breath that made Dominic shiver. You're going back to the Zora now, and then we'll see what happens to you. He raised his voice. Everyone, except Corin and Porter, dismissed. The cadets obeyed and turned on their heels. Hesitantly, they stepped through the containment field. Don't you want to know what happened? Asked Dominic afterward. Roslyn still fixed him with an icy stare. I'm sure we'll find out. McIntyre rose and approached with slow steps. What did they cook up with the Fleds? He wanted to know from the blonde woman, who was still pointing her gun at Dominic. There were 20, she explained. Now there are 3 left. They're aboard the Triss. They apparently wanted to destroy the Triss. I see, remarked the black captain. We'll interrogate them. Then we'll find out what happened. And who we can trust. It goes without saying that we will take a hostage until then. I will stay as a hostage, Cyrus boldly suggested. I'd rather have an officer, McIntyre objected, looking challengingly at Roslyn. The cadet will do. Blake did seem a little flustered now. Not too much of a fuss. Once a cadet goes missing, it won't cause too much unrest in the ranks of the crew. The visitors here at the club could see that the cadets were saluting. The woman next to Blake failed to conceal her unease. They're going to be telling around that we're trying to get in touch with the fleet. You're not entirely wrong there. Perk took the envelope in his fingers before putting it back on the table as if he wanted nothing to do with it. Dominic wondered what it was all about. Maybe it contained the data that Blake had retrieved from the Samaria computer. But then the captain would have taken it long ago instead of leaving it on the table. Possibly a bribe? Roslyn and I are in plain clothes. Perk waved it off. They'll think the hands on the temple are for you. After all, your reputation is unquestioned. Blake looked at the captain with pity. I left the fleet when your cadets were still pantsers. Unlikely you'd presume they could know me. Dominic had to agree with him. Only Roslyn had been able to do something with his name. Dominic and his young comrades knew nothing about the old admiral and his exploits. More likely, they think we're dealing with Fleds, McIntyre speculated. After all, that's a rumor I would, under the circumstances, prefer. Blake folded his hands on the table. After all, the Fleds kidnapped part of my crew. It would be understandable if I tried to settle with the Fleds. To me, at least, it seemed plausible. Blake frowned and rubbed his chin. I'll scatter a few well-targeted rumors. He rose, the dim field went out, and the club with its irritated patrons became visible again. The Athena is casting off as soon as possible. I hope we hear from each other, Captain. Perk also stood up and eyed his crew. For a moment, the captain let his gaze rest on Dominic. He read neither reproach nor anger in it. The green-eyed pirate grabbed Cyrus by the upper arm and pushed him in front of her, out of the club, to stay with her as a hostage. Don't worry, Blake placated. You'll get it back. I think now you can do me that favor we talked about. As a sign of your good faith. And as compensation for the excitement, as well as the ensuing cleaning job. And, of course, my reputation. I didn't really want to have that damaged. In passing, he slipped the envelope into Perk's jacket pocket. Then he and his men left the club. We need to take him and his buddies to the boss, the other said. And let him know what just happened. The beautiful woman had something inscrutable in her gaze. Of course we must. Chapter 15. Sweat stood on Zyrus' brow as he was pushed through the corridors and hallways of the katana. A squad of 3 hulking fellows seemed to take pleasure in ramming the muzzles of their rifles into his back. He was left breathless from time to time, but he was afraid to complain and let the ordeal pass without a word. After all, the tall woman with the green eyes walked in front of him, and for all her excitement and fear, he didn't miss how provocatively proud she moved. The tight combination she wore emphasized her figure, and Zyrus, strangely enough, had very different thoughts going through his head than breaking free and running away. It was irritating, and he would have liked to know if this could be normal, given his situation, or if he was about to lose his mind. Suddenly, the woman stopped and whirled around. She was about half a head taller than Zyrus and looked down at him. Her large green eyes sparkled and there was an expression on her face that Zyrus didn't quite know how to interpret. A smile played around the corners of her mouth as she placed the long, slender fingers of her hand under his chin. There was something peculiarly humiliating about this gesture. "Loosen his bonds," she commanded, and one of her companions began to carry out the order with rough hand movements. "I want you to do something for us, kid," she continued, putting both hands on his shoulders. Her face was so close now that he could see nothing but those beautiful eyes, shining and sparkling like a northern light in winter. It was clear to him that this woman knew how she affected men. Her menacing beauty was certainly as dangerous as the assortment of weapons she carried at her belt. Zyrus had never been particularly reserved with women, and so far he knew how to take advantage of every opportunity when he got a good offer. But this time he fervently wished he had never made that acquaintance. This female belonged to a completely different category than the one he usually used to serve himself. "We have some fleds here." She tilted her head slightly, drawing Zyrus' attention to a locked bulkhead behind her. "We just put them in a cell together, so they can interact a little bit. But they're making it a little difficult for us. We've got microphones and optics in the walls there, but they've got their heads together and one of them is always humming loudly when they talk. It's impossible to filter out anything. But sometimes you catch foxes with another fox." Zyrus nodded. "What do you want me to do?" "They do think you're one of them." "The hoax is busted," he objected. "Are you sure?" "So at least their leader noticed something at the end." "But that one's dead," the woman replied. "Those in there are just little lights. Maybe they didn't catch everything. And as I observed it, he still handed you the weapons before fate overtook him and events overtook him. I think the mix-up is not yet seen through by everyone. So, do you want to help us?" Zyrus thought for a while. He somehow liked the fact that the woman needed him and apparently trusted him to get useful information for her. Not entirely without pride, he agreed. The next moment he received a blow in the back of the knee from behind, which made him go to the ground. The woman rammed her knee into his face so that he saw stars. For a few seconds Zyrus staggered, and while the pirate supported him, his mouth filled with blood. He had bitten his tongue and his lower lip had split open. The pain robbed him of his senses. It took him a while to regain his senses. "And now that we're closer," she said softly and with a smile, putting her hand on his shoulder again. "My name is Alina. Good luck now." "I can barely say anything," Zyrus stammered as a trickle of saliva and blood dripped onto his collar. "That's it." She took him gently by the shoulder and pushed him toward the airlock. "Then you're going to have a hard time talking yourself out of it." After a brief look through a narrow viewing slit into the interior of the cell, she opened the door and pushed Zyrus inside. He staggered and fell to the floor. Behind him, the bulkhead closed, with a hissing sound. There were 3 men in the cell, sitting close together and apparently talking to each other. One of them broke away from the group to help Zyrus up. It was the oldest of the 3 and already had some gray hair. "It's not exactly a hotel," he joked. Zyrus did not manage to counter with a joking remark, although a suitable retort was already on his injured tongue. "Don't complain about the food," he wanted to say, but when he tried, a sharp pain shot through his mouth. "They messed with the wrong ones," remarked one of the fleds, squatting on the floor next to his buddy. A young man with a blonde crew cut. They'll live to regret giving us trouble. Zyrus nodded. I hope we won't stay long. He barely understood his own words, and it hurt to speak. What ship? Asked the third, a corpulent bald man. Leave him for now, the elder objected, motioning for Zyrus to join them on the floor to continue the confidential conversation they had just interrupted. The men put their arms around his shoulders and the boy with the brush cut started humming. A piercing, deep humming sound that would mask any words that were spoken. Again, the bald man began anew. What ship? Zyrus didn't have to pretend to have pain when speaking. Moving his lips was almost impossible. At least that gave him some time to remember the name of the ship that the leader of the Fleds had told him earlier. Hades, he finally muttered. Just take off, the bald man said angrily. Can't say. Zyrus drooled bloody foam. Decided by the captain. Sunders has always been a coward. Sunders avoided casualties, the oldest of the group defended the captain. You can't say that about Brent and Moody. They like to make someone bleed for them. I don't think Brent will come looking for us. Zyrus nodded and memorized the captain's names. Doesn't matter anymore. The bald man frowned angrily and hissed through his teeth. If it's true, and we can't get away from Chester here, we're screwed anyway. That sounded serious. Zyrus was all ears. I'm afraid that's true, said the old man. The Keymon want compensation for their losses. And they're sending a big ship here to harvest Chester. They won't discriminate between us and anyone else. I'm sure the Hydra has already left without us so as not to get in the way of the beetles unnecessarily. And so has Hades. So we're on our own. Zyrus sent a shiver down his spine. They come here? The boy signaled with hand signals that he had to catch his breath. Then he hummed to himself again. They'll flatten everything, the bald man continued. They'll send out their dogs, and maybe we'll even get to see the Keymon themselves. That would be something. That shouldn't be any fun, the old man indicated. Would be good to have our own ship again by then. There shouldn't be enough time for that. The elder pursed his lips. We'll have to trust that the pirates can handle it when it starts. And just hope they don't throw us overboard. Zyrus overcame his pain. We should warn them. The bald man growled at Zyrus. Then we might as well cut our own throats right now. Maybe we should let everything run its course. After all, the Keymon might leave us alone when they see we're part of the fleet. The old man smiled pityingly. You don't believe that yourself. I guess that after the loss of Samaria, they might also attack the ships of the fleet to make up for the lost supplies. Zyrus tried to draw his conclusions from the conversation. Was all this supposed to mean that the fleet had an agreement with the alien butchers? But don't worry, the old man soothed. When chaos breaks out, our chances are not bad at all. I'm adept at finding my way around when things go haywire. None of you can speak Latin, I suppose. Zyrus wanted to object at first, but instead he wiped his bloody lips with his sleeve. You need a password to keep the Keymon from attacking. He paused meaningfully. The Latin word for fugitive. Lanius, it occurred to Zyrus, but kept it to himself. Made it up by some sentimental nut in Fleet Command. Zyrus was getting on his nerves. He had to pass this information on to Perk. As quickly as possible, before the Keymon arrived. Deciding to end the comedy, he broke free from the group's embrace and looked around for hidden cameras and optics. How could he signal the observers to get him out? The boy interrupted his mumbling. What's wrong? Zyrus took a few steps backwards to the door and kicked the metal with his heel. Claustrophobic? The old man inquired. Doesn't look like it. The bald man pulled a thin, silvery wire from the collar of his jacket. That one doesn't belong to us. So be it. He's about to bleed. The blonde jumped up and, in the next moment, was at Zyrus' throat with his fingers. I'll get him first. Zyrus staggered against the bulkhead and screamed. The bald man grabbed his right arm, the old man his left. Together they dragged him to the floor. He received a kick in the stomach. Xyrus felt the bald man kneel on his back. The man was just putting the wire around Xyrus' neck when he heard the hiss of the door mechanism. The weight of the fled forced the air from his lungs. Xyrus's eyes went black. Dully he heard shouting, the trampling of boots. Then a shot. The heavy man slumped lifelessly on Xyrus' back. The weight of the limp body continued to squeeze the air out of his chest. Another shot cracked and the volley of energy discharged against the wall, sparking. Then it became silent around Xyrus and dark before his eyes, until finally someone dragged the dead body off him. Once again, Xyrus was grabbed roughly and dragged out of the cell. Gradually, consciousness returned. Two men held him so that he could look Alina in the eye. The sight compensated him a little for the circumstances. That was pretty quick. Alina's voice and expression indicated her expectation Xyrus must have unearthed something really important. Are you a talent at picking fights, or were you just being silly? We have to get out of here, he gasped, his face contorted with pain. A Keymon ship is going to attack Chester. Alina's gaze wandered back and forth between Xyrus and the two fleds, who were lying on the floor and in the process of being tied up. Is that what they said? Yes, Xyrus replied, drooling red saliva. And also how to escape. Old Fled laughed. You just tell them, boy. But that's not all you need to know to escape. Xyrus took time to articulate his words precisely. You have to convey to the Keymon the Latin word for refugee. Then they let you through. Lanius? Asked Alina incredulously. That's it? Yes, that's all. She put her hands on her hips. And on what frequency? Xyrus hesitated. He hadn't figured that out. If he hadn't lost his nerve, he might have figured out that information, too. Well, I'd try all the frequencies. One of the pirates behind Alina laughed contemptuously. All frequencies. What an idiot. You won't get out of here without us, said the slightly graying Fled. I'll make you a deal. Alina approached the man. I would be willing to make a deal if you can bring my mate back to me. He was kidnapped by you, a few days ago. Tell me where I can find him, and I'll grant you one wish. The Fled remained silent. Apparently, his competences did not go so far as to comply with Alina's demand. She turned to one of her men. Tell the Zora captain to send someone to pick up her man. And tell Blake we're getting out of here. She then turned back to the Fled. I'll get my information. You bet I will. When they tried to take Xyrus away, he broke free from the grip of one of the pirates. I'm staying, he said, his face contorted with pain. I need to know this, too. You're going home now. Alina grinned broadly. The way I figure, the old man, this may take a while. Contact me later about it. She followed her men into the cell and closed the bulkhead. Chapter 16. Perk sent Dominic off in a two-man glider to pick up Xyrus. Now he was sitting next to him and looked bad. When Dominic asked what had happened and who had beaten him up so badly, he answered with a stammered, "Go." Quick, that sounded like, "Oh." Wick to Dominic's ears. Xyrus punctuated his words with violent gestures that were meant to imply haste. Again and again, Xyrus looked up out of the window. His nervousness increased. There's a first aid kit under your seat, Dominic said, steering the glider through the canyons. Xyrus fished it out awkwardly and provided himself with suction compresses, which he painfully shoved into his mouth until he looked like a hamster. Lastly, he broke open a needle vial and put an injection in his arm to relieve the pain. Why did they do that? Dominic saw no reason why they had to do this to Xyrus. He didn't have any explosive information. That should have been obvious to the pirates. What would a cadet know? Did you provoke them somehow? Xyrus tapped around on his console's display, and a short text appeared on Dominic's screen. The Keymon are going to attack Chester? Dominic had to read the sentence twice. There had never been any directly planned attacks on human facilities. Neither on the part of the Keymon, nor on the part of the Akkato. Everything that had happened so far in terms of catastrophes could be described as collateral. When is this supposed to happen? Wanted Dominic to know. Anytime, was the next word that appeared on the screen. Another line of glowing letters became visible. Fly faster. Dominic pushed the thrust lever forward. He was now a little worried after all. If it's so safe, we should tell the captain immediately. Dominic contacted the Zora, demanding to speak to Captain Perk. It's important, he growled when the communications officer wouldn't put him through immediately. Finally, the captain spoke up, and Dominic told him what Zyrus had found out. Where did Corin get this information? Perk sounded sullen and suspicious, which was not surprising considering the turmoil Zyrus and Dominic had brought to the Zora's mission. From the Fleds, Dominic repeated the words Zyrus had typed. Paid a hefty price for it, Dominic added. That's why he can't talk right now. I'm reading his lines. A case for the infirmary? Definitely, sir. He's lucky, Perk returned. And so are you, Porter. But where does he get off chatting with the Fleds? Again, Dominic read the next line on his screen. Some Fleds were interrogated. He was there. Got this information from them. We'll leave immediately when you're back on board, Perk said, ending the connection. Zyrus raised his thumb. We make a good team, he stammered. Dominic had just reached the outskirts of the city when a signal arrived from the Zora. It was Rosalind reporting when Dominic opened the channel. The Keymon have arrived. He sounded rushed. A claw has crossed into normal space nearby. It's going to ram Chester. If we lose contact with you, they'll stay with the glider. We'll send a team. No sooner had he said that than burning debris and an entire building facade trundled into Dominic's flight path. He swerved and chased between the houses of the city. The vehicle was hit by a large piece and trundled downward. Dominic tried to avoid a crash, but the glider lost more and more altitude. Smoke billowed from one of the 3 thrust units. More building segments rained down. Dominic managed to intercept the aircraft's fall and stabilize its trajectory to some extent. He steered the glider out of the city and flew toward an area in the periphery that looked like a large park. Zyrus clutched at the armrests as the ground rapidly approached. Staring intently at the trees the glider was plunging toward, he stammered something unintelligible. Dominic ignited the brake rockets. The vehicle grazed some treetops, went into another spin, crashed through the branches with a roar, and dug into the tall grass at the edge of a copse. The impact was hard, and the restraining fields pressed Zyrus and Dominic firmly into the seats. The safety device dampened the blow as it drove through the glider, but it still took Dominic's breath away for a moment. After the engine died, the controls went out and a dense cloud of dust began to envelop the glider. It took Dominic a few moments to process the situation. When he regained his wits, he pressed the switch for the tracking device. Satisfied, he heard a pulsating buzz, indicating that the device had remained undamaged. How are you? He asked Zyrus, who was slumped in his chair. I'll fly next time, Dominic interpreted his comrade's stammering. You're fine, Dominic waved it off and unsuccessfully operated the door mechanism. You should take a beating more often. Meanwhile, smoke was rising from the console. Sparks crackled in the electronics. Mouse here, Zyrus let himself be heard through the compresses in his mouth. Yeah, get out of here, Dominic corrected. He operated the explosive latches on the frame of the pulpit and flipped up the curved glass. From a compartment under the seat Dominic unearthed a lightweight, shiny chrome spacesuit. Actually just a thermal suit, it was not meant for long space stays, but would certainly help against the cold that was about to spread as more atmosphere escaped into space. Zyrus had come up with the same idea and climbed awkwardly, with the spacesuit under his arm, out of the destroyed glider. Dominic reached for a rifle and a pistol on the back wall of the cockpit above the seats and released both weapons from their mounts. Hastily, he swung his legs over the console and slid over the curved snout of the glider into the open. It felt strange when his feet touched the ground. It was as if he was stepping on a soft cushion. Gravity had already changed. Not much, only by a few %, but it was noticeable. The rotation of the habitat came to a halt. Dominic looked up and saw the Keymon ship, its massive, silvery structures piercing through the station's hull. Like the prongs of a giant, metal fork, they jutted out between the houses. A swirling black cloud stood over the rooftops of the city, spewing smoking debris that tumbled into the space between the spires of the opposing cities. The Keymon ship fired flashing volleys into the sea of houses from which Dominic and Zyrus had just emerged. Flames leaped into the air and fireballs billowed. Dominic held on to the glider. The artificial gravity continued to weaken. A small jump would be enough, and it could take a while to get the feet on the ground again. The temperature also began to drop significantly now, while the air we breathed became thinner and thinner. Wind came up and swirled dust into the air. Dominic knew that the seemingly delicate fabric of the spacesuit was very durable, yet he slipped into it with great care. He couldn't risk damaging it. Dominic put the hood over his head and placed the breathing mask with the tinted visor in front of his face. There was no need to turn on the oxygen supply yet. He could breathe through the filter. Zyrus said something that could not be clearly understood even through the speaking device. Dominic saw him on the other side of the glider. He was holding a thin, shiny ASGAROON rope in his hands, which he had pulled out of a small roll on the tool belt of his suit. Of course, it was not lost on him either that gravity was reducing. "We'll tie the cables to the front of the tow hook," Dominic said, opening a small flap on the bow of the vehicle and attaching the carabiners of the ASGAROON ropes to the device that appeared underneath. No sooner had that happened than a bright whistle shrilled through the air. Zyrus and Dominic raised their heads almost simultaneously. Several shiny objects, pointed and slender like arrows, shot toward them. A couple of them disappeared among the towers surrounding the small green park, but another came down with a loud crash, behind a group of trees. The shock wave of the impact burst the trunks, hurled earth into the air and swept the foliage from the branches. Dominic and Zyrus gave each other worried looks. Zyrus said something, "Stays." "I hope they're strays, too," Dominic replied. In view of the strange ship, however, he doubted it. He had never seen anything like it before. Dominic looked at the rifle in his hands, then tossed his pistol to Zyrus, who looked at it critically after he caught it. There was no second rifle, he apologized. Zyrus weighed the weapon in his hand. "Won't be able to hold us for long," he muttered. "Keep your nerve," Dominic said, not trying to look like an instructor. "Aim accurately. Don't waste ammo." "I thought I'd shoot the breeze a little," Zyrus returned. The words were somewhat understandable. "Just for fun." "I'm glad you're feeling better," Dominic stated half cynically, half soberly. He noticed a movement among the trees, put on the rifle, crouched down and peered through the target monitor. For a few seconds, all he could see was the dust, which was only slowly clearing, and leaves tumbling as a cloud in the increasing weightlessness. But finally the invaders emerged from the small grove. There were 5 or 6 of them, and they were not strays. The creatures were clearly insectoid in form and walked on 2 legs. They wore shiny armor that protected some parts of their bodies but left others uncovered. Black horn plates shone in those places. Dominic recognized 2 pairs of arms, one of which looked atrophied at first glance. The heads sat on short necks. Bundles of antennae or tentacles grew from the skulls, giving the creatures the appearance of mantis shrimp, with bizarre lion's manes. Zyrus spoke up again. "What can you see?" Dominic's breath caught at the sight of the invaders. "This is incredible," he breathed. "I hope they don't notice us." Meanwhile, the weak gravity caused his feet to detach from the ground. Parts of the ground also began to float, and even the glider began to move. Meanwhile, the whole troop of Keymon had stepped out of the grove. Slowly they approached Dominic and Zyrus. However, they did not seem to have spotted the 2 people in the tall grass yet. "I need a rifle," Zyrus stammered, ducking deeper into the grass. "A big rifle." Dominic didn't want to attract the Keymon's attention by risking a shot. The rifle had a tiny rocket launcher, but the loading time between each volley took too long to mess with this well-armed gaggle of Keymon. It would be fatal if he missed even one of them. Each of the small missiles had to hit, and he only had 5 of them. Straining, Dominic peered through the scope. The dust cleared, and he saw the Keymon vehicle among the trees. A large hatch on its side stood open, giving him a glimpse inside. It was hard to make sense of the arrangement of whimsical apparatus and machinery inside. But he had the impression he was staring into an armory. At least, he thought he could make out grenades stowed in the walls. When one of the creatures finally spotted him, he had to react and he activated the rocket launcher. A pencil-thin projectile snapped into the launcher. Dominic fired it. The small missile drew a bright trail in the air, flew between the rows of Keymon, and hit the inside of the ship. A dull explosion followed, inside the Keymon ship. Flames burst from the bulkhead and thick smoke billowed out. However, the moment of surprise lasted only for a short time. The Keymon put on their weapons and several shots hit the glider. Debris flew around, and metal shards hissed around Dominic's ears. At least he managed to load and fire another missile. One of the attackers was hit and shredded by the detonation. The others came inexorably closer, while the glider gradually rose into the air. Each shot acted like a propellant charge, propelling the small wreckage upward. The tether cables connecting Xyrus and Dominic to it began to tighten. The Keymon were having fun giving more hits to the vehicle, which thus continued to drift away, dragging the 2 people behind it. It drifted higher and higher, like a bizarre, tattered hot air balloon, its former passengers dangling from their tethers. Xyrus was cursing and swearing. He fired a few untargeted volleys, and Dominic did everything he could to somehow get the Keymon in his sights. In vain. The more he tried, the more violently he floundered and got tangled in his heresy cable. The Keymon took Xyrus and Dominic under fire, but many of the buzzing energy projectiles missed. One grazed Dominic's suit on the leg. Cold air rushed inside through the crack. Another shot scorched the visor. The smell of burnt plastic rose acridly to his nose, bringing tears to his eyes. The rifle slipped from his fingers. He reached for it, but it was already whirling away. A bolt of energy struck the gun, and it burst into a cloud of glowing splinters. Dominic realized that the Keymon could have killed him and Xyrus at any time. But the insectoid creatures obviously enjoyed giving their victims time to imagine their fate. Xyrus fired his last, ineffective shots, then threw the pistol away and muttered softly to himself. It sounded like he was praying. Dominic hadn't prayed in a long time. He had stopped at some point. It was hard for him to say exactly when that was. But now he felt an irresistible urge to start again. He looked down at the Keymon who were standing in the green grass with their guns trained on him. The next shots would not miss. The game was over. Dominic expected to be riddled with countless bullets at any moment, as the Keymon ship exploded among the trees. The blast wave shattered the insectoids and the massive fireball incinerated what was left of them. However, the shock wave continued to propel the wreckage of the glider. The small park where they had descended a few minutes earlier shrank to a patch of green in the distance. Close to the facade of one of the large towers, they continued upward and upward, toward the invisible axis of rotation of the habitat. Dominic could see people trying to escape from the tower. They smashed windows, their fragments billowing into glittering clouds of mist. People floated outside, floundering helplessly next to chunks of concrete and cracked steel in the thin air. Dominic realized that more Keymon ships were entering the city. Arrow-shaped ships that slammed like projectiles into the facades of the houses or into the streets. He observed large pincer-shaped vehicles that looked like miniature versions of the massive ship that had rammed Chester Station. They landed among the houses and released swarms of armored Keymon warriors, moving through the middle of the city as if normal gravity prevailed. Xyrus cursed. As Dominic understood him, he meant they would float around above the rooftops of Chester for all eternity and then slowly freeze or starve to death. Dominic wondered if the emergency transmitter on the shot-up glider was still sending out signals. And even if it was, did he doubt that Perk would send out a recovery team to rescue them? The more he thought about it, the worse he felt. Cyrus meanwhile continued to curse. In between he seemed to pray again. Dominic also sent a short plea to the Creator, whoever that was and whatever his name might be. Amidst a cloud of debris and dust, Cyrus and Dominic drifted beside the glider, like satellites, around their broken planet. Dominic began to freeze and tried to patch the tear with some tape from the repair kit on his belt. He barely succeeded. His fingers already felt numb. Finally, he heard Cyrus scream. He pointed upward. Dominic had been so busy repairing his spacesuit that he hadn't heard the salvage ship coming. A massive thing with all kinds of grappling and towing devices. It hovered closer with his side hatch open. Inside was a team of 5 or 6 men, ready to take Cyrus and Dominic aboard. The salvage ship had departed without escort. The only means of defense were the 2 gunners at the bow and stern of the ship. However, they would have little to oppose the Keymon should they attack the rescue team. Finally, the grapplers set in motion, seized the helpless soldiers, and brought them aboard. While a medic tended to Cyrus, Dominic looked down intently at the chaos spreading through Chester. With trepidation, he turned his gaze upward to where the ram spurs of the Keymon ship jutted into the habitat. At any moment, one of the giant ships could swoop down on them and take them out of the sky. The bulkhead of the recovery vehicle closed and Dominic was placed on a stretcher. After the doctor had taken care of Cyrus, he briefly looked after Dominic and was able to assure him that he was a pretty tough guy. Dominic hoped he would not have to prove this again so soon. Chapter 17. Dominic and Cyrus returned safely to the Zora and the ship departed. The Zora was one of the faster ships in the home fleet. She was rapidly gaining distance from the Chester habitat. As Dominic left the salvage ship, he was able to glimpse back at the station through an observation slit in the bulkhead of the main hangar. Only now did he catch a glimpse of the size of the Keymon ship, stuck like a giant, 2-pronged spike in the habitat's tubular pressure hull. More Keymon blades slammed into the station. Dominic heard the ship's doctor begin to scold Cyrus, whom they pushed out of the vehicle on his cot to take him to sickbay. An assistant pushed the cadet onto the cot and the doctor gave the patient an injection, using the needle gun. "This will keep you quiet," the doctor grumbled. Cyrus did not give up. He squirmed and tried to get up. The doctor was preparing another injection when Dominic grabbed him by the wrist. "How dare you, recruit!" The medic's face flushed with anger. "One more impertinence like that, and I'll have you placed under arrest. He needs to get to the bridge." Dominic made every effort to remain composed. "It's important." There could be no argument now. If Cyrus really had useful information, he could not risk being put in a cell and strapped sedated to the cot. "Perk sent us on a mission," Dominic lied. "The information needs to get to the bridge now." "Now." "Cadets," the doctor coughed contemptuously. "As spies. Who thinks of such things?" "No one," Dominic replied. "That's why it worked." The ship's doctor seemed unsettled. "I've known Perk for a long time. You always have to be ready for surprises with him. But he hasn't done anything stupid like this yet." The alarm shrilled off. "Let Cyrus go," Dominic insisted. "With the sedation I gave him, he won't go 10 meters. Hurry up. In a few minutes he'll be off to the realm of dreams." There was excitement on the bridge. Outside the window, Perk could make out 3 bright spots lying in the path of the Zora. A glance at one of the screens revealed that they were more Keymon blades. This time, however, they were on an intercept course. They were going to take on our prey. Perk stood in front of the front window issuing orders to his officers as Porter and Corin entered the command post. Roslyn was the first to notice Dominic supporting the stricken Cyrus. "What are you doing here?" he snapped at the 2. "Go to your stations immediately." "Sir," he replied. "Cyrus has an important piece of information." "You've given us enough trouble," Perk said. "Do your duty and do your job on the firing line." Cyrus held his handheld computer in front of Dominic's face. Letters lit up on the display. Porter was obviously having a hard time deciphering the sentence. "There's a code word that will get us through the blockade," Dominic told Perk after he caught the meaning of the words. The captain eyed the two cadets like two schoolboys who deserved punishment rather than lending an ear. "Keymon swarming," the navigator's voice rang through the room. "We'll be in weapons range in 4 minutes." Roslyn eyed Corin and Porter disparagingly. "If this is a joke." Cyrus shook his head, tapped on his handheld computer, and Dominic read. It was certainly getting harder and harder to comprehend what Cyrus was writing. The boy with the blue mohawk crest was visibly weakening. Dominic started several times to read out the words he wrote. "It's about a password that gets us past the Keymon," Porter finally shared. "What is it?" wanted Roslyn to know. "And where did he get it?" Perk watched as Cyrus Corin's index finger pecked away at the keyboard. "Can't you go any faster, boy?" Again Dominic read aloud. "Lanius. It must be transmitted to the Keymon, then they will let us through." Perk would have loved to know the source of Corin's information. "Did you get your information from the pirates?" Again Cyrus typed. He became weaker and weaker, and gradually his eyes fell shut. "From the Fleds," Dominic read. Perk remained skeptical. "Should we scribble the word on the glass?" interjected Roslyn into the conversation. "So the bugs can read it?" "Contact the Triss," Dominic read aloud. Perk barked an appropriate command across the room, and the radio operator began to connect with Triss. The man hesitated. He was obviously uncomfortable contacting the pirate ship again. Perk didn't like the whole thing either. No doubt, all this would not go over well with the crew. There would be rumors about the contact with the pirates. Meanwhile, some of the ships that had managed to escape from the Chester habitat along with the Zora accelerated. They passed by the Zora. It was clear to Perk that they were flying to their doom. It took an eternity before someone responded to the Zora's radio message. The central holoprojector generated the image of a woman. It was the pirate who had captured Corin and Porter and brought them to the club. "Are you in trouble?" the pirate opened with an overly concerned undertone. "That's one way to put it," Perk replied. "It's about the password. And how we can transmit it to the Keymon. They're putting up a blockade right now. What is this information worth to you?" Perk hadn't expected it to be easy, but he didn't want to waste time negotiating either. "What do you want?" "The same thing Blake wanted you to do." The woman was not the captain of the Triss, Perk already knew that much. McIntyre seemed to have a lot of confidence in her. Otherwise, he would not have given her his ship. She obviously possessed a lot of authority, and surely she was toying with the idea of eventually becoming the commander of her own ship. "I've already explained to Blake that my authority doesn't extend very far." Perk tried not to make his words sound like an apology. "They will find a way." "I'm sure of it," the pirate returned. The captain glanced at the approaching Keymon blades. They opened fire and the ships that had rushed ahead of the fleet moments ago were hit. One of them perished in a dazzling explosion. If the Beatles wanted to take prisoners, they should aim more accurately. Perk turned his attention back to the pirate. "You have my word. I will get you what you want. But I can offer you no assurances that it will succeed. Their word is good enough for me for now. Blake has a good opinion of them." The opinion of a renegade and pirate, Perk should not really care. But it didn't. The frequency? The woman enjoyed Perk's exasperation for another moment. "No frequency. Light signals. Morse code. The code is so secret that the Fleds don't trust it to any interceptable channel." Perk frowned in wonder. "I have your word, Captain." With that, the hologram went out. Perk decided to take over the transmission of the password himself and sat down in the command chair. Activated the searchlights on the bow of the Zora and began to send the code. "When was the last time you did that?" inquired Roslyn. "It's been a while," Perk admitted. "Quite possibly, I'll pass on a dirty joke to them. Other ships that had escaped from Chester were destroyed. Others were attacked by the small arrow-shaped vehicles that penetrated the hulls like bullets. Perk repeated the message as more ships were shot to pieces or boarded. The Keymon blades were still visible in the Zora's field of vision only as glittering stars, but more and more detail became visible as they drew closer. Again Perk sent the light signals to the Keymon and another ship was hit. The lights went out, the propulsion stopped. It began to drift. Perk's tension grew with every meter the distance to the enemies decreased. The Zora had long been within weapons range of its enemies, but the invaders' guns were still silent. Never before had he come so close to one of these alien ships. This had to be a new experience for the crew of the Zora as well. Perk could literally feel the fear building among the men and women of the crew. There was a tense silence. Only the computers beeped and chirped their signals softly. The ship entered the gap between the Keymon claws. Perk saw the flank of one of the gigantic, silvery ships finally disappear behind the left edge of the bow window. Ahead were now only stars. He gave the order to pick up speed and watched as the two Keymon blades shrank to small dots in the stern monitor screen. Relief spread. There were isolated sighs of relief and thoughtful murmurs. Involuntarily, Perk wondered what the crew might be thinking in view of everything that had happened. If he were a simple soldier aboard the Zora, he would also wonder what had happened on Samaria. Why there had been contacts with pirates and how it was possible to get past the Keymon. The Zora was the only ship left from the group that had left Chester without being attacked or boarded. It might be best to explain himself to the crew to prevent rumors. But if he revealed too much, it could backfire. In the meantime, he had gathered a lot of information, and it would soon be possible to identify those behind the fleds in the fleet, as long as nothing leaked out that could warn the criminals. He turned to Porter and Corin. Porter. You will go to your quarters now and stay there until I send for you. But first, take Corin to sickbay. Roslyn waved two security officers over to escort the two cadets off the bridge. Perk rubbed his forehead thoughtfully when Porter and Corin had left. Those two shouldn't cause any more problems. The Ishida method? Yes, the Ishida method. Damn Porter, snarled Roslyn from behind his desk. Damn Corin. He was more reclining in his chair in front of the large window beyond which space stretched than perched gracefully in it, as befitted an officer. What do you suggest that I might give you as punishment? With their hands at the seam of their pants as instructed, Dominic and Zyrus let the first officer's anger wash over them. Neither Porter nor Corin dared to look directly at Roslyn and remained rigid in their stance. I'd have you both thrown out of the nearest airlock if I had my way. The officer put his fingertips together. But it's up to the captain. And he's got a crush on you guys. Understand that, who wants to? He pulled two semi-transparent transparencies out from under the desk, with the emblem of the fleet glowing on them. A planet sprouted two eagle wings. Your promotion. His voice revealed that he would have liked to laugh at that instead of congratulating Dominic and Zyrus. Congratulations to both of you. You are now officers. He refrained from standing up, as would have been protocol. And now you're standing comfortably. You look like two scarecrows with wooden spikes up their asses. Dominic and Zyrus broke free from their rigidity, but still could not utter a word. Both were equally tongue-tied. But something in Dominic told him not to get too excited about the promotion. It was not appropriate, considering the brevity of their careers as cadets, nor could it be due to any merit. They had no notable exploits to show for it, which resulted from a planned strategy. Any idiot can hold a high rank today, Roslyn groaned. Of course, he knew what was going on in Dominic and Zyrus' minds and what questions they were asking. We're making virtually everyone an officer, so they don't flatter themselves. Even if they've tried to give you a different impression so far. It's another fig leaf to cloak how things really are with our armed forces. He laughed to himself. There are enough officers in the fleet who still have to quickly put their toys in the corner when they are called to the bridge. Sir. Zyrus then ventured to object. If I may make an observation? Roslyn raised his hand. With you two, however, the case is different. At least you are not morons. Can make sense of certain processes. But that alone is not enough. You have to know when to keep quiet and wait. You only learn that through experience. And I can't give you that with a flask. He let the words of his lecture sink in for a few seconds. As officers, you are now under the direct command of the captain and will have to deal with him more often than you might like. He leaned back in his seat. It was so quiet in the room that the leather of the chair could be heard crunching. The officer again let a few moments pass while he eyed Dominic and Zyrus suspiciously. This way, Perk and I will always have an immediate view of you, he let the two new officers know. You will be so supplied with work that you will lose your appetite for adventure. The report writing, in particular, will certainly do you a lot of good and be helpful in thinking carefully about every step you take. And one more thing. As cadets, you had a certain amount of fool's license. As officers, you will be court-martialed the next time you endanger crew and ship. So I advise you to be prudent. The first thing you're going to do after you've gone to your quarters is to throw your cuddly toys overboard and delve into the officer's handbook. Tomorrow at 0600 I will quiz you on the first 2 chapters. Starting tomorrow, you will be equally responsible for the logistics of the rifle ranks. I am happy to delegate this area. You have left Toyland. Welcome to the purgatory of competence and responsibility. Chapter 18. Rosefield had a gaunt face, with high, clearly protruding cheekbones. The broad forehead and the receding hairline gave an intellectual impression. Had he not been in uniform, he could easily have been mistaken for a teacher or professor. The office on the top floor of the building where Fleet Command was located was dark. Only the light from a small desk lamp spread a pale glow in which the Admiral's hard features stood out. His worry lines had grown considerably more in the preceding months, Perk noted, and there would be no fewer after the conversation, of that the Zora captain was certain. Rosefield looked exhausted and haggard. At some point the Admiral had taken out a case from the jacket of his uniform, taken out a cigarette, and begun to smoke it while Perk related what had happened on Samaria and Chester. After Perk finished his report, Rosefield had leaned back in his chair and remained silent for a long time. Cigarette smoke hung motionless in the air, irritating Perk's eyes. All the while, the requests of the renegade commander and the blonde pirate lay on the Admiral's desk, and he studiously ignored them. He stared past Perk, apparently sorting out the facts, behind his worried brow. Of course, I know Blake, Rosefield said at last. I had the dubious pleasure of being his supervisor for a while. He's a lot older than you, Perk wondered. Blake was demoted once, Rosefield explained. Was then captain on the Lumia when I commanded 3rd Fleet. And from the sound of it, you don't have a good opinion of him. A bigoted, arrogant fellow, full of misguided idealism. A modern-day T. Lawrence, if you will. Sounds like someone who was bound to go astray. He had a talent for snubbing his superiors and turning them against him. Rosefield sucked on his cigarette. More often than not. It was a rocky road for him, all the way up to admiral rank. Damn tough fellow, you've got to give him credit for that. But of course, he couldn't last long as fleet commander. At least he seems to have accomplished a lot in that short time. You can disagree about that. Perk wondered about his old friend, whose sobriety he usually appreciated so much. Perk suspected personal reasons behind the dislike so openly expressed, because the abilities of the disgraced commander were beyond doubt. Sounds pretty jealous, Perk ventured. Rosefield seemed irritated for a moment. Jealous? Who? Me? It just sounds that way. But I could be wrong, Perk waved off a little amusedly. With a nod of his head, he pointed to the crystalline data carrier lying on the tabletop next to the pirate's letters. At least he found out a lot about the Fleds. Yes, that's right. The sentence sounded like Rosefield had to choke it out. I suspected Stone and Wrestler for a long time. Sunders, Brent and Moody? Well, that took me quite by surprise. I can't form a commission. At least not with nothing more than this filtered data from a pirate's possession. Even if I am convinced that it is the truth. Who but me would believe the information? But at least we now know with certainty who to keep an eye on. Rosefield nodded thoughtfully. Who else do you trust besides me? Wanted Perk to know. Hardly anyone outside of Fleet Command. The Admiral blew a puff of smoke into the air. There's still Admiral Freud, Woodward, and De Castro. Freud took me into his confidence at the time. He was the first to follow up on the rumors about the Fleds. Do they have officers they've given powers to? Like you gave them to me? Rosefield shook his head. As far as I know, no. But I'm not sure. Do they know about me? No. We agreed to tell each other as little as possible about our structures. For security reasons. You reckon you could be arrested and this conspiracy? I expect anything, Rosefield interrupted. The involvement of prominent agency officials may prove to be more far-reaching than we now think possible. I don't want to wake a sleeping giant. Not just yet, anyway. For a moment, Perk's breath caught in his throat. He had already become accustomed to the fact that some of the officers in the fleet's command were corrupt. But Rosefield seemed to assume a far greater threat. In that respect, Blake ought to suit you. After all, he has nothing to do with the fleet and is fighting with his sights open, so to speak. And as I believe, he is well positioned. He has enough power to take on a serious opponent. Rosefield sucked so hard on his cigarette that the embers lit up like a small red star. Then the Admiral took the two papers with a disgusted expression, as if he had to touch vermin. He skimmed the text, then put the papers back on the desk and pushed the cigarette butt into the ashtray that stood next to the computer keyboard. A holographic user interface was generated vertically above the desk. Perk saw it mirrored from his side, but he recognized the symbol of the fleet in it. I'll have to convince Freud, Woodward and De Castro, Rosefield muttered sullenly as a printer began to hum. But they'll agree, I'm sure of it. They have their methods. We have ours. But together, I'm sure we'll make a great team. With that, he turned off the holographic monitor and took two plastic cards from the printer. He slid them over to Perk. You can give that to Blake and his girlfriend. Rosefield leaned back and disappeared into the semi-darkness from the cone of light from the desk lamp. I'm taking a big chance on this. I want to hope we're successful with it. Perk took the documents granting Edvard Blake and Alina Morris powers to act as privateers and put them in his jacket pocket. He would personally deliver them to the two pirates as soon as the opportunity arose. Once again, the thought made him feel queasy. The unrest among the crew had grown, given the encounters with the pirates. Another meeting would further increase the distrust. For quite a while, tense silence reigned in the Admiral's office while the two men pursued their thoughts. Outside the window, dusk was fading. The lights of San Francisco shone all the brighter for it. The geometric grid of the metropolis stretched across the hilly land to the east as far as the eye could see. In the west, on the other hand, the ocean stood out as an immeasurable black shadow, on which ships made their lonely way. The dark waters of the bay also punched a hole in the sea of lights, at the feet of the fleet headquarters. My money is on Blake bringing us some important information, Rosefield said as if talking to himself. Never thought I would ever venture onto such thin ice. I need evidence I can show the government that will justify having back two pirates should something blow up. At least in this respect, Perk had a good feeling. Blake was capable. That was clear to him, Roslyn, and Rosefield. And he had the will to take down the Fleds. What did you get from the data? Asked Perk. Not much, Rosefield replied in a mixture of resignation and a hint of irritation. But I don't have enough personnel to follow up on the few facts. There was some very obvious information. Others are hidden. I've never been good at breaking encryption. Still, I don't want to entrust the information to anyone for now. But you picked a mission objective. The Brooklyn colony on Mars. Who do I meet there? Smugglers, looters, Fleds? I don't know, the Admiral asserted. But I did find a position statement. And there's a time on it. Something is going to happen there in about 50 hours. A certain Bosku is supposed to pick up a shipment. Any other instructions? Do what you think is necessary. I don't expect anything big. I could be wrong, though. For starters, though, it seems like a good choice to see what Blake's data is good for. If we are successful, whatever that may be, I'm sure I can convince other officers of our cause who are hesitant at the moment. Then we'll soon have capacity for more far-reaching operations. If, contrary to expectations, there should be major problems at Brooklyn, Woodward will be close by with his ships. And should it become necessary, I can bring De Castro in. Perk considered the conversation over. He wanted to return to the Zora immediately, but Rosefield held him back. There's one more thing, Rosefield said. Perk waited anxiously to hear what his friend had to say. I think Blake had more in mind when he gave us this data. Yes? Rosefield put another cigarette in his mouth and lit it with his old Zippo. He exhaled a puff of blue vapor and began to formulate his thoughts without looking directly at Perk. It was as if he was speaking to an invisible man who was in the room with them. When I mentioned T. Lawrence at the beginning, he elaborated, I did not do so without a specific reason. I read the 7 Pillars of Wisdom and came to the conclusion that Lawrence had been a romantic and naive visionary. Highly intelligent, but not socially acceptable. A humanist. In his own way, of course. Successful in war, but in civilian life. Rosefield allowed himself a pause in his speech, which Perk used for an interjection. There are too many people with fear. An exciting vision couldn't hurt. And we are also in dire need of a good warrior. Rosefield noted the captain's words and then continued his remarks. I could always impute to Lawrence a strong, human ideal as his motive. He knew how to win people over. To influence them and win them over to all sorts of foolishness in order to achieve his goals. I must admit, Blake also influenced me, with a very exciting piece of information. Something that gives me hope. No doubt, I am not the only one who has been lured with this bait. He will have sprinkled this information. Rosefield now had Perk's full attention. The Fleds have captured someone there, Rosefield said with an absent look. A man who claims to have traveled with the Akkato to the inner worlds. There's supposed to be a sanctuary. We humans would be welcome there. You mean Blake wants people to leave for there and leave Sol? If so, I think you're barking up the wrong tree with Lawrence. I guess Blake thinks he's more like a modern Moses? Rosefield did not answer directly. That was just my point of view. Moses wasn't a military leader, after all, as far as I know. I don't go to church as much as you do. Whatever Blake may think he is, something like this needs to be handled carefully. Disappointing someone, even at the outset, can spoil everything. In a case like this, an angry mob could string Blake up real quick. Chapter 19. Dominic was taking a break and standing in the doorway of his small battle pulpit with a mug of coffee when he noticed the Zora losing speed. He downed the lukewarm coffee, climbed into the pulpit and looked out the window. He knew the glint that shone in the darkness far off the bow of the ship. They were Seabees, silver beams. Strange little creatures that glided through space like shiny fish and that had appeared in the solar system at the same time as the aliens. They followed the paths of Keymon and Akkato ships and were harmless, at least from what was heard. However, a lot was heard and mostly it was conjecture and wild speculation. Some scientists thought it possible that the creatures, which ranged in size from 2 to 4 meters, came from hyperspace. They had been torn from their sphere of existence between dimensions by the alien space curvature generators, the scholars speculated. And that was the reason why they followed the emissions of the interstellar traveling ships, they further claimed. Whatever the case, for Dominic the only thing that mattered was the fascinating sight of the iridescent swarm gliding through space in smooth movements. But as beautiful as the image was, he could not imagine that Perk had slowed down the speed of the Zora to give himself and the crew a nice moment. Even as Dominic thought about it, the sirens blared and Rosalind's voice squawked through the speakers. Combat training, he announced levelly. Take Seabees under fire. Instantly, all stations in the firing line reported combat readiness. Dominic saw the green squares with the names of the gunners on the display. He would have liked to protest the order, but he didn't want to risk his post because of a few silver beams. After all, there was also the opinion that the Seabees were not living beings. They were only energy-filled dimensional bubbles that followed lines of force generated by the hyperspace generators of the alien ships. Starboard line operational, Dominic reported to the bridge after his gunners signaled their combat readiness. Fire released, came Rosalind's reply, and the first shooters began firing. The glowing bullets and projectiles drove the swarm apart. Some of the hit Seabees flashed brightly and went out. Those that remained performed evasive maneuvers in wide turns. They swirled through space in wild patterns, but still stayed together as a group. The swarm inflated or contracted. It regrouped and passed close to the Zora. Bright fingers of light from the ship's guns stabbed into the glittering cloud. Dominic had his finger on the trigger of his cannon, but he couldn't bring himself to aim at the Seabees, let alone fire at them. His hesitation would cost the starboard gunner line points, but the luminous roundelay, off the bow of the Zora, completely captivated him. Dominic looked after the Seabees, who were now diving under the ship, when he heard a yell. He pulled down his headphones and pressed his hand over his ears. One of the squares on the display changed from red back to green. The words, "Shooter not active," appeared in it. It was Elena Green, the youngest in the shooter line. Shortly after, another icon began to glow green. The inactive shooter was Monica Simmons, the tall black-haired woman who was one of the older soldiers on the Zora. Dominic jumped from his chair and slipped through the narrow bulkhead out into the corridor and saw Elena lying on the floor at the other end. She was writhing in convulsions and pounding her fists against her temples. Dominic flipped a switch on the door and called the paramedics. Then he ran to come to the young woman's aid, colliding with Monica Simmons, who jumped out of the bulkhead of her pulpit. They both tumbled to the ground, and before he knew it, she had her hand on his throat. She squeezed. It was painful and the grip of her fingers powerful. Dominic slammed his fist into her stomach, and for a moment her hands came away from his neck. He scrambled to his feet, but the experienced fighter had already regained her composure, jumped up and delivered a painful kick to his thigh. Dominic went to his knees and saw a blade flash in her fist. Quick-witted, he grabbed her wrist, twisted it, and the knife fell clattering to the floor. It was only a brief success. The next moment she had Dominic by the throat again and was pushing him against the wall. She seemed to have superhuman strength. Her blue eyes fixed Dominic. Madness was written in her gaze as she spouted unknown words. Iskahmar. Adder, a theory. Dominic was gasping for breath while Elena was still rolling on the floor and screaming. "Do not hurt the eyes of the Atiri," hissed Simmons. "Do not hurt the eyes of the Atiri." Dominic tried in vain to free himself from her grip, when she suddenly collapsed. Unconscious, she fell against his chest. Alexander Peterson was standing behind her, just holstering his pistol, the grip of which he had just pulled over Monica's head. "Got a hard head. She'll be fine." While Dominic carefully slid the unconscious woman onto the playpen, Peterson had already run on so he could take care of Elena. "Damn it," Dominic growled. "Where are the paramedics?" Elena was shaking all over while Peterson tried to open her mouth by pushing a pen between her teeth. "Hold her hands," commanded Peterson. "Didn't know she was epileptic. Let's keep her from biting off her tongue." Dominic heard more screams. They seemed to be coming from the port gunner line. He heard Cyrus barking orders. When Peterson managed to slip the metal ballpoint pen between Elena's teeth, Dominic jumped up. He ran into the fire control room, disconnected the power supply to the guns and made a connection to the bridge. Before he could say anything, Rosalind snapped at him. "Porter, are you crazy? Get us at a distance from the Seabees." His tone must have seemed disrespectful to the first officer. But he didn't know what was happening down here. And what connection Dominic suspected. "What the hell? Do it. Now," Dominic ordered. For this impudence Rosalind would tear him to pieces. "We'll talk later." Rosalind's anger could not be ignored, but the Zora began to accelerate. The engines hummed, and the further the ship moved away from the silver beams, the more Elena calmed down. Eventually she regained control and crouched on the floor, exhausted. Peterson talked to her soothingly. Monica Simmons also regained consciousness and stood up with wobbly legs. "What was going on?" demanded Dominic of Simmons. The woman looked at him embarrassed and ashamed. "Sir, please don't initiate proceedings against me," she pleaded in a strained voice. "I have no explanation for attacking you." "I might. But I'm not sure." Simmons stared sheepishly at the tips of her boots. "I'd like to report to the infirmary. First, I want to know something." He stood in her way. "What are the eyes of a Tiri?" "I don't understand." "You said something there," he continued. "In a strange language. Sounded like an African dialect, or something. I don't speak a foreign language. Did you see anything strange while you were attacking me?" She shook her head at first, but then seemed to remember something. "I used a light gun," she explained, "and something came along the beam. And then it." Dominic was all ears. "What happened then?" "I don't remember." Peterson helped Elena back to her feet. "I want to take the little girl to the infirmary." "Take Simmons with you." No sooner had the three left than Rosalind appeared. The blush of anger was written all over his face. "You're shutting down the feed line while the guns are firing?" He reared up in front of Dominic. "I'll hold you responsible if the guns are damaged." "I didn't ask for officer rank," Dominic reminded him. "You'd be doing me a favor if you demoted me." "You can forget it." Rosalind folded his arms in front of his chest. "So, what was going on here? Do you have any experience with CBs? It was the first time we were close enough to shoot at them. I think we should leave that alone in the future." "It sounds strange," Dominic admitted. "But I think there was a connection made between the women and the silver beams." Monica had been talking something in a foreign language, although she says she doesn't know any foreign languages. Then she said something about the eyes of the Atiri. At that moment, Dominic realized how crazy this must have sounded to the so rational Rosalind. "Should we have the shooters tested for drug use?" The officer shook his head contemptuously. Cyrus saluted Rosalind as he entered the corridor. "I would laugh at that, too," he interjected into the conversation, the content of which he had certainly overheard. "But Tanya Kudienko told me the same thing. She looked to me as if she was under someone else's influence. But she certainly didn't take drugs." "Are you a doctor that you can judge that?" "No, but I have a little idea." "Damn. What great experts I have on my crew." Rosalind gave Cyrus and Dominic skeptical looks. Then he left without another word about it. Cyrus made a very disturbed impression on Dominic. "What do you think about it?" "It's too early to make a judgment," he admitted. "But I think we're onto something important there." It was the third time Dominic had experienced assaults on the human mind in the vicinity of an alien creature. Although he had not been directly affected this time, the women in the firing line had had to experience this phenomenon firsthand. Chapter 20. Dominic stood in the corridor, outside his quarters, looking out one of the narrow windows. The Zora was just passing over the night side of the Earth, in an orbit of less than 50 kilometers. He could look down on the states of North America and the myriad points of light that sparkled like diamonds in the darkness. In between, the vast network of roads and highways. Dominic strained to make out the area where his family lived. In each of the countless glowing dots, he thought he recognized the farm he had recently left. It was strange to be so close to his family again and to know that the Zora was about to set course to dive into the depths of the solar system. "Are you taking this off perk?" he heard Cyrus say, just entering the quarters and finally retiring to his bed. Dominic turned away from the window. "I don't see why I should doubt." Of course, he had also heard the captain's short speech, which was broadcast throughout the ship. In this speech, he spoke of a secret mission. He briefly mentioned the contacts with the pirates and that more encounters of this kind might follow. I'm not quite sure about that. Cyrus sat down on his cot. I think we've only learned half the truth. He doesn't have to tell us everything, does he? He could have shown more courage and confidence in his speech. Cyrus frowned. I'd just love to know if this was all Perk's doing, and he's acting on his own. It certainly sounds like it. If it goes wrong, you might think he's a lunatic who sent himself on a secret mission because he sees ghosts. I think there are others pulling the strings. What do you think? Of course, Dominic replied, shaking his head. That's why he flew back to Earth, after all. For sure, he was getting information for the next step. Cyrus rubbed his swollen and aching chin. He still looked very upset. That's why we don't operate in a larger association, Dominic continued. No one to interfere. No discussions. No indiscretions. Very low-key. Between the lines? You could say that. Damn. Now it might actually get challenging. That's exactly what I wanted to avoid. At that moment, a command echoed through the corridor. The female voice of the ship's AI sounded soft and pleasant. Officers Porter and Corin to the captain's private room. I repeat, Officers Porter and Corin to the captain's private quarters. The two young men looked at each other. Cyrus sighed and rolled his eyes. Just the certainty of duties to come is getting to me, he complained. And I'll bet they get more and more unpleasant the longer the assignment goes on. And I still have to write my report. You wouldn't believe how much that bugs me. What the hell? Dominic raised his shoulders. Let's go. Otherwise, I'll get a scolding for dawdling. Captain Perk and Rosalind awaited the two young officers in the commander's private quarters on the bridge deck. Kudos first, opened Perk, sitting on the edge of his desk. Very good job keeping your people busy. I understand that Tanya Kutienko is the best shot on board. Congratulations, Porter. Encourage that talent. Yes, sir, Dominic replied. Now to what may await us. And stand at ease. Perk left the further explanations to Rosalind. For the four of us, the Fleds are now no longer a dark legend, Rosalind said. From that comes a certain responsibility. We must prevent more people from falling into the hands of the Keymon, or being delivered into their hands. We're going to approach a Mars colony that appears to play a role in the Fled's plans. Sir, spoke up Dominic, and Rosalind put up with the interruption. Surely the Fleds have never attacked a base, habitat or colony. Aren't they taking a risk with that? I mean, they would be making an appearance and making themselves vulnerable. You're right, Porter, Rosalind admitted. I also didn't say the Fleds were going to launch an attack. That wouldn't be consistent with what you hear in the gloomy legends. Perhaps they know of plans by other organizations to launch a raid. As usual, they would loot the battlefield afterwards, like vultures. And we know what kind of loot they want to make. They shouldn't encounter any significant resistance if they proceed like this and only make an appearance when the chaos is over. The people on the Martian colonies have few weapons. They have no soldiers, and the police there are corrupt. They're more likely to defect than risk their lives fighting the Fleds. If the Fleds show up as rescuers, they wouldn't have to fear any resistance at all, Dominic said. As a human, would be relieved if the fleet showed up to help after the Keymon struck. You're no dummy, Porter, Perk opined. Don't screw up this time. Could it be that the Fleds have insight into the Keymon's planning and are directing their actions accordingly? After all, they always seem to be on the scene when our alien guests have wreaked havoc. Rosalind folded his arms behind his back. Hard to say. No, Perk said in a firm voice. That seems very unlikely to me. But they seem to have some idea where the Keymon intend to set up bases. That's where they show up to, what do they call it, harvest the field. Maybe they've discovered a pattern in the Beetle's activities that we've missed so far. So we have to be ready for anything should a Keymon attack occur, the first officer added. Or other parties may appear. Straronin, raiders, pirates, or Akkato who want to fight with the Beetles. Dominic heard all the familiar terms and the threats associated with them. He wondered what they could do against these attackers should a confrontation occur. They would be powerless against the Akkato and Keymon anyway, and with the other groups it depended on what fighting strength they showed up in. A single, small destroyer might not be a problem for a larger battle group that had set out to attack a colony. Blake's Athena alone was enough to put the Zora to flight. Who could say what combat power the other parties had? Isn't this all too risky for a ship as small as ours? Objected Dominic. We can call for reinforcements, Roslin informed. Captain Woodward is nearby with his frigate and 3 destroyers. And I've been assured that I can call in De Castro as well, should that become necessary. Dominic knew the names and knew how capable these men were. Again, he realized that behind Perk were influential people who had his back. Perk looked at Dominic and Xyrus with a serious look. So they know the drill. Keep their crews on their toes. We've got a good 30 hours left. Get some sleep, and then get ready to fight. The 2 young officers saluted and were about to leave when Perk turned to Xyrus. You will report to the bridge at 3:30 shipboard time. I have another assignment for you. Chapter 20. Dominic stood in the corridor, outside his quarters, looking out one of the narrow windows. The Zora was just passing over the night side of the Earth, in an orbit of less than 50 kilometers. He could look down on the states of North America and the myriad points of light that sparkled like diamonds in the darkness. In between, the vast network of roads and highways. Dominic strained to make out the area where his family lived. In each of the countless glowing dots, he thought he recognized the farm he had recently left. It was strange to be so close to his family again and to know that the Zora was about to set course to dive into the depths of the solar system. Are you taking this off, Perk? He heard Xyrus say, just entering the quarters and finally retiring to his bed. Dominic turned away from the window. I don't see why I should doubt. Of course, he had also heard the captain's short speech, which was broadcast throughout the ship. In this speech, he spoke of a secret mission. He briefly mentioned the contacts with the pirates and that more encounters of this kind might follow. I'm not quite sure about that. Xyrus sat down on his cot. I think we've only learned half the truth. He doesn't have to tell us everything, does he? He could have shown more courage and confidence in his speech. Xyrus frowned. I'd just love to know if this was all Perk's doing, and he's acting on his own. It certainly sounds like it. If it goes wrong, you might think he's a lunatic who sent himself on a secret mission because he sees ghosts. I think there are others pulling the strings. What do you think? Of course, Dominic replied, shaking his head. That's why he flew back to Earth, after all. For sure, he was getting information for the next step. Xyrus rubbed his swollen and aching chin. He still looked very upset. That's why we don't operate in a larger association, Dominic continued. No one to interfere. No discussions. No indiscretions. Very low-key. Between the lines? You could say that. Damn. Now it might actually get challenging. That's exactly what I wanted to avoid. At that moment, a command echoed through the corridor. The female voice of the ship's AI sounded soft and pleasant. Officers Porter and Corin to the captain's private room. I repeat, Officers Porter and Corin to the captain's private quarters. The 2 young men looked at each other. Xyrus sighed and rolled his eyes. Just the certainty of duties to come is getting to me, he complained. And I'll bet they get more and more unpleasant the longer the assignment goes on. And I still have to write my report. You wouldn't believe how much that bugs me. What the hell? Dominic raised his shoulders. Let's go. Otherwise, I'll get a scolding for dawdling. Captain Perk and Roslin awaited the 2 young officers in the commander's private quarters on the bridge deck. Kudos first, opened Perk, sitting on the edge of his desk. Very good job keeping your people busy. I understand that Tanya Kutienko is the best shot on board. Congratulations, Porter. Encourage that talent. Yes, sir, Dominic replied. Now to what may await us. And stand at ease. Perk left the further explanations to Roslyn. For the four of us, the Fleds are now no longer a dark legend, Roslyn said. From that comes a certain responsibility. We must prevent more people from falling into the hands of the Keymon, or being delivered into their hands. We're going to approach a Mars colony that appears to play a role in the Fled's plans. Sir, spoke up Dominic, and Roslyn put up with the interruption. Surely the Fleds have never attacked a base, habitat or colony. Aren't they taking a risk with that? I mean, they would be making an appearance and making themselves vulnerable. You're right, Porter, Roslyn admitted. I also didn't say the Fleds were going to launch an attack. That wouldn't be consistent with what you hear in the gloomy legends. Perhaps they know of plans by other organizations to launch a raid. As usual, they would loot the battlefield afterwards, like vultures. And we know what kind of loot they want to make. They shouldn't encounter any significant resistance if they proceed like this and only make an appearance when the chaos is over. The people on the Martian colonies have few weapons. They have no soldiers, and the police there are corrupt. They're more likely to defect than risk their lives fighting the Fleds. If the Fleds show up as rescuers, they wouldn't have to fear any resistance at all, Dominic said. As a human, would be relieved if the fleet showed up to help after the Keymon struck. You're no dummy, Porter, Perk opined. Don't screw up this time. Could it be that the Fleds have insight into the Keymon's planning and are directing their actions accordingly? After all, they always seem to be on the scene when our alien guests have wreaked havoc. Roslyn folded his arms behind his back. Hard to say. No, Perk said in a firm voice. That seems very unlikely to me. But they seem to have some idea where the Keymon intend to set up bases. That's where they show up to, what do they call it, harvest the field. Maybe they've discovered a pattern in the Beetle's activities that we've missed so far. So we have to be ready for anything should a Keymon attack occur, the first officer added. Or other parties may appear. Straronin, raiders, pirates, or Akkato who want to fight with the Beetles. Dominic heard all the familiar terms and the threats associated with them. He wondered what they could do against these attackers should a confrontation occur. They would be powerless against the Akkato and Keymon anyway, and with the other groups it depended on what fighting strength they showed up in. A single, small destroyer might not be a problem for a larger battle group that had set out to attack a colony. Blake's Athena alone was enough to put the Zora to flight. Who could say what combat power the other parties had? Isn't this all too risky for a ship as small as ours? Objected Dominic. We can call for reinforcements, Roslyn informed. Captain Woodward is nearby with his frigate and 3 destroyers. And I've been assured that I can call in D. Castro as well, should that become necessary. Dominic knew the names and knew how capable these men were. Again, he realized that behind Perk were influential people who had his back. Perk looked at Dominic and Zyrus with a serious look. So they know the drill. Keep their crews on their toes. We've got a good 30 hours left. Get some sleep, and then get ready to fight. The 2 young officers saluted and were about to leave when Perk turned to Zyrus. You will report to the bridge at 3:30 shipboard time. I have another assignment for you. Chapter 21. The next meeting, with the pirates, came sooner than Zyrus Corrin would have liked. Just minutes after he and Dominic emerged from the Capitane's quarters, the Zora left the plane of the planetary ecliptic at a steep angle, accelerated to the speed of light, and came to a stop after just over an hour. Blake's yellow-black ship hovered about 50 kilometers ahead in the black of space, and Zyrus issued orders to head there immediately. Now Zyrus approached the giant Athena in his glider. It had been impressive watching it through the transparent dome of the Samaria habitat as the Zora retreated. Now he floated up in his tiny nutshell and stared at the beam cannons, plasma launchers and railguns that protruded from the giant's hull like spikes and horns. The hangar was open and Zyrus could see the sleek katana standing inside, surrounded by numerous fighters. At the thought of Alina Morris, who served as first officer on the Triss, he felt nauseous, and his chin began to ache again. The glider was picked up by the Athena's guiding beam and maneuvered onto a landing pad. Cyrus caught his breath when he spotted Alina standing on the hangar deck, apparently waiting for him. She looked friendly. Her smile was bewitching and just as flawless as he remembered. Her beauty made Cyrus forget what she had done to him. The dome of the glider opened and Cyrus stepped out into the hangar. "Welcome aboard," Alina greeted him. She neither mentioned the strange circumstances of their last meeting, nor apologized for the beating he had taken. Cyrus had not expected it either. He owed her his life, and Cyrus was ready to forgive her without her asking. He rubbed his chin. An involuntary reaction. Cyrus was annoyed at not having had the presence of mind to suppress it. Alina seemed not to have missed his casual gesture, for a smile twitched around the corners of her mouth. "I'll escort you to the bridge," she opened, making a welcoming hand gesture across to the corridors leading out of the hangar. "The captain is already waiting impatiently." Impatient, wondered Cyrus. Does that even fit him? I know him well enough to know what makes him tick. "What about the colored captain?" inquired Cyrus. "Isn't he interested in a letter of marque?" "No, he didn't," Alina replied, a little irritated that Cyrus knew about it. "He has his own personal reasons for doing so. Your captain apparently has a hard time keeping secrets. He felt it necessary to inform me of the purpose of my little mission just before I set out." Doesn't it bother McIntyre the Fifth that his first officer has requested that privilege for herself?" She did not elaborate. She pointed to a small, hulking ship standing next to the tris, staring at weapons. "That's the dagger. My property. I'll be using it more in the future. To raid civilian ships." Alina was not offended in the least. "We only mess with those who deserve it." "And you always know that so well," said Cyrus contemptuously. "Strange. In my world, bad guys don't walk around with marks on their foreheads." "In my world, they do." Her voice sounded convinced. "Our information is the best. May I remind you that it was our information that saved the skin of you and your friends." Cyrus had to admit to himself that he was on uncertain ground with his arguments. "After all, I did my share, too," he added, somewhat awkwardly. "Thus, the fleet has made a contribution through me." Alina nodded graciously. "Yes, that's true. Maybe you'd like to come and stay with us. We're always in need of capable people." Cyrus wondered if this offer was serious. It almost sounded like it. "I have no desire to look outside the fleet." Even as he claimed this, he knew it was a lie. There were certainly alternatives to a career in the fleet, and many of them he could reconcile with his conscience. Enlisting in the fleet, however, meant the least amount of effort, which was very much in keeping with his character. "I can understand that," the pirate admitted. "Many of us used to think that way, too, but things have changed. And stupid is the one who doesn't adapt. I hate conservative thinking. In a moving world, it amounts to insanity." Cyrus could well understand this attitude. Basically, it corresponded to his pragmatic nature. It was not uncommon for people to call him an opportunist, and he had refrained from disagreeing. It was simply the truth. But as adaptable as he might be, he had no intention of joining criminals. "It always depends on what you consider morally acceptable," she said, as if she had read his mind. "I haven't done anything so far that I can feel guilty about." "Then there may be something wrong with your conscience." Alina laughed cautiously. "There's nothing wrong with him." Finally, they entered one of the lifts that would take them up to the command post. "I have broken numerous rules," she continued, unperturbed. "Refused obedience and rebelled against the established law. Broke the rules of the establishment. But still, I have done nothing for which a good God would send me to hell." "So you say," Cyrus ventured to counter her. "Yes, that's what I say." Alina appeared unperturbed. "I have killed. And you probably have. And yet you don't torture yourself with remorse. And you can't assume you've only sent bad people to the afterlife or helped others to do so. It always depends on what side you're on or what society you were born into. In most societies, murder and theft are considered crimes. Very true, Alina agreed, and the elevator whizzed upward. So I'm innocent, like a little child. And you can stay that way, if that's your only concern. Cyrus did not understand why he had engaged in this conversation with Alina. And why she wanted to convince herself that she was innocent. Pirates were always thieves and murderers. There comes a time for everyone to reconsider their principles. And when that happens, action should follow. Either way. If he remains inactive, that is also a decision. The question is whether one can still look in the mirror afterwards. And I assure you, at these words she looked at Cyrus with her twinkling bright eyes, I still can. And even with a big grin. I have a better feeling than I used to. Once you know what I know, you too will have to choose your path. You'll find that it can also be a crime to bow to convention and keep your mouth shut. Cyrus wondered how much longer he would have to expose himself to this philosophical debate. He would hand over the powers to Edvard Blake and Alina Morris and immediately return to the Zora. He felt no desire to engage in moral discussions with people who had taken their questionable positions far outside society. Although Cyrus had always flirted with deviants and rebels, he did not want to go so far as to sympathize with this pack. The blood of innocence was on their hands. He was convinced of that. Finally, the elevator opened and after walking a few meters through another corridor, they finally reached the bridge. Conventions are there to protect us from becoming criminals, Cyrus still hastily remarked, although he himself was not entirely convinced of the truth of his words. They were hastily chosen and not thought through. Conventions are often the cover for criminal acts, Alina retorted aptly. Blake turned to the two before Cyrus could give her a defiant rather than cogent answer. The captain folded his arms behind his back and examined Cyrus closely. Perk actually sends me this bright young man, began Blake appreciatively. Cyrus fished in the inside pocket of his uniform jacket for the two small plastic cards and tried to ignore the pirate's flattery. When he found the documents, he handed them to Blake and Alina. I guess I've done my job then, Cyrus said impatiently. He wanted to get back to the Zora as soon as possible. Alina and I went over the whole thing again, Blake continued, unperturbed. You have a quick wit. Or am I mistaken? Cyrus didn't understand what Blake was getting at. What are you talking about? Alina refreshed his memory a bit. The business with the Fleds on Chester. When they were about to attack us. We'd been spotting and watching them for a while, and when you guys showed up, we thought they were going to kill you. But it looked more like they thought you were one of their own. You talked to the chief of the troop, I saw that. So I'm going to assume that you talked to him somehow. I was just trying to get out of it. Which you undoubtedly succeeded in doing. And later, you didn't act stupidly when I locked you up with the 3 prisoners. If it hadn't been for your cleverness, we probably would have found out about the Keymon attack too late. Blake nodded appreciatively. You seem like a capable young officer. That's deceptive, Cyrus returned. An errand boy, as you can see. You would make a first-class spy, Alina agreed. Quick wit and sass are fundamental qualities for a spy. It may have been foolish of me to lead you through half the ship. Cyrus grew hot and cold at the same time. I only had an ear for your philosophical, social remarks. I didn't see anything else. And if I did, I've already forgotten it. Alina graduated from Compton University with a degree in social sciences, shared Blake Cyrus. Conversations with her are always enriching. Cyrus involuntarily wondered if the long walk through the corridors of the Athena had been a well-calculated move to put a flea in his ear. Should he leave the fleet and sign on with the Athena? The last time we met, Blake continued, you weren't an officer. You'll have to do better than that to convince me you're dealing with a fool. This can happen faster than you think possible. Alina laughed, and a grin flitted across Blake's face as well. I always need capable people. Especially if they have a sense of humor. That's a sign of a stable mind. Blake became serious again. If you feel underutilized in the fleet, contact me. I have challenging work to assign. Perk has enough exciting assignments for me. A minute ago, you said you were just an errand boy. Zyrus started to retort, but he was at his wit's end. No, thank you. Perk is a capable captain. I feel no urge to leave him. Yes, Perk is capable, Blake admitted. Almost a pirate. I'd like to leave now, sir. Of course. The former admiral showed understanding. But my offer stands. Until then, I wish you all the best. Alina took Zyrus back to his glider. At least on the way back, she refrained from arguing with him and continuing to promote a life as a pirate. He had his own troubling considerations to deal with anyway. Even if he professed otherwise, Blake's offer seemed more attractive than he wanted to admit. Chapter 22. Dominic sat in front of the monitors on the bridge of the Zora, sifting through the information he had received from Perk about the Brooklyn colony. He was supposed to investigate there with Roslyn, find clues to flood activity, and familiarize himself with the conditions at the site. After all, the first officer had given him some clues to focus on, which at least led Dominic to believe that Roslyn knew pretty much where to look. What that should be, however, Dominic could not imagine. But he kept coming across a name that kept popping up in the data they had received from Blake. Arthur Berman. The name didn't appear in the endless rows of numbers and letters that made up much of the information, but it was part of a list that included all sorts of cargo numbers and designations. Possibly Berman was a merchant. Somehow that name seemed familiar to Dominic, but for the life of him he couldn't imagine where. In his mind, he went through the names of all the officers and captains he had dealt with in the course of his training. But there was no one among them who bore the name Berman and no one who seemed suspicious to him. Roslyn was holding a cup of coffee when he came to Dominic to check on the status of the data analysis. Where are you with the information? Have you discovered anything useful? Dominic had to confess to not having found out anything useful. The data is very messy. This statement was true, but it sounded like an apology. You can interpret it in many ways. There are a lot of labels and terms that might as well be aliases. The other is a huge block of text with letters strung together meaninglessly. Whatever Blake got for this information, I think it was too high a price to pay. I don't want that to be your concern, Porter, the first officer rebuffed. If you're under the impression that this data is a useless mess, I take that as a good sign. Anything too obvious makes me suspicious. And if you'd already found a pattern by now, I'd guess a false trail. A red herring. Blake hasn't done any preliminary work. At least he hasn't given us any data that anyone has ever tried to work on. He has not claimed otherwise. There are contacts, exchange of information, but otherwise no joint actions. And, of course, he always wants to be one step ahead. I would do the same. That's why we have to be all the more cunning. He took a sip of his coffee. With data like this, intuition is most important. Let me know if you get stuck on anything. I already am, sir. Roslyn made a puzzled face. Oh yeah, sounded quite different a few seconds ago. Does the name Arthur Berman mean anything to you? No. Is there a captain by that name? Roslyn considered for a moment, but then shook his head. No. Not that I know of. Something strikes a chord with me. Dominic skimmed a text in which the name appeared a few times, trying to find connections to other passages. But I don't know exactly what it is that's ringing my bell. It is a single remark in what I think is delivery list. It says Berman is overwhelmed. Complaints are increasing. Alternative to Berman desirable. Have you looked in the database? Yes. There are about 4,000 hits. Dominic shook his head. Starting with a poet, to a hoverfield hockey player who died 400 years ago, to a Berman engine converter installed in civilian ships. Then quite a few entries in the address register. Could be a colony dweller. Roslyn glanced out the window, where Mars was visible as a bright red dot. Obviously a traitor. The guy should be found in Brooklyn. Population figure is 10,000 permanent residents. An unknown number of refugees and commuters. No Burman with them. At least we have a name. Rosalind patted Dominic on the shoulder. So let's ask around a bit and see if anyone knows the person. No sooner had he said that than the navigation officer spoke up. Akkato battle cruiser, he announced with clear strain. Flying at high speed below the speed of light. In the center of the bridge, the holographic image of the Akkato ship built up. It resembled a gnarled tree trunk that had been floating in the water for a long time. Its organically structured surface shone matte. Perk responded immediately. Slow down drive. Weapon power to 0, shields to 0. The braking maneuver came suddenly, and the gravimetric dampers held Dominic in his chair. The pressure they exerted was uncomfortable, almost painful. Dominic's gaze wandered to the right, to the window. The Akkato ship was approaching fast. It crossed the Zora's course from starboard, at an acute angle, and seemed to have reduced speed as well. Apparently it was also headed for Mars to approach the bases the Akkato had established on its surface. Soon it had come so close that Dominic could make out the shape of the spacecraft with the naked eye. Continue to reduce speed, Perk ordered as the distance to the giant ship continued to close. The Zora raced like a bullet toward the alien battleship. It quickly grew to its immense size. The proximity alarm shrilled off. Full stop, damn it, roared Perk. The pressure fields were humming. The force with which they held the crew in place was almost unbearable. For a moment, Dominic found it difficult to breathe. But it was hard to tell whether he should attribute this to the overloaded energy fields or to the sight that the mighty ship offered the crew. Aside from the wreckage of the dinghy that had crashed into the woods near his home, Dominic had never been this close to an Akkato ship before. At any moment, it could open fire and shoot the Zora to pieces. It wouldn't be the first time the Akkato had blown someone out of the sky that interfered with their course. But it flew on without bothering the tiny human ship. Arrogant bastards, hissed Rosalind loudly for all to hear. At least we would have been worth a shot across the bow. The tension eased. Someone laughed at the first officer's remark, while the monstrous battleship moved away and shrank to a small dot. On one of his earlier voyages, Dominic had seen the mighty Akkato Mars base, its towers spiraling into the sky on the slopes of Mount Olympus. There, or at one of their other bases, the ship might dock and wait until it could bring approaching Keymon under fire. Mars was contested, and the remaining colonists did not have an easy life. Perhaps that's why it was such a suitable place for the dregs of humanity. Perk joined Rosalind and Porter. You two are ready? Yes, sir, the first officer replied without waiting for Dominic's response. Then put on civvies now and get ready to leave. Perk's words betrayed his tension. We'll stay over their heads and let you know if anything happens. I wish you the best of luck. The sandstorm was a useful problem. Protected from prying eyes, Dominic was able to bring the glider in for a landing outside the Brooklyn colony. It now stood 2 to 3 kilometers from the settlement, in a shallow valley depression. But the relatively short walk toward the colony had its work cut out for it. Rosalind and Dominic struggled against gusts of wind that made every step a feat of strength. The dust obstructed their vision and clogged their filter masks. Every breath was exhausting, but at least the filter took the smell of the unbearable stench of sulfur out of the air. The stench that soaked the Martian atmosphere was a side effect of terraforming. A side effect that was one reason why Mars was not one of the first destinations for emigrants. Porter, Dominic heard the first officer yelling against the storm. Let's go over our background again. Yes, sir, Dominic replied. We had to flee Samaria. Damn Akkatos. Damn pirates. We came to Chester on the Hydra. Commanding officer of the Hydra is Captain Larson. First officer, Theresa Ruiz Gonzalez. We always had trouble with the captain and her. Him. An arrogant, unimaginative ass. She, a careerist with no scruples. You still have that picture of him in your head, don't you? Yes, sir. After the disaster on Samaria, we decided to go our own ways. The subsequent debacle on Chester reinforced our decision to separate from the fleet and try our luck on our own. What are we trading? Dominic winced involuntarily. Enhanced stasis vessels. He still felt sick at the thought of the unfortunate people in the glass cylinders. This sight would haunt him for all eternity. We don't get into technical discussions, Rosalind added. Because we have no idea how they work, that's just our trade secret. Dominic hoped they could get this mission over with quickly and without complication. Find Berman, capture him, interrogate him, or maybe kill him after they squeezed him. His breath caught in his throat again at this idea. He wished it would not come to that. He wasn't ready for that yet. Furthermore, he realized that he hadn't thought the whole thing through, and that this possibility was quite conceivable. Not that he could have refused to do the job. But it would have been useful to have had a little time to consider this unpleasant possibility. Whatever happened, deep down Dominic doubted it would be easy. After endless minutes, Dominic and Frank Rosslyn reached the outer reaches of the colony. The storm raged with unabated force, and thick clouds of dust swirled in the empty streets of Brooklyn. Windows and doors of the low houses were shuttered. The settlement seemed deserted. It took a while for the two soldiers to reach the central areas of the colony. Here the buildings were higher, stood closer together and held back the wind like a wall. Rosslyn and Porter encountered a few people going about their business, neither interested in the strangers or willing to engage in conversation with them. With their hoods pulled low in front of their masked faces, the people hurried by. It was not until Dominic and Rosslyn passed through one of the gates leading into the covered sectors of Brooklyn that they found themselves in the throng of a marketplace where merchants offered goods at their stalls. The howling of the storm no longer reached Dominic's ears and was replaced by the typical clamor of a bazaar. Here, too, people wore scuffed ponchos and robes over old protective suits that were supposed to protect them against the fine Martian dust. The clothes and suits were mostly of a rusty brown color. Anything else would hardly have made sense. In all the movies and pictures Dominic had seen of Mars, its ferruginous dust had been determinative of the impression this planet left on him. A world of rusty hues. Shades of all kinds of dirt. All this had so far kept Dominic from voluntarily visiting Mars. Dominic and Rosslyn were finally able to take off their masks and breathe again. The warm air inside this section of Brooklyn was stale and stuffy. The circulators that supplied fresh air to the covered section of the colony failed to filter out the nauseating sulfuric stench entirely. But gradually Dominic seemed to get used to it, and the retching nausea subsided somewhat. Rosslyn knocked the dust from his overcoat. Now let's ask about Berman. I'm not sure we should proceed that way, Dominic interjected. I mean, we don't know what Berman deals in. Whether he's producing something or whether he's responsible for logistics. If we say we deal in technical equipment for transport, it might seem strange or suspicious if we ask a greengrocer about him. Possibly, it would be better to be aware of. Rosslyn raised his hand. You have to start somewhere. And I'm not going to say a lot of words and spill my guts. You'd best shut up altogether. They headed for the first stand, which offered the meager fruits and vegetables from the meager agriculture that was practiced on Mars. Before the aliens arrived, Mars had large plantations protected by barrier fields that yielded bountiful crops. But that was in the past. The heavy storms that blew across the planet destroyed more and more arable land and destroyed the once dense network of water pipes that sprinkled the fields. Most of the water that had been laboriously extracted had since seeped uselessly into the sand. At the cash register behind the boxes of green stuff that resembled spinach stood a fat man who had been watching them for quite a while. He crossed his arms in front of his chest as they approached. Dominic already had an uncomfortable feeling at the sight of the man. For some reason, he had already noticed them and seemed suspicious. Rosslyn wished him a good day, and the man grumpily greeted him back. Do you know Berman? Asked Rosslyn finally. The chubby man's expression became even more morose. Try somewhere else, he clenched between his teeth. I don't do business with Berman. Neither do we, but he owes us money. The man looked irritated for a moment. Then he laughed contemptuously and snapped at them. Get out of here. Dominic and Rosalind left and tried their luck at other booths. However, the results were always similar, and it wasn't long before they received more suspicious glances. We should change our location, Dominic indicated. We already stand out here. He refrained from saying that he had known that beforehand. Rosalind agreed, and they walked a few streets until they came to a large square bordered by multi-story buildings. There they focused more on the stores in the houses, but also met only silence and rejection. It's best we go somewhere else, Dominic remarked worriedly. By now, they had attracted quite a bit of attention. Maybe we'll try the other side of town. Yes, the patch is getting too hot, Rosalind agreed. They entered a side alley to avoid prying eyes. There, the houses and housing containers crowded even closer together, forming narrow, dark alleys and corridors. They hadn't gone far when Dominic noticed someone following them. He let a few moments pass before he reached for his pistol, turned, and pointed it at the pursuer. Who are you? His voice sounded firm and demanding. The figure following them wore a hooded cloak over a worn fleet uniform. Obviously a man. He walked serenely toward Dominic and Rosalind and casually brushed the hood off his head. Then he raised his hands to show that he was unarmed. I'm Dex Loomis, he began. The smile didn't match his gaunt, cynical face. They call me the Constabler. Do we have a problem now? Wanted Rosalind to know, putting his hand on his gun holster. Depends on you. In what way? Berman is a delicate name, he explained. You don't go around here saying it openly. We're new at this, Dominic apologized, which didn't seem to please Rosalind, who frowned and gave him a stern look. Rosalind walked up to the constable. You know where we can find Berman? The man nodded. But first, I need to be clear about the two of you. He slipped the hood back over his head. Put that thing away, ordered Rosalind Dominic. Do it. Put the gun away. Dominic reluctantly complied with the order. He sensed a threat emanating from Loomis. Or was it just the excitement that was playing tricks on him? I'll take you to my house, said the constable. There we will be undisturbed. The constabler had spacious and luxuriously appointed accommodations. In view of his dilapidated appearance, Dominic expected an equally shabby dwelling. Obviously, the constable pursued a purpose with his appearance. In public, he appeared nondescript and as run-down as any of the other colonists. However, the hidden wealth showed that he had powerful friends. Continuing to walk around in rags seemed to be part of his deception. Dominic now knew they were on the right track. The information he had gleaned from the data turned out to be useful. He felt pride welling up inside him at having done such a good job. Why do they call you the Constabler? Asked Rosalind, taking off his coat and hanging it on a hook by the front door where Loomis had earlier placed his cloak. Dominic also got rid of his heavy poncho while their host went into the large living room. Constabler, Loomis repeated, has two meanings in my case. But I think it would be more appropriate if I asked you a few questions first. He offered his guests a large sofa to sit on and placed 3 glasses of clear, iced water on the low rectangular table in front of it. He then took a seat in a large leather armchair and studied the visitors in detail. Constable, Rosalind said thoughtfully. A law enforcement officer. They've switched sides. I suppose the other meaning perhaps derives from the military. As a constable, you were also the second in command in some areas. Are you that high up? Then we're really lucky. We're looking for useful contacts. I've analyzed my options and modified my field of work, he said glumly. But now it's my turn. What brings you two here? Business, Rosalind said. What kind of business? You know that very well. Since Samaria has failed, we've had to find alternatives to maintain supplies. Yes, Samaria is a loss. But how will you fill such a large gap? Through improved shipping containers. Improved? Loomis seemed interested in that. In what way? Trade secret, Dominic dared to interject. The constable was obviously annoyed by this remark. "Boy," he said grumpily. "You'd better watch out. I can't stand cheeky brats." "We don't want to get on your bad side," Rosalind apologized for his companion. "But as far as that goes, we'll just talk to Berman." The constable raised his eyebrows, and for a moment Dominic thought he saw a hint of amusement flit across his face. A similar reaction to that of the first merchant they had approached a few minutes earlier. "You want to talk to Berman," Loomis repeated tonelessly. "You realize that's not as easy as you think." "We were aware of that from the beginning," Rosalind confirmed. Dominic got the impression that something was bothering the constable. He did not like the expression on the man's face. He looked like someone who had just seen the light. "How long have you been in the meat business?" the constable wanted to know. "Since I signed on to the Hydra." "About 3 years. And the little one?" "I've only been with them for 2 years, Dominic lied, and again he thought he detected a smile at the corners of his counterpart's mouth. He sensed subliminally that their cover had been blown. The Hydra made it out of the Chester mess, the constable wondered. "I was under the impression that the Keymon had taken the Hydra's crew, all of them. As a lesson for the failure of their captain." "What was his name?" "Larson," Rosalind replied. "We disembarked and were gone before the chaos hit." Loomis nodded. "All right. But if you want to see Berman, you have to talk to the Mandarin first." "Oh yeah? That's right. Never heard of that one." "Neither can you." The constable pretended to be jovial. "Only a few captains and I know him. It's better that way. He decides whether you go to Berman or not. I can put in a word for you, though. It would be very convenient for us if we didn't waste time. Then we'll be on our way." Something about the way he said that didn't sit well with Dominic. He would have preferred that they try to find out a little more about the Mandarin, but Rosalind and Loomis had already gotten up to leave. They put back on their dusty coats, which still smelled of sulfur, and stepped out into the open. Dominic was about to pull his hood over his head when he heard a muffled bang. Loomis went to his knees and fell lifelessly to the sand. Porter and Rosalind did not get to draw their pistols to defend themselves. "I wouldn't advise that," said a man, pointing a short-barreled rifle at the two. He, too, was clad in the usual rust-colored robe, his face hidden under a protective mask with tinted lenses. "Who are they?" asked Rosalind. "And what do you want from us?" "Certainly nothing from you," the stranger returned with a sneer. "You're completely in the dark. Be glad that you came to my attention and I saved you. Now help me get Loomis back to his apartment." With these words, he let the rifle disappear under his cloak. Then he took off his hood and mask. A broad face with dark eyes and black, shaggy hair was revealed. "So, let's go," he continued, grabbing Loomis' feet. "There's no time to lose." "Why are you helping us?" asked Dominic as they carried the body into the apartment. "Are you one of Blake's people?" "No," the man replied. "I'm freelancing. But Blake is the most trusted person in the Sol system right now. Would be foolish of me to cross him off the client list." "Trustworthy. Don't make me laugh," Rosalind said sourly. "But it is, whether you like it or not. I do something for him now and then. And you two characters are getting considerable benefit from that right now." Dominic gasped. It was the first time he had to handle and transport a dead body with his own hands. The limp body was heavier than he thought, which strangely concerned him more than the fact that he was transporting a corpse. "And what is your name?" Dominic asked the stranger. "A real name, please," Rosalind added. "I don't want to deal with constables and mandarins any longer." "Yes, you have your problems with names," said the man with the broad face. "You were completely wrong about Berman, too." They unfolded the sofa bed, put Loomis in the bed box and closed it again. Their unknown helper wiped the sweat from his forehead and then put his fists on his hips. "My name is Alexander Brest," he finally introduced himself. "I'm currently supplying information to the intelligence service Blake installed." "I'm an agent." "What service?" wanted to know Rosalind. Freelance, he replied, and Rosalind acquiesced. I was told to expect visitors soon. That it would happen so quickly, I had no idea. He walked to the door and made a gesture to hurry. They've attracted a lot of attention with their questioning. I nipped at their heels and watched in horror as they got to the constable. I was able to eavesdrop on their conversation in here, and when you mentioned you wanted to talk to Berman, I realized you'd just been talking your head off. In what way? Asked Rosalind as they left the constable's apartment and hurried down the alley. What did you mean by that? Who is this Berman? Berman is not a person, Alexander Brest revealed. It's a place. The third oldest spaceport on Mars. It is located north of here. From the time of the second wave of settlers. Accessible through a 900-kilometer, moving through a zero-atmosphere tunnel. That's where the Keymon pick up their goods. You should also know by now that the Fleds are not a fairy tale, right? By now we know, Rosalind actuated. And also what they trade in. Dominic noticed that they were getting further and further away from the wide main paths. The alleys became more winding and lonely. Where are we going now? Asked Dominic. To visit the Mandarin, Brest replied. What do we want there? Wanted to know Rosalind. We have to create facts. By tomorrow, at the latest, they'll be looking for Loomis. Until then. What about until then? Rosalind sounded worried. Brest hesitated. No one can say. But we can still do something useful. I wouldn't dare do it if you hadn't made me. And stick to the story you told Loomis. Chapter 23. The entrance to the Mandarin's residence was inconspicuous. Easily overlooked, one would not look for it. Actually, it was just a narrow niche between two buildings that could not even be called an alley. Just wide enough that one could only enter it one after the other. It was dark, and the further they went into the narrow corridor, the darker it became. At the end, they stood in front of a door that, to all appearances, could not be opened from the outside. A dim yellow lamp above the lintel cast a dim glow into the darkness. Suddenly, the cover of a narrow viewing slit slid aside. For a moment, bright light fell through the narrow gap, then a shadow slid in front of the opening. What are you doing here, Brest? Asked a man behind the door. I'm bringing guests, Brest replied. The Mandarin will want to see them. It took a while, but finally the door slid sideways into the wall to admit Brest and his companions. The room behind the door was used to screen visitors to the Mandarin before letting them into the club. Dominic saw a camera with a heavily curved lens. And a grim-faced guard in front of the entrance at the far end of the room, in the crook of whose arm rested a short-barreled rifle. The man who had opened to them possessed a bald head, seemingly without a neck, sitting on his broad shoulders. His companion was his exact likeness and began to search the visitors for weapons. After finding them, he stowed them away in a closet. Get it back, he grumbled. We're not thieves, after all. With a welcoming gesture, the bald man allowed the guests to enter the club. It went down a narrow staircase, and finally they arrived in a large hall with moderate lighting. Dominic heard soft, sensual music and perceived the scent of different drugs. The heavy sweetness of the soma plant. The tart aroma of synthetic axine crystals and the sharp lemon smell of sia resin. The light from holograms and screens cast a blue glow in the darkness. Dominic saw numbers and charts showing the prices of various stocks or bets. Animated charts and graphs. Here and there a commentator explaining the reasons for price losses and profits. On a gallery covered with cushions and precious fabrics, a fat man sat smoking a water pipe. Clad in an ancient, colorful robe, decorated with playful patterns and lavish embroidery, he gave a strange, foppish impression. A harlequin, it occurred to Dominic. At the man's feet were 5 women, in skin-tight, shiny costumes, who cast attentive glances at the newcomers. 2 of them rose with lithe movements. They came closer, creeping up like hungry tigers. Their looks reflected lust and greed, as if they were about to make safe prey. Pearls and precious stones glittered in the women's long hair. With each of their steps, golden bells rang on wrists and ankles. A man, who Dominic had not noticed at first because he was wearing a black suit and had been standing in the dark behind his master, stepped forward. He was not particularly tall and looked down disdainfully from the gallery at the new guests. In his narrow, pale face, dark red lips glowed, indicating the consumption of purple poppies and correlating with his ice-blue eyes. "What does this visit mean?" he asked, representing his master. The two women pranced around Dominic, touching him now and then with their fingertips. Their movements followed the soft drum beats that accompanied the spherical music. Brest did not address his words directly to the Mandarin, but to his gaunt servant, who was probably supposed to represent something like a castellan. "Jetman," he began. "They're businessmen who want to help us offset our loss rate on shipments," Brest explained, whereupon the Mandarin took the pipe out of his mouth and looked closely at his guests. "The boy's name is Nick Porter and the other is Frank Roslin. Both were on the Hydra. It's going to be hard to replace Larson," the pale jetman said, not responding to Brest's words. "He was one of the best suppliers." Brest nodded. "After the Samaria disaster, we have something to make up for. It would be nice if we could prevent any failures in the future. After all, except for the recent disasters, that's always been a problem." Meanwhile, the two women snuggled close to Dominic, kissing his cheeks, his neck. Their warm breath brushed over his skin. He found it difficult to concentrate on the conversation. "And how are they going to solve?" The pale man made a jittery gesture toward Dominic and Roslin. "Our problems? That's our trade secret," Roslin asserted. "We don't deal in secrets," was the gaunt man's reply. "Except with our spies. The boy told me," Brest began to relate, "they have a device that prevents the fluctuation of the stasis fields." "Where do you get off telling him that?" Roslin played his part very well, and Dominic tried to add his part to the deception. It was not easy as the two women started whispering obscene things in his ear and kissing him. "I thought it would be useful to let something come through," Dominic said, struggling to express himself clearly. "Something with substance." That seemed to convince the fat guy, who was lolling on his divan like a costumed fat clown. "If we can reduce the supply shortfalls with your help," the Mandarin's deep bass voice drowned out the music, "you can pick up a good share." "How high would that be?" inquired Roslin. "We'll get to that when it works," the Mandarin waved off. "I have to see if it works first." "How long will it take you to convert the containers?" "We didn't have a chance to take a closer look at them," Roslin recounted. "We shipped the goods to Samaria, and they packaged them there without letting us touch the cylinders. I know how the cans work, but it would be good to have a crack at one to see where we can most reasonably place the stabilizer. Then I can calculate the time it will take us to do the retrofit." "You don't have any of these devices with you?" "No," Roslin replied. "Too heavy, too valuable, too many thieves, from what I know about Brooklyn." "Thieves?" The Mandarin laughed. "There isn't a thief here who doesn't work for me." Everyone laughed, and the two women also paused for a moment to work on Dominic. "I could take them to Berman," Brest rejoined the conversation. "By the time the next shipment arrives, they'll have plenty of time to look at the containers at their leisure." The thin jetman turned to his master. "Shall we issue them passes?" The Mandarin sucked on his hookah and released a few curls of smoke from his mouth. "No need. You will accompany Brest and these businessmen. Watch them closely." The servant bowed. "As you wish." Brest suggested that he take his glider to take them to a lock station that was a good 100 miles north of Brooklyn. There they could enter the ZA tunnel that led to Berman. The old base itself was much too far away to be reached in a day by glider, Brest affirmed. The jetman apparently saw it similarly and had no objections. The storm was still raging. It even seemed to have become stronger. Their progress was slow. The glider was repeatedly grabbed by gusts of wind and shaken. Dominic was beginning to get restless. If the Mandarin's people found Loomis sooner, it was game over. Brest seemed plagued by similar fears, claiming that his vehicle's communication system was useless in this storm. Dominic meanwhile counted the kilometers, which ran like a countdown on the glider's console, showing the distance to the lock station. After an interminably long time, they finally arrived at the bunker-like station built into the red rock. A wide, closed metal bulkhead protected the entrance. Brest stopped directly in front of it, sheltered under a mighty ledge that overlooked the entrance. They then got out and crowded up to the gate. The jetman activated some switches on a console embedded in the stone. Then someone announced himself over a loudspeaker, and the jetman shouted into the microphone. The wind was still howling so loudly that Dominic could not understand what he was saying. At least, shortly after, the bulkhead opened a crack, and they could enter the interior of the station. When the door closed again, it was dead silent. They found themselves in a wide, dark hall, where all kinds of transport equipment could be seen. Dominic recognized grapples dangling from the ceiling. Forklifts, gravo sleds, and a few deactivated loading robots stood around in the darkness like iron sculptures. All new kinds of equipment that cost a lot of money. A group of 10 or 12 men was cleaning and repairing the machines. One of them approached the unannounced visitors and was pushing his headset off his head. He was tall and broad-shouldered and reminded Dominic of the Mandarin's bouncers, except this one wore a dirty jumpsuit. Actually, the jetman himself, the man said, wiping his fingers on a rag. Barely understood your mumbling at the gate. He stuffed the cloth into his belt and eyed the jetman's companions. What can we do for the Mandarin? We just need a transport pod, the jetman explained. No problem. Follow me. The man turned and led the group to the other end of the hall, where there was a series of large, round hatches. One of them opened to reveal a dark tube that apparently extended all the way to Berman. A small, cylindrical vehicle, with a chassis of duraglass, descended from the ceiling. The rows of seats inside provided room for 9 passengers. Ready for the hell ride, the worker joked, opening a sliding door on the side of the cylinder. We'll shoot you supersonically through the old tubes. And sometimes you arrive at your destination. The gaunt man was the first to sit down in the vehicle. He had only a thin smile for the worker's whimsical remark. He was followed by Brest, Roslin, and Porter, who eyed the vehicle suspiciously. You were joking? He asked, concerned. I don't have a sense of humor, the worker replied curtly, and after Dominic sat down, he locked the vehicle, which immediately began to move. The ride was exactly the hell ride that the hulking guy in his grimy overalls had predicted. Dominic felt nauseous from the rocking and noise that filled the transport pod as it chased through the pitch-black tunnel. Only now and then did a spark flare up when the capsule's metal frame touched the shaft wall. After what felt like an eternity, the vehicle braked and slid into the light of a circular hall of enormous dimensions. A high-vaulted dome formed the roof of the facility. It was 1/3 open, and murky daylight seeped in. Dominic thought it quite possible that one of the Keymon blades could easily land in this hall. Berman was an obsolete but nonetheless impressive structure. Since the Akkato-Keymon crisis began, no large human ship had ever landed or taken off here. Large ships hardly dared to come near the Red Planet. They were too conspicuous and attracted the curiosity of the Keymon. At most, small transporters, no longer than 50 meters, flew to Mars or moved in its orbit. There's nothing going on here, remarked Brest. The jetman opened the glass side door of the capsule. Ever since the Keymon on Chester helped themselves, things have been very quiet around here, the thin man explained. But I'm confident that will change again soon. Chester was an understandable exception. The Keymon have enough on their plate with the Akkato and will continue to leave the harvesting work to us. After the failure of Samaria, I expect a full camp here again soon. Larson said Berman was overloaded, Roslin interjected. Where would we go if Keymon wasn't happy with our workload? If Berman has to handle everything on its own, there could be bottlenecks. The alternative is the old Baxter outpost. The jetman said this, not without pride. He may have had a share in the profits brought in through that station. Should their improvements convince me, I will see to it that Baxter is equipped with the modified containers. The old station now has a good reputation with the Keymon. And I am very anxious to rise in their esteem. An advantage would be desirable, for the field for harvesting is large. And as long as blood flows, one shall invest. Dominic felt sick at the man's words. He had seen the harvest that this grotesque man spoke of so lightly and the suffering of the people who were locked in the containers. Even though the memory of it stirred him again, his attention was drawn to a strange object standing in the center of the hall that had not initially caught his eye. A small ship. It might have been about the size of the Esther, which met its end at Samaria Station. Oh, Brest, who had also spotted the ship, groaned in amazement. The Bosku are still there. The jet man did not respond. To all appearances, he didn't seem to like the presence of the Bosku, whoever these people might be. Dominic had never heard the term Bosku before. It sounded like a name from the Eastern Territories. Here are some of the stasis vessels. The jet man pointed to a row of cylinders near them. You can look at those at your leisure now. Rosalind and Dominic turned their attention to the containers while Brest tried to engage the Castellan in conversation, but he was more interested in watching Rosalind and Porter. So where do we go from here? Asked Dominic quietly. I have no idea, Rosalind admitted in a whisper. We still need proof of the fleet's involvement in all of this. I was hoping to find a fleet ship here, or to catch a high-ranking officer in the act. Who are the Bosku? I don't know, Rosalind waved it off and went to work on the cover of a stasis container. We need to make a professional impression now. Dominic took a closer look at the alien spaceship. At first glance, it looked like a human-made construct, but the longer Dominic looked at it, the more doubts came over him. Many details didn't look like they came from the brains of human engineers and their shipyards. The Bosku are not human, Dominic stated, and Rosalind paused for a moment. Oh yeah? He took off the lid he had been jiggling and looked at the cables and switches that were revealed underneath. Dominic tried hard to appear focused, but he was now much more interested in the Bosku than was beneficial to their mission. He found it difficult to pretend to be concerned with improving the stasis vessels. Again and again, his eyes wandered over to the alien ship. His eyes widened when suddenly a group of near-humanoid beings descended a ramp. They were laughing. At least, Dominic thought it was laughter that echoed so shrilly and loudly through the hangar. It sounded eerie. A mixture of screaming and hissing. Rosalind also looked over at the creatures, whose heads looked like those of brown lizards. Small horned appendages above the eye bulges. They walked bent over and had long whip-like tails that wagged through the air behind them. Rosalind did not manage to look indifferent. What kind of guys are they? The jet man had obviously noticed the bewilderment on Dominic's and Rosalind's faces. If they were part of the Fleds, they should not have been surprised by the presence of the Bosku, with whom the criminals apparently also did business. Just as little as it surprised Brest, who had been dealing with the Fleds for some time and probably wanted to prepare them for it with his previous remark. The jet man pulled his pistol from his belt and pointed it at the Zora first officer. But before he could say or do anything, Brest had hit him with the handle of his gun. The Mandarin's Castellan fell limply to the ground and remained lying there. Bring the Bosku under fire, shouted Brest, shooting over the heads of the two fleet officers. He hit a Bosku, which was knocked off its feet by the force of the projectile. Dominic took his gun out of the holster and aimed at the lizard-like creatures that had taken cover behind some crates and containers. Rosalind fired a few well-aimed volleys, forcing the Bosku to take cover behind the crates. Cover me. Brest ran down the hall, toward the Bosku ship, while firing a few untargeted shots at the lizards. Dominic fired half of his energy block empty, which powered his pistol. He managed to keep the Bosku at bay until Brest almost reached their ship. Damn, hissed Rosalind in disbelief and anger. Son of a bitch. If he doesn't run off and leave us alone with the Bosku. Dominic saw Alexander Brest hurry up the short ramp and disappear inside the spaceship. At that moment, the Bosku darted out of hiding and showered Rosalind and Dominic with luminous energy volleys. The discharges and the shock waves of the explosions they caused were so violent that Dominic was hurled to the ground. Scraps of glowing metal and drops of molten plastic flew around his ears. For a moment, dense smoke obscured his vision. Rosalind ran for cover behind one of the other containers. Bright energy beams whipped across him, cutting deep craters in the hall's ceiling. It was a miracle that he was not hit. Shards of rock rained down and burst on the floor with a dull thud. Another burst of fire shredded the container Rosalind had just arrived at. The detonation hurled the officer through the air like a doll, sending him crashing hard to the ground. He lay motionless for a moment. For a moment, Dominic thought he was dead. The Bosca now only had to take care of Dominic, who was still cowering dazedly on the cold concrete. Considering their momentary superiority, one of the casual Boscu approached. The other ran back to the ship. The creature's eyes gleamed as they locked onto Dominic. Bright, yellow pupils in black eyeballs irritated Dominic. They looked like blazing flames surrounded by darkness. With a hard, piercing gaze, they focused on him. Ru-usk, the Bosca hissed, laying the rifle on Dominic. Ru-usk. Ma-ach-a-chak. Whatever the hissed words meant, they did not sound friendly to Dominic's ears. This and the gruesome sight of the lizard gave him goosebumps. He toyed with the idea of surrendering. Suddenly, the ship's engines roared, and the lizard whirled around. At the same moment, the ship's guns opened fire. They hit the Boscu, which had almost reached the ramp. He disappeared in a whirl of fire, sparks and smoke. In the next second, an energy blast hit the lizard, which had just laid into Dominic. There was not much left of her. Dominic hurried over to Rosalind, who was struggling to get up. Meanwhile, the roar of the engines filled the hull. Brest could launch the Bosca ship at any moment now and leave the two officers behind. "We have to get on board," gasped Rosalind. "Quick, before this guy leaves without us." Dominic helped the injured Rosalind up, who had bruised his shoulder, and together they trudged through the hangar. He didn't think Brest would take off without them, but of course he wasn't sure. They seemed to be making little progress as the noise created by the jets continued to swell. At last, they reached the ramp and stumbled inside the ship. Shortly thereafter, the ramp retracted. The hatch slammed shut, and the vehicle took off. Brest managed more badly than well to steer the alien ship out of the hangar. When Dominic and Rosalind appeared in the cockpit of the vehicle, he was fully occupied with keeping it in the air. Brest pointed to the seat next to him. "I need a co-pilot." Dominic didn't hesitate and took a seat, while the injured Rosalind settled into another seat at a console and held his shoulder. The cockpit's controls were labeled with alien symbols, but the type and arrangement of levers and buttons looked familiar to Dominic. It meant taking a gamble to fly the thing, but given their situation, there was no better alternative. Returning to Brooklyn the old way was unthinkable. The crew of the lock station had to be aware by now of what had happened on Berman. The ship lurched through the air. The construction groaned and creaked when Brest tried to correct its own flight errors, which only made everything worse. Dominic pulled one of the levers and succeeded in stabilizing the course a little. "There was a booster in between," he explained. "Took the boost away. It's like getting kicked in the ass every time you step on the gas." Brest made a hand signal expressing his appreciation. From that point on, the flight maneuvers stabilized and Brest was able to better control the aircraft. "You've never flown one of these things before?" Dominic's question was more of a statement. "This is my first time," the agent replied. Again, the ship sank several feet before he could pull it back up. "But you know a lot about it, am I right? It's not that hard to find your way around. You've managed to do that, too, haven't you?" "Yes, but I wouldn't trust myself to board it, launch it, and fly it." "We didn't have a choice, did we?" "Matter of opinion." Brest became angry. "I have no intention of being interrogated. Especially not by a greenhorn like you." They flew over the wastelands of Mars at low altitude. After passing Brooklyn in a wide arc, Brest headed for the position where the glider in which Rosalind and Porter had landed on the planet was located. At that moment, the Zora officer drew his pistol and pointed it at the agent. "I've been thinking," he said, "about keeping the ship." Brest looked at the officer for a few seconds without showing any emotion. It was difficult for Dominic to interpret what was going on inside him, but he did not seem to be afraid. He appeared composed and calculating his alternatives. Finally, his fingers slid over the controls, and after he flipped a few switches, the entire ship began to vibrate. Rosalind slid the barrel of his gun closer to the man's head. "What did you do?" "You're right, boy." Brest spoke to Dominic without taking his eyes off Rosalind. "I know quite a bit about the Bosca ships, and I've found out a few useful things. If the Mandarin finds out the extent to which I've been spying on him, he'll send all the bounty hunters he can recruit after me." Rosalind pressed the muzzle of the gun against Brest's forehead. "What have you done?" he repeated. "I shut down the reactor's cooling system," Brest elaborated. "In 2 minutes, it will overheat. At that point, it won't do any good to bring the cooling system back up." "Are you insane?" "No. But I calculate very well. I can't stay on Mars, nor can I go back to Blake empty-handed. I have something to make up to him. And I'd rather see it in his hands than have to tell him I had to leave it to the fleet. That would only make my situation worse." "You're willing to die for that?" "In just under 2 minutes, you'll know." The two men looked at each other. A few seconds passed, during which Dominic struggled with rising panic. But finally Rosalind admitted defeat and put his gun away. Dominic hurriedly undid the straps, slid from his chair and hurried out of the pulpit. "I hope we never see each other again," he heard the officer say before he too started to leave the ship. After the 2 fleet officers disembarked, they watched as Brest flew away with the Bosca ship. Rosalind was even grumpier than usual and barely spoke a word while Dominic navigated the glider back to the Zora. Chapter 24. Perk immediately demanded a report and was not very happy when Rosalind told about how they had lost the Bosca ship to Blake. "The jackpot." The captain's voice sounded dull and resigned. "An interstellar ship and we lost it. Maybe we should talk to Blake about it," Dominic suggested. "This loot is too important to admit defeat." "Do you think I wouldn't be aware of that?" "I just think," Dominic continued, "that you have to start things gently and diplomatically. Even if it goes against the grain for us. If we consider taking possession of this thing by force, it could be lost in the process. I don't plan to do that." "How could we do that?" Rosalind slid back and forth in his chair. Dominic knew that the officer was deeply reluctant to talk or even negotiate with the pirates. He might consider a commando action once they found out where the ship was. "We've already gotten into too much with them," Rosalind said, as Dominic expected. "We're just a little smarter than we were before, while Blake has continued to solidify his position." Perk's gaze lingered on Dominic, and he appeared to give little weight to Rosalind's words. "I'm considering setting up a courier service. A message transfer between Blake and us." Rosalind exhaled audibly. "Is that really necessary?" He seemed to have a hard time expressing himself appropriately. "I get the impression he's leading us around by the nose. And if he isn't? What have we gotten so far?" "A lot of puzzles to dig through." "Porter has done a pretty good job so far," Perk countered. "Granted. The pot of gold at the end of the rainbow slipped through our fingers. And Blake has merely been lucky. It's not a crime to put capable people on the payroll. But we're not stupid either, and at least we found out a lot. Just knowing that people now have a starship is exciting enough. Maybe we can find out where it is now. In the meantime, we set a course for the Baxter outpost. I'll call for reinforcements at Rosefield and inform Blake of our intentions regarding Baxter. In any case, I will not act as a courier," Rosalind said seriously. "I'm thinking of Porter and Corin on this one." Perk's expression betrayed confidence. "This will be a very interesting assignment for ambitious officers." He tapped a button and shortly thereafter the bridge officer spoke up. "Corin is to come to my private quarters immediately," ordered Perk. When Dominic and Cyrus Corin were back in their small cabin, Cyrus seemed paralyzed. Now it's taking on an even bigger shape, he grumbled. I had no intention of becoming a courier and a spy. All he said was that we should gain trust with Blake and his crew, Dominic excused the captain. And keep your eyes open on the side. So what? It won't stop there. He's going to demand that we go snooping around the pirates. And that could backfire. You just grow into your tasks, Dominic replied with feigned confidence. That's pretty darn dangerous. Everything is dangerous here. We're on a warship. You know what I mean. Cyrus sat down on the cot and unlaced his boots. I wasn't planning on talking to pirates and trying to sound them out on the side. I'd rather sit behind my cannon and take them under fire than go into the midst of the riffraff and risk being killed for a single wrong word. All they have to do is think you've seen something interesting that's not meant for alien eyes, and they'll fix you in an engine pod. You do have a way with words, Dominic said. I'd have to worry more about that if I got this job. I'd be stammering my way into disaster. I was floored by Perk's remarks, quite honestly. Especially the starship thing. That's something like the Holy Grail. It can't stay a secret. Everyone will be looking for it soon. It's going to be a hunt all over the solar system. Dominic had to admit, he hadn't thought that far ahead. The Jetman might still be alive and would certainly be able to make sense of what had happened when he had assembled the remains of the Bosku. At the latest then he would know that Brest and his companions had flown away with the ship of the lizards. In the meantime, we can familiarize ourselves with some facts, Dominic informed him, calling up several pieces of information on the handheld computer on his forearm, which he projected into the room. What is it? Wanted to know Cyrus. This data came from Blake, Dominic explained. Perk wants us to make sense of it. But it's a bit of a mess. Where did all this come from? Blake got it from the Fled's central computer in Samaria. Hard to say if he could draw his conclusions from it. In any case, I'm still very much in the dark. Somehow, Cyrus seemed interested in this puzzle. Show me more of it. Dominic ran the holographic data in presentation mode. Every now and then, Cyrus wanted him to pause an image or zoom in on a section. What is this gibberish? Asked Corin as a seemingly endless block of text slid by before his eyes. That's 1,000,000 pages of text, Dominic explained. There are few coherent sentences. But they make no sense and have no context. Cyrus stared at the letters and tapped his nose, lost in thought. Did you find anything? Inquired Dominic. Cyrus answered in the negative with a brooding expression. He finally took off his shirt and pants and wrapped himself in his blanket. I'll have to sleep on it first. You want to tell me what you noticed? No, he muttered, barely audible. Dominic had the indefinable feeling that Cyrus had noticed something about the endlessly long columns of letters. However, he did not want to let Corin take the reins from his hands. Dominic's ambition was aroused. He preferred to work as part of a team, but when it became necessary, he could pretty much go above and beyond once he was on his own. He looked at his watch. 1:00 shipboard time. He still had 5 hours before he had to go on duty on the firing line. He could sacrifice a few of them to get to the bottom of the mystery of the text and, if necessary, to put Cyrus in his place, provided he was not merely bluffing. Dominic found some programs to decode coded texts, but even these required a good deal of creativity on the part of the respective user to at least determine the points at which the virtual tool could be applied. He looked at some of the pages and tried to discern a pattern in them. He assigned numbers to some of the words and tried to make them come out in a meaningful order. But that approach was probably wrong. There was no arrangement that made sense. Ambition drove Dominic to keep going until he finally had a few results. They did not relate to the content of the text, but he found a structure in the endless succession of letters. The many pages belonged to different groups. Dominic guessed that each group was a single message. Possibly the whole text was the transcript of a correspondence. He made several more futile attempts to discover hidden messages, but it was only when his eyes closed and his thoughts began to spin in circles that he went to bed. Dominic had a short, fitful sleep, and when he came on duty, he was dog-tired. He envied Cyrus, who was able to sleep for 2 more hours, and made his way to the firing line. He ordered an attack simulation and then half-heartedly evaluated the results. He then had all the gunners do maintenance work and return to the data that had robbed him of sleep. But the longer and more intensely he tried to find a solution, the further it seemed to drift away. A short time later, Cyrus stood in the doorway and looked at Dominic. Corin's face betrayed tension. "I'm on a special assignment," Cyrus opened. "Really bad stuff. Blake? If only it were. The cold angel," concluded Dominic. Cyrus had told him about the strange encounters with Alina Morris. Cyrus nodded. "You have the quarters to yourself for a while. But don't you dare go through my things." Dominic smiled wanly. "How were your dreams? Found a solution yet?" Cyrus pretended to be superior. "I've been standing here for a few minutes looking over your shoulder. Tough nut to crack, or have you found something yet?" Dominic gave no answer. "Solutions always come while you sleep," Cyrus said, amused. "You should try it sometime. The recipe of geniuses. If you pull the stick out of your butt, the muse will kiss your ass. She doesn't seem to have kissed you. On a warship? I would be very surprised. It would also be too much to ask. But I do have one tip for you. Think about a pinhole mask." He turned away to leave. "Some kind of stencil," he suggested as he moved away. "Now wish me luck." "Good luck," Dominic called after him. "Come back safe." When Cyrus left, Dominic tried to apply his suggestion, even though he was reluctant to do so at first, since he hadn't thought of it on his own. But the methods he had used before didn't bear any fruit, that much he had to admit to himself. His frustration grew by the minute, and the more he got angry, the harder it was for him to concentrate. He had not made any progress when Roslyn called him to the bridge and asked for results. "What do you expect, sir?" he defended himself. "Maybe you should give the data to the radio operator. I'm sure he knows all the usual encryption techniques." "They know full well that Perk would have already done that," Roslyn explained. "But this data is too explosive. Any findings must remain between us. You, Corin, the captain and I, are now a conspiratorial community." The last time Dominic had heard the term, he had been just 8 years old and didn't want to tattle on his buddies after a failed school prank. The teachers he faced at the time strained that term at him to articulate their displeasure at the childish conspiracy. It had felt good that they could not soft-boil him, and in the esteem of his friends he had continued to rise thereafter. Now, however, he actually belonged to a conspiracy that had nothing childlike about it. Dominic rubbed his temple. "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid this is out of my league. Possibly Cyrus is more adept at it." Roslyn waved it off. "He has other duties. We'll take care of Baxter now. And you have a lot to do in the meantime." Chapter 25. Cyrus had not thought he would see the Athena again so soon. But his glider was once again in the hangar of the pirate ship, and he was once again taken to Blake, who was waiting for him in his quarters. And all that was asked of Cyrus involved far more than he had ever feared. In conversation with Roslyn and Perk, he had found out that the first officer and Porter had followed up on some leads on Mars. They were supposed to confirm the suspicion that the fleet, or at least some of its captains, were doing business with the Fleds. They had found nothing concrete, however, and now Cyrus was to try his luck by snooping around an old space station with Blake's people. A commando mission in a group of pirates. No doubt the good years he had spent on the Scotia were over. Cyrus went back over the past conversation in Perk's quarters and kept getting stuck on some facts that Roslyn had presented. Samaria had been one of the Fled's most important transshipment points until it was destroyed. The Berman station on Mars had long been overloaded, according to internal reports from the raiders. There should have been a lot more hustle and bustle there after the Samaria failure, Roslyn noted. But the spaceport was empty. Roslyn had found out that all logistics were now being handled through Baxter, but Cyrus doubted it. He did not rule out the possibility that the Fleds had been warned by now and were just waiting for the fleet to show up and perform command actions. If so, his mission was ill-starred. They could all be caught in a trap. Blake greeted Corrin with delight. The best man in the fleet. Cyrus didn't know how to respond to the flattery. I hope so, he replied, and his gaze drifted to McIntyre, who was sitting on the edge of the table, studying Dominic intently. The Katana's colorful captain seemed skeptical. If Alina accompanies him, nothing can happen, the black man said without looking directly at Cyrus. Cyrus' fear that Alina should accompany him was confirmed. Or was he secretly hoping that she would come with him? The blonde woman fascinated and frightened him at the same time. We'll give you false identities, Blake explained. And a resume, which I want you to internalize. You will have enough time to enter the den of thieves well prepared. Perk, of course, will get news and information only through you. I have offered to keep him informed, but he doesn't quite trust me yet. I assume you have a communicator with you. Cyrus pointed to his right forearm. In the sleeve of his uniform jacket lay the speaking device in a pocket provided for it. Blake held out his hand. It would be good if you weren't caught with it. May I have it? Cyrus pulled out the flat device and handed it to the pirate captain, who placed it on his desk. Jonathan will take them to their ship, Blake continued. There you will meet your other companions. Now for their cover. Broadly speaking, you are part of a squad of mercenaries. You worked with one of the Fleds who was killed on Samaria. A guy named Jared Stokes. Alina has the details. They want to look around Baxter and make new contacts. That was the end of Blake's remarks, and after wishing Cyrus luck on the mission, McIntyre escorted him out. He led him into a small hangar where there was a transporter that belonged in a scrap press rather than being sent into action. With mixed feelings, Cyrus saw Alina sitting on one of the many crates that had been made ready for loading and lacing up her boots. You gonna be okay, kid? The black captain wanted to know before he turned around and left before Cyrus could answer. Alina had long since noticed Cyrus, had stood up and approached with her beguilingly sensual gait. My little operetta officer, she said, in her usual mocking manner, we must get you better clothes. Come along, I'll show you the Betty. The interior of the van was cramped. Not for people with claustrophobia. Basically, it consisted only of a cockpit, a center aisle, and 4 combat pulpits, with their associated cannons. These cockpits apparently also served as quarters for the gunners, for whom the reclining seats had to suffice as beds. 3 men were in the process of settling into them. We boarded the Betty a few months ago, Alina explained. The crew was killed. Don't cry for them. They were all scum. Equal opponents. Cyrus pointed to one of the pulpits that didn't seem to be occupied yet. Can I spread out there? Go ahead, Alina encouraged. She kicked a box on the wall with her foot. You'll find clothes in there that fit. Cyrus found an old tan uniform inside, the kind used by the Asiatic Union. To call it shabby would have been flattering, and its smell matched its appearance. The former wearer seemed to have rubbed the leather with some kind of oils and greases. It smelled rancid like an old potholder. We're keeping our names, Alina informed. We don't need to make it more complicated. That just implements errors. She pointed to the cannon control display in his cockpit. In the configuration file, you'll find a hidden folder. It contains your legend. Memorize it well. It will tell you the constellation within the crew. I am the commander of the Betty. You are the board engineer of this shitty barge. As long as we don't have to fake a relationship. Alina's eyes flashed. You'd like it that way, wouldn't you? Cyrus spent the next few minutes getting to know his crew better. It consisted of Alina and another woman named Jenny Oldman, who acted as pilot, and 3 other men. George Palin, a tall, dark-haired guy with almost black eyes. Steph Mulder, who was as tall and broad as Palin, but didn't seem as bold with his narrow face, blue eyes, and light blonde hair. Tony Sapiri formed the complete opposite of the others. He was slim, good-looking, appeared well-groomed, and was a head shorter than Xyrus. His tanned face possessed a shrewd expression, and there was something winning about the broad grin. A gold ring shone in his right earlobe. He was the only one who greeted Xyrus with a handshake and welcomed him to the team with a few friendly words. Mulder seemed prompted to make something clear. "Listen good, boy," he rumbled in his deep voice. "You're only here because the captain wants it that way. Otherwise, we'd make you a head shorter. Got that?" "I had no illusions," Xyrus returned. Alina pushed her way in. "Yeah, he got that." She tapped the man's chest with her index finger. "And if you mess up, I'll personally blow you out into space. Got it?" While Xyrus could confirm that the venture was well prepared, he still had reservations. "We're just going to fly into Baxter, take a look around, and hope nobody pinches our butts along the way." Alina looked at him questioningly. "Something like that, yes." She then took Xyrus by the upper arm and pushed him into his narrow pulpit. He felt uncomfortable being so close to Alina. "Look over there." Her words had a commanding undertone. Xyrus followed Alina's gaze and saw a large container being loaded in the hangar. His breath caught in his throat when he realized the cargo the pirates were loading into it. He counted about 20 cylinders in which naked bodies were floating. It was impossible to tell whether the people inside were conscious or not. But some of them were writhing as if tormented by pain. Xyrus knew these containers only from Dominic's descriptions when he, along with Roslyn, had met with Blake in Samaria's capital. "These are our tickets," Alina explained succinctly. "They're humans," Xyrus indignantly said. "We should be helping them." "That's what we tried to do," Alina said. "Everyone we freed died. We don't have the means to wake them from stasis. There's Keymon technology in that." Xyrus tried to remain calm. "Where are they from?" "They're from Samaria. Let's hope the accounting department on Baxter doesn't find out. If they find out we got them from Samaria, it would raise questions. We filled the tanks on Titan after the Akkato and Keymon fought there a few days ago. The Albany colony in Amundsen territory on Titan got hit. When the aliens left, we harvested. That's what the Fleds call it. Remember that word. Harvested. Repeat it. Harvested, Xyrus pressed out. "You're okay with the brief outline of our fledgling career?" "No problem, but the Fleds must have saved delivery and route data," Xyrus objected. "They'll already know you stole them from Samaria. Unlike the stasis emitter, the chassis and processors are of earthly production," the pirate informed him. "Our specialists know about that, and they changed the data. Now it looks like we bought them from the Jetman. Already 2 years ago." "The Jetman?" "A son of a bitch working for the Mandarin." Xyrus did not understand. In the meantime, the closeness to the beautiful woman was getting to him. He felt her warmth and smelled the scent emanating from her. "You have no problems with our cargo?" "No," she replied curtly. "Better get used to it. I'm sure we're going to know a lot of terrible things the deeper we go into this society of ghouls." Xyrus looked at the container, which was being closed. "You're taking this all very lightly. Does it seem that way to you?" There was something offended about her expression. "No, I don't. But I go by the facts and the situation. I only allow what's useful to me. It is better for survival." She walked out of the pulpit, leaving behind a disturbed and at the same time longing Xyrus. He found it difficult to say what he actually felt for Alina. They would be spending a lot of time together in the next few hours or days. And he didn't know how to handle it. Without a doubt, this mission would be a challenge for him, in many ways. The container was hoisted onto the back of the Betty by the hangar crew and anchored there. The small ship then departed to set course for the remote Baxter station. It was located at the altitude of the orbit of Uranus, at a solar angle of 4 degrees above the ecliptic. The flight time there, at maximum speed, was to be 12 hours. Meanwhile, Xyrus had slipped into his worn clothes, as Alina had instructed him to do, so that he would move naturally in them when they reached Baxter. It was too heavy and too uncomfortable for him, and the unpleasant smell did the rest. Cyrus had internalized his new life course and taken a romantic liking to it. He was a bitter idealist who had been driven into the ranks of the Fleds by the suppression of riots in the poor southern regions of Mars. An event that had taken place 2 years earlier, after the aliens had turned their attention more and more to the Red Planet. There was plenty of material with which to occupy his imagination. At last, they approached Baxter Station. The crew crowded into the pulpit for an immediate look. Baxter was a huge, gray ring shimmering in the light of the distant sun. It rotated slowly, and Cyrus concluded that the station did not have gravigenerators. It was all too obvious that this structure had been built before the introduction of gravity emitters, and thus must be at least 1,000 years old. A light signal flashed on one of the booms, at the top of which was a hangar. Jenny Oldman answered with the bow light, as was probably customary with the Fleds, who wanted to avoid any telltale radio traffic. "They've assigned us a landing bay," the pilot informed the Betty. "Where the green marker is now lit." The Betty slowed down further and passed the station's side. Over the centuries, the sun's harsh rays had affected the material and bleached it in many places. The gray metal and ceramic segments shimmered white, as if they were coated with salt. Several areas appeared porous and brittle. Cyrus would not have been surprised if the whole construct had suddenly broken apart. "Everyone to your stations," Alina ordered, and the crew hurried to their stations. "Get ready to unload the cargo." As Cyrus sat in his chair, it occurred to him that he had no idea how to get the cargo off the Betty's hump. He would just stand around stupidly and attract unnecessary attention. He wiped his sweaty hands on his pants. "Don't drive yourself crazy," he said to himself. "You can still look important while you're standing around." The hangar was larger than it appeared from the outside. After they all disembarked, they were amazed at how busy it was. Another ship, from a series unknown to Cyrus, stood next to the Betty. The crew was unloading their cargo from the vehicle. Cyrus had to use all his strength not to cry out in horror at the sight of the transparent cylinders and their contents. Until now, Cyrus had thought he was a tough guy, but he had to admit to himself that he was wrong. Alina, on the other hand, was tough, that much was certain, and that at least instilled some confidence in him that the whole operation could have a good ending. A corpulent man approached with quick steps. "Who's in charge with you?" he shouted to the group of pirates standing under the Betty's belly. Alina stepped toward the man. "That's me. Unload and get on that transport sled there." He waved his hand and gruffly pointed to a hover platform nearby. "The warehouse and the contour are that way." With a nod of his head, he pointed over to the big elevators. "And then make way again. We've got a lot to do." "We wanted to stay here longer," Alina said, which annoyed the man quite a bit. "Then push your barge up against that wall over there." He tapped away on his datapad, which he held in his meaty fingers. "I can tell you, though, that the port fees are hefty." "We are not poor wretches," Alina countered. "How many canned goods?" 20. The harbor master could clearly see his astonishment. "Well, that's different. Not bad for freelancers." "We'd like to spend our money here," Alina followed up. "Where is the best way to do that here?" The man now put on a friendlier face. "Sector A. At Barney's. Say I send you. Arden Lupierre." Cyrus had to stifle a laugh. The ugly man didn't look like someone who fit that name. "What is that supposed to do?" inquired Alina. "Then you'll get away cheaper," Lupierre informed. "And Barney is?" "Barney is what?" "He is, not without influence. He always has work for capable people when I recommend them to him." Steph Mulder was enthusiastic. "That sounds good. We are the best." Cyrus gritted his teeth. "Just don't lay it on too thick." In the end, the fat guy would ask about them and that could be bitter. "Well, boys." Cyrus put all his humble authority into his voice. "Unload and then get in on the fun." "Well, you heard it," Alina came to his rescue. and the men, assisted by an overhead crane, began to maneuver the container off the Betty's roof. Zyrus had found his role and scolded the men together when something didn't go quickly. That way, at least he didn't get too close to the containers and didn't have to touch them. Finally, the cylinders were loaded onto the transport sled, and the pirates set about taking the cargo to the lifts. Meanwhile, Jenny Oldman steered the Betty into its parking position and then joined her comrades. The contour was a large hall whose floor followed the course of the station's curved outer skin. It was a strange feeling to see people in the distance, moving at an oblique angle, following an upward curving horizon. Endless rows of stasis containers stretched from one end of the hall to the other. Zyrus wondered how many people had already been sold to the Keymon and how long this trade had been going on. There must have been billions of people that an unfortunate fate had brought to Baxter or the other fled marketplaces to be sold like fresh meat. Alina ribbed Zyrus as the hover sled headed toward a group of men. "Come back to yourself." Zyrus took a deep breath. "I'm going to pull myself together. I feel best when I can do a little bossing around. A little acting. I've always been good at that." After the goods were inspected, registered and disappeared among all the other bins and containers, the value of their delivery was credited to Alina's handheld computer. "Where can we find Barney?" inquired Alina of the long man who had taken delivery and made the transfer. He took his time making some final entries into his computer. Then he pointed upward. "You go back to the elevator and go up to the central ring segment. From there, follow the signs to Sector A. Can't miss it." The central ring was entirely different from what the rundown or sober rest of the station would suggest. There were a lot of bars and restaurants whose colorful neon signs seemed to be the only lights illuminating the darkness. Music sounded here and there from the eateries. Wrapped in a cloud of sounds of various languages and dialects, the crowd of people crowded the main corridor. Zyrus and his companions made slow progress. There were therefore plenty of opportunities to look at the fleds up close. He was startled by how horribly normal and harmless the men and women appeared. Zyrus could not have said what exactly he had expected, but what he saw was not what he had imagined. He felt strangely out of place in his worn clothes, as many of the fleds wore expensive and extravagant things. Baxter seemed to be not only a transshipment point, as he thought, but also a meeting place for the high society of the criminal gang. A dance of the vampires, he thought grimly, and thus had found the appropriate description for the feeling he just felt. "There's Barney," Mulder chimed in, pointing to a blue lettering glowing on the facade of one of the buildings. It was a 2-story building that looked a bit like a bunker. "We're definitely not going to get in there, dressed like this," Zyrus pointed out. "We won't know until we try," Alina returned, and she was to be proven right. The 2 bouncers actually let them in, and Zyrus felt as if they had already been expected. Fear came over him. He did not rule out the possibility that he could end up in a stasis container. His impression was further strengthened when he saw the sophisticated interior of the bar. Dim lighting, blue hues. Artfully lit aquariums with colorful fish gave off a pleasant green-blue glow. The guests here, all very well dressed. The pirates, in their shabby disguises, must have seemed like foreign bodies. Actually, Zyrus expected that they would be thrown out again immediately, but instead an employee in livery approached and directed them to a table. "We were expected," he concluded, and Alina was skeptically silent. The others, except Sapiri, who also looked pensive, were more unconcerned and happy for the opportunity to enjoy a high-class dinner. "Let's keep our eyes open," Alina said as they sat down. Zyrus looked around worriedly. His stomach tightened. They had attracted more attention than they would have liked. 26. Woodward's ship was called Midas. A stately frigate, well over twice the size of the Zora. Her cylindrical hull bristled with gun ports and cannon barrels. 2 large hangar doors allowed a view of a considerable contingent of fighting machines. She came alongside, and after a Zora shuttle brought Perk aboard, the 2 captains sat facing each other in Woodward's quarters, separated by a desk above which hovered some holograms. Statistics, spreadsheets, and the like. Behind the captain, the red surface of Mars stretched out, shining in the bright sunlight. Peter Woodward was a small, somewhat portly man, with a melancholy expression and pale face. Thin black hair, let's see the shiny scalp. Woodward's voice was soft, and he chose each of his words carefully. Perk knew him from previous assignments. An able captain, with many accolades, who never talked much, but had all the weightier deeds to show for it. Long before the emergence of Akkato and Keymon, Perk and Woodward fought against rebels, pirates, or the forces of the Asian Union. Actually, I have no plans to leave my post here, Woodward said casually, placing his hands on the obsidian top of his desk. His dark eyes were narrow slits. Besides, headquarters will ask questions if I do. I am by no means independent. My authority is limited. That, of course, was an understatement. Perk knew how much influence Woodward had. He enjoyed greater freedom than most other captains. His opinion was given enormous value. Perhaps that's why he kept his head down, to avoid being approached with requests and petitions, as Perk was doing. You can leave a gunboat or two here, Captain Perk objected. That ought to be enough. To hold the post here. Woodward looked at his interlocutor for a while and said nothing. Yes, I could do that, he finally replied. Does the headquarters know about your mission? No, Perk replied. Rosefield doesn't trust anyone. Or only a few. Woodward stared at the captain. His gaze demanded further information. Rosefield has come up with something, Perk hastened to add, that makes our excursion plausible. May I know the fabricated reason? Just so we can coordinate, I should be asked about it in the future or when I have to write my report. The Zora is to locate drifting ships and follow distress signals. Woodward's face still remained expressionless. He would be an ideal partner in a poker game, Perk thought. But the captain of the Midas was too unsociable for that, as Perk knew from his own experience. With his wooden, sometimes dismissive manner, he was not exactly one of the most welcome guests in officers' messes. An extensive task, Woodward finally opined. A good excuse to justify a long mission. After all, we've already found out a lot, and soon we'll have gotten close enough to the Fleds to be able to name names and present evidence. Perk was aware of how much he was exaggerating right now. Sounds interesting. Woodward couldn't tell if he already saw through Perk. The captain's hands still rested on the tabletop, and still Perk found it difficult to fathom what actually moved the man. Peter Woodward was considered a cool analyst, so the man's manner should not surprise Perk. To whom will the results be submitted, Woodward asked, when we have convicted the traitors and apprehended the riffraff? Perk had not yet thought about that. He trusted Roslin, whom he had also known for years and who certainly knew what he would do with the information he had gained. First and foremost, Perk felt an obligation to Rosefield, and he assumed that everything would go his way. But perhaps it would have been better to deal with this point in more detail when he had visited the Admiral in his office on Earth. Is he going to supply it to the courts and bring charges against the fleet leadership? Asked Woodward when Perk hesitated with an answer. I have a lot of friends among the admirals. I don't want to look foolish if it turns out I'm involved in operations aimed at stabbing some of them in the back. If I do, it will be if the evidence and the way it finds its way into legal proceedings is legal. Perk didn't like Woodward's choice of words. Or rather, the point he was making. If there were criminals in the fleet leadership, they were the ones who had stabbed humanity in the back. Exposing them justified any means, no matter how painful that step might be. They would lose friends, that much was clear. You're already way too deep into this, Perk returned. If anything goes wrong, we're all in this together. Woodward swiveled his chair back and forth, frowning. Rosefield is a culmination, so to speak. It sounded almost like an accusation. Whatever he does with the facts will be determinative for us and the fleet. You know that. Yes, I know that. He finally took his pale hands off the table. I just want to make sure we don't embarrass ourselves. If I leave my post, it won't be kept secret and could alert the Fleds. Something decisive has to happen at Baxter, or I'll be in a lot of trouble. Regardless of how much credit I have with the Admiralty. If the operation doesn't turn out to be a resounding success, it could be embarrassing. Everyone involved will be thought fools who fell for conspiracy theories. I can and must live with many accusations, but I don't want to be accused of incompetence. Who wants that? Perk thought. I guess that's a risk we'll have to take. The enemy operates in secret. As soldiers, we are used to facing openly in battle. I admit. Failure will set us all back and strengthen the Fled's position, but I see no alternative to our approach at the moment. They are getting stronger, and we are wearing ourselves out. This has to stop. Woodward still looked like a statue. Yeah, I guess that's the way it is. I'm just afraid of rushing into something and getting into a rash. That's something to avoid, of course, Perk agreed. It should be sufficient if we put ourselves on hold half a light minute from Baxter. My people will let me know if any ships from the fleet show up to unload their cargo. Then we'll strike and catch the riffraff at work. Woodward still seemed to be weighing the odds. I want to hope it all works out the way we think it will. Chapter 27. Matteo di Castro. A broad-shouldered man, with a cheerful, oval face, dark brown eyes, pitch-black hair and a striking hawk nose. He always appeared to be in a good mood, and this despite the fact that he was constantly on duty and was required to work around the clock. It seemed as if he did not need to take a vacation and was always on the spot when there was a fire somewhere. He had been nicknamed the Fast Mat and did his best to live up to the name. He was obviously a born soldier, whose home was the fleet and whose family was the troops, if one wanted to use those hackneyed comparisons. Di Castro was also known for not constantly hanging around fleet headquarters or the officers' casinos of San Francisco. This set him apart from other captains who went there looking for opportunities to kiss the admirals' butts in order to secure posts and privileges. Because of his reputation, he didn't need to, nor did he seem to feel the need to ingratiate himself with leadership. A trait that won him sympathy among the soldiers. Di Castro commanded the Brandon, a small destroyer of the same design as the Zora. He was instructed by Rosefield to contact Perk. The two ships were now side by side, and the holographic image of Di Castro hovered like an apparition in front of Captain Perk, on the bridge of the Zora. "You still look tense," Di Castro opened, shaking his head. His Spanish accent flavored the unusual greeting. "I guess some things will never change." Perk didn't know what to say at first. "Yes, I stay true to myself," he finally replied. "Not everyone can say that about themselves. Except maybe me." Di Castro grinned confidently. "It's a good thing we have some similarities after all. There are too many who bend, and every time you think you're dealing with a new person. That's something that irritates me. But you and I, we keep our qualities." Di Castro possessed a winning, broad smile. "Your intellect, my emphatic talent. It saves words. Makes us effective. One advantage." "So, what did Rosefield tell you?" "Nothing," he confessed. "He just said I should meet with you and you would give me the details. You know how he is. He wouldn't tell me anything over the radio or in his office. He has his reasons." Di Castro's mind reflected a mixture of irritation and mortification. "I think he's getting weirder and weirder, and by now he looks everywhere. How do you say? Phantasma. Ghosts. You know he's always had a good nose. And I don't think he's lost it. You should trust him." "I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. So, what can I do for you?" Perk didn't know how Di Castro might react to the information he was about to present to him. "We have contacts with Blake." There was an exchange of exciting information. The result? "We will attack the old Baxter station as soon as ships of the fleet dock there." For a moment, Di Castro actually seemed surprised. He didn't say a word for a while. "Blake? The Blake? The legend?" "The pirate," Perk confirmed. "Former admiral of the fleet." Di Castro, whose hologram flickered uneasily, seemed speechless. The attack on Baxter and the presence of fleet units seemed to cause him less consternation than meeting Blake. Twice, he punctuated a remark, but did not elaborate on that aspect. You've had contact with pirates? Rosefield knows about it, Perk explained further. But don't worry too much, he's as concerned about this connection as you are. Am I worried? He rebuffed. I'm not worried, just surprised. But it's a spicy business, no doubt about it. It's right up your alley, isn't it? I fear for my reputation if we mess this up. What's the deal with Blake? There is none. I have given you the criterion for the attack. It is no longer a mere guess that parts of our units are working with the Fleds. We don't know what can happen if we target our own units. Either they will give us cause to open fire, or they will cancel the flag. It depends entirely on the captains we encounter on Baxter and how deeply they are involved in all the crimes. They want us to use our own discretion. It's difficult. That's why Rosefield sent you. Difficult? It's not difficult. De Castro seemed to see the matter as less complicated. Acting on my own judgment has always been the order I'm most comfortable with. I think you feel the same way. Perk had to admit that De Castro's carefree manner appealed to him. At least, it also dampened his concerns about the success of the mission and the risks involved. We are waiting for the Athena to arrive. Until then, we'll observe and probe from a distance. If Blake has a score to settle with the Fleds and begins the attack without a fleet ship docked at Baxter, we'll withdraw. We will not assist him in fighting his personal feuds, should that be his intentions. What do you know about Baxter? De Castro wanted to know. I've never heard of that station. It is ancient and was installed by the old Pacific Alliance. A ring 3 kilometers in diameter. It must have cost the Alliance all its resources to build. I can't say much more about it than that. The data is sparse, and the station does not appear in the archives. That's why the Fleds got hold of it. It will be equipped with weapons. That's what we're assuming. Perk tapped around on the console that surrounded the tactical strategic projection field and a representation of the station began to form. This is old data, to be sure, he continued to explain. But I assume that the internal structure of the station has not been fundamentally altered. Let's hope so. De Castro's hologram pointed to the axis of the station. That should be the control center. To be assumed. De Castro looked skeptical. The Athena and 2 small destroyers, against such a large, armed station, plus possibly some Fled ships. I am not a coward, certainly not. But I don't want to be called a fool either. Perk had another trump card up his sleeve, and he knew De Castro wouldn't be happy about it. Woodward will back us up as well. De Castro laughed. Humpty Dumpty's in on this? Perk almost laughed. The exaggerated comparison was quite apartment. He saw Peter Woodward before him, pale as an egg, sitting in his black armchair and staring at him across the shiny obsidian tabletop. He might seem strange. Especially in the eyes of De Castro, but an imbecile he was not. On the contrary. His caution and hesitant behavior were quite understandable. Some soldiers would rather serve under his command than under that of De Castro, whose unpredictable actions always meant risks. Soldiers who did not crave adventure. De Castro's reaction to Perk's message reinforced his belief that he had made the right decision. Woodward provided a perfect balance to Mateo's tempestuous temperament. De Castro put his fists on his hips. Woodward is obviously not here with us, though. He will join us as soon as we take our position, Perk informed. He's just being cautious and wants to stay out of range for now, should embarrassment loom. But I'm counting on him when he realizes we're right. If Rosefield is right, De Castro added. He's risking a lot with this whole operation. I am confident that we will catch the Felds on the wrong foot and be able to carry out our mission without any problems. And when will that be? When I give orders to do so. I'm still waiting for news. De Castro frowned. So you infiltrated a commando. Blake sent some of his people to Baxter. Perk did not mention that Zyrus Corrin was with them. They'll let us know if anything happens. You seem to trust him a lot. Rosefield gave him a pass, and I'm confident there's still the old admiral in him. They say your people's skills are second to none. Is that what they say? There was a small pause in their conversation until De Castro took the floor again. I hope we're not going to sit around here too long. There is nothing worse than boredom. May I make a suggestion? Perk was all ears. I have a good and experienced boarding team. I would like to attack the headquarters directly. A boarding wedge with a special unit of should be sufficient. There was silence for a moment. Perk would have liked to take over himself, but De Castro knew why it was better if he took over that part. It's an open secret, De Castro continued, that half your crew resigned from the Zora after the last mission. And neither is it a rumor that your current crew is made up of greenhorns. All right. I'll let the experienced crew go first, Perk grudgingly conceded. It was reasonable. I'll send some units to the outer ring. They'll keep the defenders busy. De Castro smiled with satisfaction. Somehow, Perk had his problems with De Castro's proposal. At the moment, however, he didn't have enough specialists to staff a grappling wedge with it. We're setting a course for Baxter now. I have set a distance to target of 2 light seconds for our observation post. The exact coordinates will be relayed to you. I set our arrival time at 8 hours. I'd like to be there sooner. Perk did not like this idea. Even if it made sense to probe the area around Baxter and the ship traffic there for a while, it carried a great risk. The longer we're there, the greater the risk of being discovered. It's just not going to be something that can be considered a done deal. I assumed that Rosefield chose you precisely because it's a hussar's play, where too much thinking is harmful. De Castro seemed caught off guard for a moment. Then, however, he grinned broadly. That's the way it's going to be. I'd better shut up now before I start talking my head off and people think I'm a procrastinator. With that, his hologram went out and Ross Lynn approached Perk. I would still have insisted on attacking the headquarters if I were you. Even with our greenhorns. The first officer's disgruntlement was very evident. They're good. You know that, too. You'll get your chance, Perk replied. But not on this mission. Mateo is right. I have too few experienced people. I can't risk any of them. You'll go with the new guys and keep an eye on them. Chapter 28. Dominic lay on his cot under a cloud of colorful holograms circling above him. The captain had instructed him to work on decoding the secret data in the quiet of his quarters. In the meantime, Dominic was actually able to produce a few more results. The main part of the information, however, still remained incomprehensible. Finally, Dominic got around to accepting Zyra's suggestion and trying a template that filtered out specific areas in the endless blocks of text. He tried special algorithms whose parameters he kept adjusting. However, success was limited. Dominic had the meager results analyzed by a pattern recognition program and, contrary to expectations, got an interesting answer. The computer generated a short line of text. Conclusive signs have similarities with the Fibonacci number sequence. Dominic had never heard of it. When he entered the term into the electronic dictionary, he received an explanation of a mathematical system that, among other things, described the growth processes of plants. A system of addition in which the sum of 2 preceding numbers gave the number that followed, and so on. Dominic assigned a position in the text blocks to each result. Initially, this approach did not yield significant results, but after a series of trials, the marked letters and numbers formed complex sentences. The text was in Latin, that much Dominic could tell, and would mean nothing to someone unfamiliar with the language. He searched for a translation program and got a plethora of understandable data. The logbook of Samaria Station, complete with messages and delivery information. The sudden success felt at first like a kick in the pit of the stomach before a sense of triumph set in. Dominic jumped up and stormed onto the bridge, arriving just as Perk finished his conversation with De Castro and exchanged a few more words with Roslyn. The first officer then approached Dominic. "What is it?" he asked, with his usual testy undertone. "I deciphered the texts," Dominic said tersely. Roslyn looked skeptical. Before you embarrass yourself in front of the captain, show me what you found out first. Dominic activated the computer on his forearm, which created a hologram above his palm. It contained coordinates of ship movements and precise information concerning the cargo they were taking to Samaria. Some images showed starships that belonged to the fleet, but the identifiers could not be read. With the movements of his fingers, Dominic could manipulate the images, enlarge or rotate them. This ship is clearly a frigate from the Titan series. And here is her flight path. A schematic representation of the solar system built up, showing the frigate's course. All we have to do is figure out who the ship belongs to. From the flight data, we should be able to determine that. From the looks of it, the ship was on Chester 4 days before the station was destroyed. Roslin was certainly impressed, but he had no trouble hiding his admiration. "Captain," he called out to Perk, who was busy studying the projection of the Baxter outpost. The captain came closer and looked at the data floating between Roslin and Porter. "You decoded the information?" "Yes, sir, I did," Dominic said, not without pride, pointing to the square blocks of text displayed as a three-dimensional cuboid. "These are approximately 900 million pages. Each page contains 10,000 characters. I think we have here all the correspondence between Samaria and the fled ships that had regular contact with Samaria." "How did you find out?" demanded Perk. Dominic gathered his thoughts. "Certain characters are related to each other. You can only evaluate all the material if you compare all the pages and look for a pattern. And I found something." A page slid out of the block. "Notice the brightly highlighted areas on this page. Those little clouds?" Perk pushed his fingertip to one of the bright spots within the text. "Of course, many characters are randomly related to each other and can form arbitrary words. That are the simplest constellations. Also sand, fat, mountain, or so. But the further they move away from the center of the respective cloud, the more nonsensical they become. Dog, cork, or liver kiss, for example." "Will it take much longer?" interjected Roslin impatiently. "Let it go, Frank," Perk placated. "I want to know details. Details are important to me." "Thank you, sir," Dominic said, with a casual glance at Roslin. The task now was to find the exact center of each cloud. There's this Fibonacci number sequence that you can use to describe the growth pattern of plants. I assigned the values, starting with the first character of the respective side, from which further places are marked. These characters marked in this way are crucial. They form meaningful words and sentences. I extracted the entire text. The hologram went out, only to reappear immediately afterwards as accurate dialogue. "Julius Caesar in the original?" mocked Roslin. "Yes, it's Latin," Dominic confirmed. "I'm switching to translation." Roslin and Perk read a few lines. After a few moments, the captain turned to Dominic. "They use aliases," he noted. "There is no Captain Snoopy, Dark Prince, or Frankenstein on any ship in the fleet. And I don't think there's one on any of the other ships that are in the solar system either. Basically, we're just as smart as we were before." "I'm sure," Roslin added, "that Blake knows who's behind one name or another." "How would he know that?" asked Dominic. "He has spies," the first officer explained. "It's an undeniable advantage to have someone right on the spot who can draw conclusions. You can fool a program with those names. Blake must have had spies on Samaria." Dominic realized. "That's the reason Cyrus flew to Baxter with the pirates." "Yes, that's right." Perk patted Dominic on the shoulder. "I'm sure we'll know who's behind the names soon. One way or another. Maybe you'll find something else in the data we can use as evidence, and we'll save flying to Baxter." Dominic was skeptical, but he nodded and pretended to be confident. "In the meantime, we're going to familiarize ourselves with the attack target," Perk said, pointing to the image of the Baxter outpost. "The data is from the archives," the captain elaborated. "We don't have any data or information on Baxter's current appearance. There may have been a few turrets added here and there. When we sneak up, we'll see more," but I don't think there will be enough to be sure. So let's deal with what we have. Perk detailed what areas he thought were weak spots on the station and where he thought it was possible to drop a boarding party. Should it come to that, he elaborated, I want you, Frank, to lead the force. Even before Perk uttered the words, Dominic knew that the captain would require him to accompany Roslyn. I think they both make a good team, Perk said, and Roslyn nodded casually. I'm thinking of their joint mission on Mars. I think I'm better off in the command post, Dominic objected. We're not going to discuss matters of faith here. Perk's tone changed to unaccustomed severity. You're standing by for boarding party. How long ago was your close combat training? Dominic thought about it for a few seconds. That long, then. The captain rubbed his chin. Frank, make sure he gets warmed up. After all, we still have a few hours. Put on your workout clothes. The first officer seemed to like the idea of putting Dominic through the ringer properly. And wait for me in the exercise room. While Perk and Roslyn were still discussing a few details of the mission, Dominic changed clothes and was now standing on the gray rubber floor of the training room. The tight jersey he wore was made of a fabric that protected against cuts and stabs that were not wielded with great force. The transparent visor, of the light helmet, had only a narrow slit through which to breathe. The lights went out, except for a few red lights along the baseboard. A combat automaton slid out of the penumbra above Dominic's head. From the barrel-shaped hull protruded grippers, pincers, and devices to which a wide variety of weapons could be attached. The robot's shape was reminiscent of a spider and appeared just as menacing. The sight of it sent a shiver down Dominic's spine. The automatons were programmed not to hurt anyone, but accidents happened again and again during training. Some of them ended fatally. Some pale lights on the metal body of the machine lit up. The first officer foresees an exercise with short and long knives. It echoed buzzingly from the body of the combat machine. A flap opened and an assortment of said weapons slid out of the opening, handles first. The black blades were all sharpened and shone oily. Dominic gulped at the sight. Apparently, Roslyn had no intention of training with dull knives. Only the more practiced soldiers used sharp blades, but Dominic did not count himself among them. It was only the threat posed by the blades that bothered him. He had never been good at this kind of weapon. He began to be afraid. Choose your weapon, the robot prompted. And take up defensive positions. I need to warm up a bit first, Dominic objected. Warm-up mode. Knife fight, sounded the tinny voice of the robot, whereupon some whirling cylinders were projected into the darkness, which Dominic had to dodge. He ducked when one flew toward his head, jumping over it as they rotated across the floor. When touched, Dominic received electric shocks. It hurt, and the pain coursed adrenaline through his veins. After a few minutes, the machine increased the intensity of the workout. A hail of holographic bullets shot through the darkness, which he had trouble dodging. The margin for error increased, and one jolt of electricity after another jolted through Dominic's body. It took an eternity for Roslyn to finally appear. The lights came on, and the warm-up exercise was over. Dominic was sweating and panting as he sat on the floor. Damn, were Roslyn's first words, also wearing a light armor jersey. Warm up, don't wear yourself out. Heart rate, blood pressure and muscle elasticity are in perfect proportion for the intense training requested, informed the machine. Adrenaline release is optimal to ensure maximum alertness and fast reflexes. The officer slipped the helmet over his head and folded the visor in front of his face. We'll start with long knives, he said, pulling two from the vending machine. He threw one of them to Dominic, who got hold of it by the handle more with luck than skill. Almost at the same moment, Roslyn attacked. Dominic jumped up and just managed to avoid the thrust. Recognizing a feint, he took a step to the left and bent his upper body to the side to avoid the thrust Roslyn delivered against his chest. Dominic used Roslyn's momentum to grab his arm with his left and slide it past him. With his right, he thrust the blade under his opponent's armpit. Hit, the automaton sounded, emotionless. Deadly. Not bad at all, said Rosalind, who was now back in front of Dominic, switching his knife to his left hand. You're a low man. I thought I'd take it easy, but we can go all the way. The next few minutes were a humiliation for Dominic. He received one hit after another and was soon so exhausted that he could no longer stand on his feet. Rosalind allowed him only a brief moment to recover, disarming Dominic with a deft attack. The first officer put the long blades back into the body of the combat robot and then pulled out the shorter versions. The drills with these weapons included methods combining lunges and thrusts. At least, Dominic managed to keep Rosalind's scores low by resorting to dodging instead of attempting attacks, which the officer defended against with ease every time anyway. Only when Rosalind got tired did Dominic manage to score a point or two and stun his opponent. Finally, Rosalind finished the fight, took off his helmet and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Well done, he praised, whereupon Dominic wondered if he could be serious. What do you mean, he wondered. Like I said, Rosalind returned. Others have taken more hits in less time without learning from it and using new tactics. They are even quite creative and can surprise an attacker. He put the dagger back in the machine. In the narrow corridors of a station, I'd like to have you with me when it's man-to-man, and you can't fire a weapon in the melee. Why is it even necessary to board Baxter? We need some prisoners, Rosalind explained. If we could get more data through them, that would be good. Data that didn't go through Blake's hands first. It might also be necessary to get Corin back out there. Does anyone know how he's doing? He has confirmed his arrival. Nothing more yet. He will keep us informed of what is happening on Baxter. Rosalind left the room and instructed the machine to continue in his style. Another half hour, he commanded it, giving Dominic a peremptory glance. After that, get some rest, Porter. No sooner had he said that than the machine moved into fighting position. A short knife flashed in one of its gripping pincers. Take care, Porter, the synthetic voice warned as the robot led its first thrust. Chapter 29. Cyrus had no appetite. He didn't like the attention they were getting. It might not mean anything, but he would have preferred not to be in the spotlight so much. It might have been his tension, but he felt like he was being watched by prying eyes. I'd like to look around a bit, Cyrus said. I'm not going to stay here, anyway. Alina didn't seem to like what he was trying to do. No desire to find out what this Barney is all about? Honestly, no. All right. The pirate gave in with a skeptical expression. It was obvious to her that she didn't like the fact that Cyrus was moving away from the group. But she had no right to order him to do anything. Don't do anything stupid, Alina admonished. Stay close and don't start a fight. I'm not the type to do one or the other. He left the others, but when he passed the bar and saw the bartender, an idea came to him. The men and women behind the bar were usually always informed and provided with all kinds of gossip. Why shouldn't he just try to get some useful information? What do I have to do to get to someone who's important here? He asked the long man with severely slicked-back black hair, who was in the process of washing glasses. Someone who matters, the bartender repeated. That's right. The most important guy is me. In here, anyway, the long man joked. The best drinks on Baxter? Only at Lenny the Russian's. I'll keep it in mind, replied Cyrus, who wasn't really in the mood for jokes. Ask for Freddie, Lenny the Russian continued. Freddie Brandt. He's the owner of Baxter. Asking is not a problem, Cyrus objected. Contacting is the challenge. His office is protected by 2 guard dogs. Lenny retrieved a glass from the sink and rubbed it with a cloth. Lorington and Nisler. They won't let anyone get near him. His office is a fortress. There is a password for every fortress. Lenny shook his head. I don't know any. Brandt's the one who picks his guests. Cyrus tried to construct a way to get to this Freddie Brandt from these facts. But really, there's no need to come to his office, the bartender continued. His bedroom is the place where he is accessible. Cyrus swallowed. He didn't really want to go down this road. He involuntarily wondered how far a spy would have to go to get information. Furthermore, he had imagined that he might have to kill or torture someone to get important data. I wonder if he was capable of harming a human being. He didn't completely rule out the possibility. But going to bed with a man had not been part of his imagination until now. "You're a handsome guy." Lenny put on a challenging, suggestive face. "Otherwise, I wouldn't say a word to you." Cyrus tried to formulate his next sentence. "You never actually find him in the office." Lenny put the glass on the shelf and fished out the next one. "The station has a lookout. You're more likely to run into him there. And if you're not too stupid." "How do I get to the lookout point?" Lenny seemed to think the conversation was over. "You have to make a little effort. Or do you like to be waited on all around?" The somewhat ambiguous remark marked the end of their conversation. Cyrus still thanked them and walked out of the bar onto the main walkway that ran through Baxter's ring. Somehow he felt more comfortable in the hustle and bustle of the wide corridor than at the table in the bar. Here he could blend into the crowd, move about unseen, and do a little snooping. He decided to look for the center of the massive ring. There had to be something like an observation dome there. At least, that's what he assumed. It sounded logical. If he were required to construct such a station, he would have put the observation dome right there. Finding one's way around inside this rotating behemoth was anything but easy. In modern stations, artificial gravity allowed for relatively simple construction. Most constructions were cube-shaped. There was a clearly defined top and bottom, and you were never upside down anywhere at any time, from the perspective of others. Baxter, however, was a curved world, and the closer you got to its center, the lighter you seemed to feel. At the center of the wheel, there was supposed to be weightlessness. For that reason alone, there had to be something interesting at this point. Maybe some kind of amusement center to try out exciting things that had a special attraction in zero gravity. Cyrus thought of a lot of things that could be fun when one was weightless. Cyrus found a narrow alley that branched off at right angles from the main corridor, and at the end of it he was able to enter an elevator. The car whizzed up, and he actually felt himself getting lighter and lighter. When the door opened again, Cyrus found himself in another ring segment. A tube, almost entirely of glass. He estimated the diameter of the glass ring, which was between the outer section and the control center, at a good 300 meters. Directly above his head, he saw the command platform of the station. It was equipped with modern gravogenerators, because he could see people moving behind the windows, independent of rotational gravity. Cyrus recognized antennas and receiving dishes whose range he could only estimate, making approaching Baxter a gamble. He also saw two guns with their barrels sticking out into the blackness of space. There were missile ramps and torpedo hatches. When Perk and Blake launched their attack, this central platform had to be their primary target to take out. Cyrus activated the microphone of the small computer on his wrist. Whispering, he described what he had discovered and how he estimated the strength of the station as he moved in long leaps through the ring. He then sent the message to the Zora, fervently hoping that the station's sensors could not register the weak signal or locate its origin. He didn't dare think about what might happen if the detectors sounded an alarm. He glanced over to the command center. Everything remained quiet, and even some time later, no guards appeared to arrest Cyrus. His tension eased and a vague sense of triumph sprouted in him. He decided to enjoy the view for a while longer, gazing at the circling sea of stars that stretched endlessly before him. Somewhere out there had to be the Zora, he reasoned, with its sensors locked on the station. But as long as no ship of the fleet docked here, Perk would not attack. Cyrus saw a section of the station below him where some smaller spacecraft were moored. He wondered if the Fleds also worked with other criminal organizations, and if they traded in anything other than humans. He knew that opiates had been a highly sought-after commodity since the beginning of the war. They helped treat the large number of wounded that the interplanetary chaos claimed. Others took the drugs to escape the whole situation. Cyrus continued on his way and after a while arrived back where he had entered the ring. 2 or 3 times he encountered other people. He had assumed he would find far more visitors here to enjoy an uninterrupted view of the stars. The Fled's romantic disposition did not seem as pronounced as Xyrus. Given the nature of their business, he shouldn't be particularly surprised. He took another closer look out onto the main ring, where a cargo ship was just leaving, before he continued walking through the ring. After a while, he saw a man sitting on one of the seats that could be folded out of the wall. He might have been twice Xyrus' age and was typing away on a keyboard that rested on his knees. He was so engrossed in evaluating a collection of colorful holograms glowing before him that he hadn't noticed Xyrus yet. If Xyrus could trust Lenny's words, it was quite likely that the man was Freddie Brandt. But of course, it could be someone else entirely, taking advantage of the quiet of the viewing area to go about his business undisturbed. But if it was Brandt, it was a great opportunity to get to know him better. Xyrus didn't know how to approach the man without disturbing and upsetting him. He turned away and looked out at the stars while he thought about how best to start the conversation, but couldn't come up with a witty approach. He would not be able to score points with Brandt with a clumsy introduction, should he be a man of stature. Xyrus thought he didn't know himself anymore, because normally it was easy for him to start a trivial conversation with people. Now, however, he was busy trying not to let his excitement show. "Mighty busy here," one man finally said without taking his eyes off his holograms. "Made out all right, the old thing." He set the keyboard aside, whereupon the glowing images went out, stood up and tapped on the window frame. "I've never seen them here before. What do they think of the old space station?" Xyrus looked into a narrow, angular face whose chin was framed by a short beard. "Can't say anything about it," he claimed. "Haven't been around long. I like Samaria better. Lots of green. More sun. And the air was fresher. Yes. It's a great loss. But every loss offers the chance for a new beginning and new opportunities. Sounds like someone who is always on the bright side, no matter how the tide turns in the wind." The man nodded. "I put my money on Baxter early on. It's nice and secluded, and I don't expect anyone to spot us anytime soon." It was only a matter of time before Samaria got noticed. Xyrus wondered what the man knew. "I thought Samaria fell victim to an exchange of blows between Keymon and Akkato. At least that's what I heard. I have doubts." He held out his hand to Xyrus. "Frederick Brandt." Xyrus returned the handshake. "Xyrus Koran. Why do you have doubts?" "There was supposed to have been a call for help," Brandt explained. Judging by the contents, Samaria was damaged, but not to the point where there could be this huge explosion that ripped the whole thing apart. An attack by the fleet? Possibly. He leaned against the window pane. "Cost me a lot, anyway. There were capable people on Samaria. I've been on the lookout ever since for men and women who still want to prove themselves." "That's why you approached me?" "No," Brandt replied. "I wanted to chat a bit first. Very few people stray here. Sometimes I wonder if I'm the only one who visits this place to enjoy the view. Cost me a bundle to install the glass ring. I almost feel like that crazy Ludwig." Xyrus had a vague idea what he was talking about. "You mean this king?" Brandt put his hands on the handrail and looked out into space. "We need sanctuaries to escape the clutches of the world in which we must breathe." He looked at Xyrus as if he had found a kindred spirit in him. "You also seem to be someone who indulges in his escapes. Our business has its challenges. You'd be foolish to think you could get by without escapes." Xyrus managed pretty well to get the man's sympathy. "Anyway," he nodded and smiled at him. "I try to suppress these aspects," he admitted. "Of course, I don't quite succeed. But the galactic conflict into which we humans have fallen presents us with existential questions. At least we have found a way to stay out of the alien firing range and come to terms with them. We survive only if we do not get into trouble with them. If humanity continues to exist, this sad episode will soon be forgotten, as well as the crimes we committed." It was interesting that Brandt admitted to being a criminal. "I agree," Xyrus lied. The future belongs to those who take their chances. That's right. Brand crossed his arms in front of his chest. Morality is a math problem. And I want to be among the winners. You strike me as someone to bet on. As I mentioned, I'm short on fighters right now. The best of my team were just on Samaria when it went up. Fortunately, I've had an office here for some time, which I've been, he tapped the steel handrail, expanding over the last few years. I like to call it my back room. But now it's becoming the main office. From my earnings, I'm funding a big part of Baxter. He eyed Cyrus urgently. You've actually never been here before? No. Hastily, Cyrus tried to gather together in his mind some of the names and terms he had heard from Dominic and Alina. Berman was my usual go-to guy. The Mandarin and the Jet Man, my most frequent customers. And now you don't? Too unsafe. Brant nodded thoughtfully. The Mandarin gambled a bit too high. And since the Bosku have been hanging around him, hardly anyone wants to do business with him. Do you know what the lizards are called among the inhabitants of the galaxy? No. Dung beetle. He laughed. Well, in the earthly equivalent. I didn't even know there was such a thing as dung beetles on other planets. But apparently there's shit on all worlds, and so there are creatures that dig in the shit. The Akkato word for dung beetle is shar. Sounds catchy. Cyrus would have liked to tell him that he thought the Keymon were also a good equivalent for this term, or the Fleds. After all, the Keymon also belonged to the insects and were related to the dung beetles. I've heard that Berman has been targeted by authorities, Cyrus said. Yeah, someone's snooping around. Brant rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe the same people who caused the Samaria disaster. But I don't think the fleet had anything to do with it in this case. I'd love to know who's trying to make my life miserable. I used to be in the fleet, too, Cyrus revealed. I quickly became aware of these other opportunities to make a career for myself. I could have continued to hunt with my captain, but I ended up preferring to run my own command. Don't you work alone? No. I'm out with friends. Brant detached himself from the window and tightened his jacket. Sounds interesting. You didn't happen to arrive at a ship named Betty? For a moment, Cyrus felt a chill run down his spine. He feared their venture was already busted. Yes, this is a friend's ship. I've already heard that their cargo is of impressive quality. My harbor master has informed me. A lot of hunters take it in stride that the targets take damage when you capture them. Cyrus tried to stay calm and think of anything that would make this detail plausible. We hunt in the dark and use stun projectiles with sit-in gas or stunner projectiles. So far, we haven't had any real enemies who enjoyed causing us problems. Some have put up a fight, but we know our stuff. Brant seemed to like this story. We need to talk more in depth. He pulled out a small plastic card with his name in shimmering letters. Show this, and they'll let you see me. He gestured over to the control center. A door opener, so to speak. I appreciate that. Cyrus slipped the card into the breast pocket of his jacket. Brand gestured upward with a nod of his head. Here come their former comrades. Cyrus saw the hull of a fleet cruiser approach to dock with Baxter. Would have to be the York, Brant reasoned aloud. Under Captain Sword. Do you know him, perhaps? No, Cyrus replied, although that wasn't true. He had heard the name before, and his former commander on the Scotia seemed to be friends with him. I prefer to stay out of the fleet's way. I guess the goodbye was quick and painless, Cyrus claimed. Meanwhile, he considered himself quite adept at breathing life into his made-up Vita. But I was carrying material. I needed a starter kit. I don't know if they'll have much sympathy for that. I certainly don't want to find out. I have to take care of the formalities, Brant explained. Do you want to come? Cyrus didn't want to test his luck any longer. Even though he had succeeded in everything so far and his web of lies had not been uncovered, he had to admit to himself that it was difficult to keep his nervousness under control. One mistake, and he would end up in one of the glass preserves. I'm going to enjoy the view a little more. A romantic, Brant remarked, without mockery. Pleases me very much. I knew it as soon as I saw you. After Brant left, Cyrus transmitted the arrival of the cruiser York to Perk. It couldn't be much longer now, and would come to a fight. Perhaps Captain Perk would change his mind when he learned he would have to take on a superior battleship that could operate under fire protection from the station. In that case, Blake would have to join the fight and support Perk. The Athena had already proven its firepower, but could the pirate really be trusted? Blake could also abruptly withdraw from the fight if things got too dicey. Cyrus decided to go back to Alina and the others and explain the situation to them. As he hurried through the central corridor, there was a sudden commotion. A crowd quickly formed, clogging the corridor like a cork, so that he could not get through to the bar where he had left the others. It took a long time for the crowd to disperse. Apparently there had been an incident at Barney's. Cyrus didn't suspect anything good and turned to one of the onlookers. A slim man in a red spacesuit decorated with gold, flanked by two pretty women. What was going on? Asked Cyrus. The man just lit a cigarette and enjoyed a drag before answering. Spies, he said, breathing out a blue cloud. Barney thinks he's recognized some of them. Are pirates, from what I've heard. Barney's old pals. Stupid pack, growled Cyrus. Damn, stupid pack. Chapter 30. The Zora left its position, now racing in at top speed and taking aim at its primary targets. The destroyer slowed to battle speed and opened fire on the Baxter station. The gunners knew their stuff and scored several hits, but Baxter's guns had powerful shields. The first energy salvos fizzled uselessly at the defensive fields. The railgun projectiles were deflected. Before the Zora turned to avoid the defenders' fire, Perk launched a series of penetration missiles capable of penetrating the shields. As the Zora accelerated again, it launched two boarding craft and received hits as it gained distance. Even as the Baxter gunners focused on the fleeing Zora, the Athena closed in. The fast Brandon, under the command of De Castro, attacked at the same time, destroying several missile ramps on Baxter's main ring. Sergeant Milton Kuntz commanded one of the boarding craft, whose crew included Dominic and Roslyn. The fat sergeant stood at the end of the rows of seats and surveyed his squad. Kuntz had led boarding parties before and was one of Perk's experienced men. Now and then he and Roslyn exchanged a few pointed remarks. Apparently, they did so in order to exude confidence in front of the crew and to cover up their own fears. The soldiers sat on the narrow seats, their backs against the wall, holding their rifles between their knees. Elena Green sat across from Dominic, staring tensely at her boots. As he had overheard, she was not only an excellent shot. With the knife she even achieved a better score than Dominic, if the results of the last practice session could be trusted. In his mind's eye, he saw the young woman still lying helpless and drooling on the floor after the Seabees had attacked her. "We stay together," he said. Elena, torn from her thoughts by his words, looked at him questioningly. "We stay together," he repeated, and she nodded curtly. "We're going to blow a hole in the outer skin of the station," the sergeant explained in a loud voice. "For the newbies among you, so you don't shit your pants when it cracks. The boat will enter the opening and seal it like a cork. So we won't have a problem with escaping atmosphere." A shock shook the small ship as it was hit by a volley. "Seal helmets now," the sergeant thundered. "Engage filters and follow the instructions on the visual display." Dominic saw information building up in the pane of his visor. "No one moves more than 20 meters away from the center," Kuntz further explained. A red circle lit up, designating Kuntz's position in the squad, assigned as center. The other soldiers were depicted as a cloud of 50 blue triangles. Only Roslyn's triangle tended to be white, and was shown slightly larger. "They know their jobs," Kuntz yelled as the pilot fired the punch charge to blow a hole in the station's hull. "Porter, they stay close to me." "Yes, sir," replied Dominic wanly. "And you don't do anything stupid either, Frank." Roslyn gave offense. Silly things are your specialty, Mill. In boarding operations, your ass belongs to me, Frank, remember that. Don't let your wife hear you say that. Dominic could not see what was going on outside the boat, because the vehicle had no windows or viewing hatches. It was nothing more than an armored ramming spur, created to break through the outer hulls of ships to drop the boarding party inside. Its official designation was injector. It was oppressive to sit inside, tightly packed, waiting for the fight to begin or to be pulverized by a direct hit. The information in Dominic's display did not contain any data that provided information about the battle situation. Dominic didn't have time to think much about it anyway. The wedge had been fired at Baxter at close range. As planned, the long boat, like an arrow, slammed into Baxter Station. The partition between the crew compartment and the cockpit slid aside and the top mechanically split in half. Thick smoke billowed in and swirled through the small ship. Koontz was the first to leap from the vehicle to board Baxter. Roslyn and Dominic followed him without hesitation, and then the rest of the squad came after. The smoke cleared, revealing a large storeroom where all manner of machinery and equipment stood about. A squat transporter stood in the center of the hall, gawking at the intruders, with its curved cockpit windows like a giant housefly. People had taken cover under its belly. The first shots rang out. An alarm siren wailed. "Miller," yelled Koontz to a non-commissioned officer. "Get your squad over to that gate. The rest with me. We'll take these guys on." While Miller and his squad hurried away, Dominic and the others took cover behind crates and containers. They were properly taken under fire, and Roslyn cursed. "Reminds me of Berman," he hissed. "You do remember, don't you?" "I haven't forgotten anything," Dominic replied. He darted out of cover and caught one of the Fleds in his aiming monitor. He pulled the trigger and the man slumped lifeless as he was hit in the chest. Dominic turned to Elena Green. "Cover me." Elena jumped out from behind the container and ran. Roslyn ran after her and fired a few unaimed shots in the direction of the Fleds. "That's not the way it was meant to be," Dominic hissed. More boarding craft rammed the station. The deafening explosion noise of punching charges echoed through the corridors. Dominic flinched and lost sight of the Felds for a moment. Elena and Roslyn had come close to the enemy in the meantime. Elena was able to take one of them down with a well-aimed shot. Dominic fired a sheaf and enveloped the enemy in an inferno of explosions and flames to secure the young woman. Before Koontz could hold him back, Dominic had jumped out from behind the container and ran after the shooter. Koontz's curses poured from Dominic's helmet speaker and included the names of Roslyn and Porter. Again, Dominic fired a burst of fire and hit another Fled, who instantly went down. Nearby, a crate exploded. A hot blast wave swept in, accompanied by glowing metal shards and burning plastic parts. Acrid smoke spread and limited visibility. In the dense smoke, Dominic saw the flickering of energy projectiles that appeared to be coming from Elena's gun. The first officer had been thrown to the ground by the explosion. Dominic almost tripped over Roslyn, who resisted Dominic's attempts to help him back to his feet. "Take care of Elena, damn it." Roslyn struggled to get up. "I'll be fine." "Fog mode," Dominic commanded. The view mode in his visor changed and showed him a purple, silhouetted world. He could see Elena, who had just had her rifle snatched out of her hand by a man. Another Fled appeared. A woman. The two tackled Elena. She drew her knife, but the woman behind her got a hold of Elena's wrist. The man in front of her also had a blade in his hand. Dominic got him in the crosshairs and fired. The man crashed to the ground. When Dominic got the woman behind his comrade in his sights, he fired another shot that penetrated her neck and nearly severed her head from her torso. In the helmet display's field of view, the scene seemed unreal. Meanwhile, the exhaust system of the hall began to work. The air cleared and Dominic was able to open the helmet again. Suddenly, another group of enemies appeared. Dominic couldn't tell if they had just arrived, or if it was due to the thick curtain of smoke and fumes that hid them from his view until now. Both sides were surprised and began shooting blindly around each other. The group of Fleds was dispersed. Most were killed and some managed to escape. One woman, however, had stopped, staring at Dominic. As she put the rifle on, Dominic shot her in the chest. The woman slumped and fell to the ground with a dull thud. This time, no filtered image from a digital camera distorted the scene. Dominic experienced the whole situation with all his senses. He felt the incredulous look of her blue eyes like a knife piercing his heart. He heard her short gasp when the shot hit her and saw her long blonde hair blowing behind her like a bright flame as she fell. Strangely, Dominic felt no sense of guilt or regret. It had happened, that was all he knew. He registered it as a fact. That was all it was, that was all it could be now. If they were going to fight their way through the corridors and secondary tunnels of the space station any time soon, more encounters with the enemy were certain. He should not begin to question his actions. There might be an opportunity for that later. At the moment it was good that he felt no guilt, but it felt wrong somehow. One thing was certain. After Baxter, he would never be the same. "Damn good job," praised Kuntz, who had been watching the action. "Thanks, Porter," Elena gasped, picking up her rifle and looking down at the two dead Fleds at her feet. "Saved my life." Dominic did not know what to say. He felt numb and looked at the mess he had made with apparent indifference. "Corridor secure," shouted Miller against the wail of the siren, beckoning the others to join him. "Porter, green." Kuntz gestured over to another gate leading into the hall. "Close the gate and weld it shut. We don't want anyone stabbing us in the back. If we keep moving forward, don't forget to do that to all the doors and hatches, understand?" In the meantime, fighting was going on everywhere. The thunder of explosions, and the crash of energy shells, reached Dominic's ears. A strange, hissing bang as the air expanded with the passage of the hot beam. "That was pretty impressive," Elena said, pulling a small welding torch from her fanny pack. A bright, blue flame poked out of the nozzle. "And you were very brave," he praised, although the word "stupid" was also on the tip of his tongue. He flipped a switch on the door frame. The door panels slid together and Elena began to weld them together. "I didn't think I could ever do something like this," she confessed, stroking the flame across the narrow crack in the door, melting the metal. "But without you, it would have turned out badly." It took Dominic a few seconds to answer. "Yes. I am very puzzled. We should stay together." She finally turned off the burner and slid it back into her pocket. "You're a safe person to be with," seemed unreal. Chapter 31. Cyrus retreated to one of the many bars and sat down in a dark corner so as not to attract further attention. It was clear to him that the Fleds would soon find out that they had not caught all the spies. He was trapped. Suspiciously, he observed his surroundings. He looked at the guests who were enjoying their drinks at the bar. The people sitting at the tables in the semi-darkness and especially those who just came in the door. The longer he sat around, the more uncomfortable he began to feel. Staying idle was not an option, that much was clear to him. He had to do something instead of sinking into brooding. Contacting Frederick Brandt could be one way to gain some ground. After all, there was the slim chance that he hadn't yet figured out that Cyrus was one of the spies. Assuming, the Fleds did not have sophisticated interrogation methods that would loosen the tongue of even the toughest delinquent. It was unclear whether any of the crew had not already blabbed. Cyrus did not know any of them and was not able to estimate how resistant they really were. Be that as it may. There was an infinitesimal possibility that Cyrus could find out something about Alina and her crew, or their whereabouts. His heart was beating so hard that he could almost feel it in his throat. He pulled out the business card Brandt had given him and wondered how far it would get him. Cyrus remembered the words of a trainer. Even if a warrior's head is cut off, he had said, it should still be possible for him to perform one last deed. At the time, this lesson had seemed like pure bullshit to him. But now his situation was so hopeless that it was quite equivalent to a completed decapitation. And indeed, it was possible for him to perform one more courageous deed. Zyrus left the bar, stepped into the main corridor, where there was still a dense crowd, and ducked into the cover of the bustle. For a while he walked down the wide boulevard until he found a way to get to Baxter's headquarters. A spacious elevator led to the top. No one stopped him from getting in and pushing the top button. The car whizzed up, and when he reached the axis of the station, after the gravity had first decreased a little, he felt an artificial gravitational field pulling him to the ground. The door slid aside and Zyrus entered a short, narrow corridor that ended at a circular bulkhead in front of which 2 guards stood. They looked grim and eyed Zyrus with suspicion as he approached. "Lost?" one of the men groaned. Zyrus showed him the business card he had been holding for quite a while, twirling it between his fingers. "Mr. Brandt said I could speak to him." The 2 guards exchanged a quick glance, then one of them opened the bulkhead. "You leave your gun here." "You got it." Dominic raised his hands, whereupon the man pulled Zyrus' pistol from its holster and placed it in a niche in the wall. "You'll find his office down the hall. Straight ahead." He pointed behind him with his thumb. "Check in with Tara. She's sitting at the desk in front. If you don't scare her, she'll let you into the sanctuary." Zyrus walked through the corridor, from which other corridors branched off. There were guards in there too, with rifles, standing guard in front of closed doors. Zyrus realized he was on the right track. This was where the pirates had been housed, no doubt about it. Only how was he going to succeed in freeing Alina and the others from their prisons? He decided to approach the gunman. "I think I'm lost." He tried hard to put on an innocent face. "Can you tell me where I can find Brandt? Is he here, behind one of these doors?" "Get out of here, kid," one of the guards barked at him and took a step toward him. "I have an invitation from Brandt," Zyrus insisted, showing the card. "Can't miss it, stupid," another remarked, stepping forward and grabbing Zyrus by the arm. Suddenly, the alarm blared. The lighting changed to pulsating red, and already the first detonations shook the ground. The guards looked at each other, perplexed and irritated. Some of them pushed past Zyrus, out into the main corridor of the headquarters. At that moment, there was another explosion. Much closer than the previous ones. A shock wave swept through the rooms. It knocked Zyrus and the remaining guards off their feet. Sparks swirled through the air and acrid smoke spread. When one of the guards tried to get up, Zyrus snatched the rifle from him and struck him down with the butts. The other man did not move and lay strangely twisted on the ground. Obviously, he was already dead. Another detonation shook the station, which occurred in proximity. In the next instant, there was an exchange of gunfire. Screams and smaller explosions. A boarding wedge must have rammed directly into the control center. At first, Zyrus thought of throwing himself into the fray and supporting his comrades. But since he was not wearing an armored fleet uniform, he ran the risk of being killed in the fray. He had to wait until the battle was over. In the meantime, he could try to free Alina and the others. He hurriedly searched through the guards' clothes and finally found an electronic key, in the form of a narrow, crystal cylinder. As the fight grew in ferocity, Zyrus opened one of the doors. In the cell, he found Alina and Jenny Oldman, who looked at him speechlessly. "I can hardly believe it myself," Zyrus said. "And all of this without a head." Alina was the first to find her voice again. "What's that noise?" "The fleet has arrived," Zyrus explained. "Boarding wedges have entered the headquarters and are dropping off commando units as we speak." As if in confirmation, more shots crackled and a violent explosion made the floor and walls shake. "We'll stay here in the cells for now," Alina suggested, pulling Zyrus in. "Don't let them shoot us over in the heat of the moment. We don't look like soldiers." Zyrus agreed. "I just hope they don't vent the control center. At the latest, when the wedge comes back." Alina put his index finger to his lips. He understood and kept silent, although he was eager to tell Alina how he had managed to free you. The three waited a few minutes and gradually it became quiet. The noise died away. No shots, no more explosions. The boys were quick, Cyrus reflected appreciatively, listening to the silence. It was unusually quiet. Cyrus cautiously stepped out of the cell and thought he heard voices. A conversation, it sounded like. Unusual. What one might usually expect were orders being shouted at the prisoners. Drop your weapons. On the floor. Move it. Faster. Something like that. Military intimidation. But nothing of that was to be heard. Cyrus took a few steps through the side corridor of the cell block and ventured a furtive glance into the main corridor. The office at the end of the corridor was open and he could see an exciting scene. Frederick Brandt was standing behind his desk, in front of the boarding party. The boarding party was small. It consisted of only 6 men, as far as Cyrus could tell. He didn't know any of the people. So the crew was not from the Zora. Brandt was talking to a small, black-haired man who held his rifle casually in the crook of his arm. It was hard to understand what they were saying, but Cyrus couldn't shake the feeling that the 2 men knew each other. Something in their posture and facial expressions suggested that. "Who is that?" asked Alina, who had now ventured out of her cell after all and was standing behind Cyrus. "Don't know," he whispered. "Aren't from the Zora." Now the conversation got a little louder. "The prefect warned you," Cyrus heard the little man say. A few sentences followed that were difficult to understand. The angry man sometimes spoke louder, sometimes softer. Cyrus understood his words only fragmentarily. Ambition, ventured too far from cover. Problems. Thanks to you. Then followed a tirade of insults and curses. Brandt accepted the accusations with a grim face. "You know those are just excuses," he replied. "Is he trying to blame me for being more successful than he is? That I have further strengthened my position and am considered more reliable? I've earned a reputation without any help from anyone. Is he jealous of that?" Again his counterpart said something that Cyrus could not hear properly. "He wants it all for himself," Brandt replied. "That's the truth. And I suppose there's a good post in it for you, too, after you take me out, am I right?" Cyrus pushed Alina back into the hallway and began opening the cells. "Shut up," were their greetings when the doors slid aside and they looked at the captured pirates in surprise. Not a sound. She briefly explained to her comrades how she assessed the situation. "The soldiers belong to the Fleds. They have a score to settle here and we need to be out of here before they leave with the boarding ship and vent this area. Why don't we take those guns?" Steph Mulder pointed to the rifles and pistols of the guards on the floor. "And then we'll take those guys down." Cyrus thought nothing of it. It was too dangerous. "No," he objected vigorously. "We're getting out of here. Quietly and secretly." He assumed that the boarding team was an elite unit, perfectly attuned to each other, while he had no idea how the pirates fought. He would have taken on any other Fleds at any time, but with these it was too risky. The men and Jenny Oldman looked at Alina, who still seemed undecided. "I'm all for it, too," she finally said. Cyrus could see the disappointment on the faces of the others. "You'll have plenty of opportunity to burn the ghouls to a crisp." "Whatever," returned George Palin. "We'll take the guns with us. There's no way I'm going out there naked." They crept out of their hiding place, but they didn't get far. One of the Fleds had already spotted them and fired without hesitation. He hit Sapiri in the shoulder. The pirates were forced to defend themselves, which was hardly possible in the emptiness of the corridor, which offered no cover. Cyrus saw Brandt take the opportunity to pull a gun from under his desk. He managed to fire one shot at the little man before his comrades shot Brandt down. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Cyrus lobbed a grenade toward the office, but only hit the door frame. The detonation forced the Fleds to take cover, giving Cyrus and Alina's crew a head start. He pointed to the wedge ship, its open maw protruding from the wall. "Get in there," he yelled. "Quick, quick." The projectiles from magnetic rifles hissed around Cyrus' ears as he and the pirates rushed into the small ship. He threw himself into one of the pilot's seats in the stern area and locked the cockpit. The bow of the Enderthorn was now once again a massive spire against which the Fled's projectiles fizzled ineffectively. "And what's next?" inquired Alina. Cyrus knew some of the symbols on the console, but many others were a mystery to him. Until now, operating a boarding craft had not been part of his training. He pulled the stick and hoped the boat would come out of the wall, but there was no response. "You have to unlock the thrusters first," Palin growled, pointing his meaty fingers at a conspicuous red button above the keyboard. Cyrus actuated it and then pulled the control stick toward him. The thrust of the thrusters discharged like an explosion, pushing the vehicle out of the wound it had made in Baxter's control center. The metal of the ship and station crunched and screeched as the grappling wedge moved out. Cyrus tried in vain to make sense of the displays on the screen. There were no cameras showing what was going on outside the vehicle. Just a jumbled arrangement of diagrams and numbers that only a trained pilot could make sense of. "Let me at it, kid." Palin tugged Cyrus down from the pilot's seat and squeezed in instead. "I've done this before." He laughed and pointed to a monitor above the console with a nod of his head. "That's where it pulls one of the scoundrels out." His laughter grew louder. "And another one. Who's to say?" "What fun." Cyrus could not tell if the ship was moving. Gravity was constant, the acceleration dampers worked perfectly. There were no windows and thus no view outside to show where they were. But Palin seemed to know exactly what the numbers and graphs on the screen meant. He steered the small boat safely and routinely away from Baxter. "We can't leave here yet." Alina took one of the rifles from its mount on the wall and checked its load. "We're not leaving without Barney. Blake will be glad to see him again and tickle some answers out of him." "You know this guy?" wondered Cyrus. "We know Trevor Bain," Alina replied. "He goes by Barney now. He was weapons keeper on the Athena for a while." "And why do we have to get the crook? Why would we let him get away?" Alina shook her head. "No. We need him. Let him chat and then we'll think of what else to do with him." Chapter 32. Meanwhile, more troops were arriving. Woodward had called for reinforcements and ordered part of his battle group to Baxter. Now there were a considerable number of fleet soldiers inside the station, who continued to expand their positions. Kuntz was conferring with Roslin and other officers to assess the situation. It took effort to fight their way forward and seal all entrances through which the Fleds could stab them in the back. This work required prudence. No access or ventilation shaft could be overlooked. Within such a large group of fighters, it was easy to think oneself in deceptive safety and become reckless. Kuntz threatened to kick the ass of anyone who got careless with pointed boots. Or the toothbrush of the person in question would come to nothing the next morning. At least Dominic found some time to search for his friend on his tracking device. It was easy to locate Cyrus' signal, but the device provided strange data. Judging by it, he was outside Baxter Station. On the small display on Dominic's forearm, he saw Cyrus moving between the station's axis and ring. After Sergeant Kuntz made it abundantly clear how much he abhorred sloppiness, he explained to his men how to proceed. "We take the freight elevators to get to the central corridor," he explained. "We can send a maximum of 50 men up. This is our first wave. Their job will be to secure and defend the entrance. Don't push forward. Wait until wave 1 and 2 follow. Only when the second wave arrives will you have permission to make terrain gains. Don't let a chance slip by either, though," Roslin added. "Otherwise you'll end up mutating into a bunch of cowards." Kuntz went with the first wave. Roslin, Dominic and Elena were with him. While the elevator was going up, Dominic turned to the sergeant. "I've located Corin," he said. "He seems to be in trouble." "Oh." Kuntz was clearly not up for discussing Corin's problems. "We're not going to start looking for him now. Your full attention must be on securing the position. After that, we'll push further into the station, take as many prisoners as we can, and secure stockpiles and computer terminals." "Sir, I just mean. Make it quick," the door is about to open, and then we won't have time to chat. Cyrus had a secret mission. I think we should help him. He seems to have problems. Roslyn nodded. Let Porter go ahead and do it. He's got what it takes to be a hero. The wide door of the elevator opened, and already the first energy lances stabbed into the ranks of the soldiers. An older soldier next to Dominic was hit by a bright light bullet. A direct hit that pierced the breastplate. The smell of burnt flesh hit Dominic's nose. "Battlebots," yelled Kuntz, screwing an energy booster onto the short barrel of his rifle. Dominic saw the six-legged robot stomping through the corridor. Behind him, Baxter's defenders approached. Kuntz shooed all the soldiers out of the elevator and sent it back down. He managed to shoot the bot once or twice, but without doing much damage, before it was hit and went down. A large hole gaped between the sergeant's chest and shoulder. The soldiers formed a defensive line, but there was nothing to protect and cover them. Several were injured or killed until Dominic took the rifle from Kuntz and fired at the battlebot. The energy booster sucked on the rifle's power cell to give the bullets considerable force, but the charge time was grueling. Dominic hit one of the battlebot's legs. For a moment, the machine staggered and had to realign itself. Enough time for a group of soldiers to break out of the line and attack the Fled's flank. A flash grenade was detonated. The visors of the helmets darkened, but the unprotected eyes of the Fleds were blinded. At least most of them were not wearing combat gear and could not resist for a few seconds. Only the station's militia was better equipped and could take some of the momentum out of the soldiers' advance. Dominic fired another time and finally one of the robot's legs broke off. Another shot and a second one was separated from the hull. The metal body crashed to the ground, burying a number of Fleds under it. Elena threw a magnetic incendiary grenade at the mechanical behemoth. The fire of the chemical emulsion ate through the chassis with a white flame and turned the monster into smoking scrap. The door of the freight elevator opened. The second wave finally arrived. Keep going, urged Elena, putting on the rifle. She scored several hits. Dominic saw more soldiers enter the central corridor, a little farther away, behind the opponents. Now the Fleds were being pressed between the fleet units. Finally they gave up, threw away their weapons and raised their hands. Help me up, Porter, gasped Kuntz, and give me back my rifle. Dominic helped the corpulent man back to his feet. I think we have part of the station under control. Kuntz smiled sympathetically. It only gets exciting when we have to get into the more branching structures. He coughed and spat blood. That's going to take quite a while. Ever witnessed combat in a station? No, sir, Dominic had to admit. They don't even know how to fight there yet. And what the defenders come up with to stop the invaders. Let's hope that the Fleds are cowards who have no stamina and would rather surrender than fight. And that they lack imagination. They have nothing to lose, Dominic countered. They will all be executed. They will fight with all their might. You can see, Porter, Kuntz coughed, it's going to be quite a bit of work. The noise of battle died away. Only the distant thunder that made Baxter tremble showed that fighting continued in other sections of the station. We'll set up an anchor point here, the sergeant explained. From here, we'll fan out in small squads. I'll stay here with Kuntz and take over, Roslyn informed. Besides, then I won't have to watch her but all the time. Dominic looked again at the display on his forearm. Cyrus didn't seem to be far away. As it appeared, he was now back inside the station. Are you really going to look for Korin? Asked Kuntz. I doubt they will find him in this maze. If we have to fan out anyway, Dominic replied, then that would be my preferred destination. The captain would expect me to do that. That one must be pretty darn important. Kuntz coughed again. Roslyn waved a medic over. If Korin was successful, he might be more important than us two old warhorses. The sergeant turned to Porter. Take 10 men with you and count on vented corridors. He wiped the blood from his chin. Retreat tactics. Effective and sneaky. Watch for fogged windows or condensation. Chapter 33. The boarding craft no longer had a punch charge and merely smashed its hardened tip through the outer wall of Baxter's main ring. There was a violent impact, and had the walls of the ring been as heavily armored as those of the headquarters, they would certainly have shattered the boat's snout. The segments of the pile driver slid apart and the pirates rushed outside. The room they entered was part of a warehouse. Cyrus looked at filled shelves and all sorts of large crates standing around on the floor or stacked on transport sleds. Alina looked at Palin questioningly. "Are you sure we're where we wanted to go?" "I'm sure," the big man replied, somewhat condescendingly. "I have a good sense of direction, and I know we have to go that way." He pointed down a narrow hallway. "That's the way to the bar." They crept cautiously through the empty rooms, glancing down side corridors or opening a door here and there to avoid being ambushed. When they finally reached the bar, it was deserted. Alina quietly crept across the dance floor, over to the stage, and stopped in front of an open door. She listened inside and beckoned the others to join her. Cyrus recognized another dark corridor and a room at its end. Bright light penetrated from there into the corridor. He heard someone panting and running around in it. A man who seemed to be in a hurry and was enjoying cursing everyone who, in his opinion, was to blame for all the misfortune. As they cautiously approached the room, Cyrus saw a guy with a bald head who was busy cleaning out an armored cabinet and packing the contents into a plastic crate that was sitting on an engraving sled. Another man was lying on the floor at the feet of a large desk. The large, smoking hole in his forehead made it clear that he had left the world of the living. His staring eyes fixed on the ceiling, with an expression of surprise and shock. Cyrus realized that it was Lenny the Russian. The bald man was so fixated on keeping his riches safe that he didn't even realize he was being watched. "It's bad when you lose everything, Barney," Alina said, and the man whirled around. Trevor Bain, alias Barney, was wide-eyed. His broad face reflected surprise and fear. For a moment, he seemed unable to react. But as his hand lowered toward his gun holster, a shot cracked. The energy beam scorched Barney's hand and made him groan. "Fucking bitch," he cursed. "Who let you out?" "It's actually an interesting question," Alina returned. "It's not that easy to say. It was more likely an accident. And we were given an escape vehicle right away, too. But who do we have to thank for all this?" "I don't know." "You, perhaps?" Cyrus admitted that this question also bothered him. The soldiers who had killed Brant belonged either to the Fleds or to another criminal group. "But it's better we talk on the Athena," she continued. "Come along." She pointed her pistol toward the exit. Barney looked alternately at the engraving sled and the remaining containers in the armored cabinet. "You can put that on the casualty list." She raised the pistol and pointed it at his head. "Now, let's go." "Wait," interjected Cyrus, turning to Barney. "What's in the boxes?" "Just money. Gems?" "For the most part." A detonation, very close by, made the ground sway. Cyrus tried to hide his uneasiness. "Data? Information about the Fled's network?" The man hesitated at first, but then seemed to have recognized a way to save his skin. "Yes, also data and information. They're encrypted. I know how to decode them." "Which of the boxes is the data in?" Barney raised his hands. "Can I turn around and get them out of the closet?" "I'll do it," Cyrus objected, coming behind the desk and pulling the pistol from Barney's holster. It was a gold-plated gun with beautiful engravings and, inset, diamonds. He slid it into his belt. It would make a great trophy. "Where do I find the data?" "Top shelf," Barney shared. "Behind the metal cassettes." "It's a silver data stick." Cyrus found the little thing, took it out and put it in the breast pocket of his coat. Alina's icy gaze did not escape him. "You have that guy there and a lot of valuables," he said apologetically. "This thing here, it's for my captain." "It's all for Blake," Palin protested, taking a step toward Cyrus. Alina raised her hand. "We wouldn't be here if it weren't for Cyrus," she placated. This is his share of the loot, all right? That's all I need, Zyrus said with a satisfied grin. Don't feel like pushing the gravosled across the battlefield, either. Mulder stepped forward and grabbed Barney by the collar. You'll have nothing to laugh about when you face Blake. The handheld computer on Zyrus' forearm emitted a signal. When he looked at the display, he recognized Dominic's picture and next to it the indication of an incoming message. Not a second later, there was a violent vibration and a thunderous bang. Its force knocked Zyrus and everyone else in Barney's office to the floor. A hot blast swept through the bar. Sparks and smoke swirled into the room. The stench of burnt plastic and the smoke that acridly assaulted his nose took Zyrus' breath away. For a moment, Zyrus seemed to lose his senses and staggered. When he regained his senses, he felt fingers groping along his shoulder, trying to reach the pistol he still clutched. Another hand searched for the data stick in his jacket pocket. Reflexively, Zyrus Barney slammed the pommel of his gun against his temple. Damn it! What are those idiots doing? Roared Mulder. They're not supposed to blow up the whole station. Alina straightened up, coughing. Let's get out of here before this thing breaks apart. With the unconscious Barney in tow, Zyrus and the pirates tried to return to the boarding ship. But when they reached the dance floor of the bar, their way was blocked. For Zyrus, the sight that confronted them meant nothing new. He had seen the creatures before in Chester. And now 3 of them stood before him again, clad in silver armor. The pirates remained rooted to the spot. Stunned, they stared at the Keymon in their shimmering armored suits and were paralyzed for a few seconds. Zyrus was the first to react and shot one of the creatures. Chapter 34. Dominic put together a squad. 20 men and 8 women. Among them were Monica Simmons and Elena, with whom, as they had both noticed, he worked excellently. They understood each other blindly, instinctively, and did not need many words to coordinate their actions. They were an effective team that fought and killed perfectly. Through a small airlock, they went deeper into the bowels of the station. They reached a room with a power station. The hum of large machines roared in Dominic's ears. The walls and floor vibrated. The soldiers moved along a narrow catwalk, between mighty strands of cable and bulging piping. Dominic held the center position and checked the icons on his handheld computer. His crew formed a flock of blue arrows clustered around his icon. Zyrus's signal was still a good 400 meters away and displayed as small crosshairs. It had barely moved in the last few minutes. Dominic heard the crash of gunfire and shells. It sounded muffled and distant. As you might expect, there was still fighting in the main corridor. They were virtually bypassing this area behind the scenes in the maintenance corridors and hallways. They had not yet encountered larger enemy units that had come up with the same idea. But, of course, it couldn't stay that way for long. Dominic suspected that the Fleds would retreat into the maze of supply sections as soon as they ran into trouble in the central corridor. Still, it came as a surprise when the first of them rushed out of one of the side entrances. The moment of stupefaction on both sides did not last long. Only 2 or 3 shots were fired before a melee broke out, in which rifles were of little use. Blades were used, and now and then a pistol fired at close range or directly at the target. Somewhere a grenade went off. The helmet and visor muffled the thunder and blast flash, but the blast wave threw Dominic against the wall with brutal force. A piece of debris whirled past his head in a hiss, grazing his shoulder in a brief, searingly hot touch. More enemies approached and charged Dominic and his comrades. He saw the knife stabbing down at his neck and got hold of the wrist of the man wielding it. Unbeknownst to him, the attacker had Dominic in a headlock with his other arm. They wrestled for quite a while and Dominic could hardly breathe while his neck was stuck in the crook of the Fled's arm as if he had been caught in a vice. He managed to draw his knife as the attacker pressed him against the wall. Desperately Dominic tried to hurt the man with the blade, but he pressed him so hard against the wall that he could hardly move his hand with the knife. With his last strength, he managed to push himself away from the wall and stab at the attacker's head with the dagger. In the next moment the grip of the Fled around Dominic's throat loosened. The knife fell from his fingers and landed clattering on the playpen. As Dominic whirled around, he saw Elena standing behind the man, stabbing her blade into his side again and again until he finally went limp and hit the ground. The precise and mechanical sequence of her movements frightened Dominic. Dominic almost had the impression that she enjoyed fighting and killing. As much as it disturbed him, at the moment he wanted her near him. "Now I've saved your skin," she joked. Her eyes sparkled. "Go ahead," Dominic returned. She turned, picked up her rifle, gave Dominic a smile and wiped a strand of hair from her face. Dominic felt a shiver run down his spine. She was changing. Even if he just took advantage of it, he didn't like it. The soldiers managed to kill the remaining Fleds, or force them to retreat. "Seal access," Dominic ordered as the smoke cleared. "Casualties?" "2 dead, 4 injured," replied Alexander Hoffman, a man of just under 30. "The group's paramedic. Rescue team is requested." Dominic looked at the wounded, who had been taken to a relatively safe part of the room to be tended. One was unconscious and badly wounded in the chest. His battle dress showed quite a few holes. Hoffman had done his best to apply Madogel to the wounds. The other 3 had only minor injuries to their arms and legs. "We'll stay with him," one of them said to Dominic, brandishing his pistol. "They won't surprise us again." The squad continued to advance. There were still sporadic encounters with the rogues. Scattered Fleds they either killed or captured. They had come a good distance when a mighty jolt went through Baxter. The light flickered and the ground shook. Almost simultaneously, Roslyn's voice sounded from the helmet speaker. "Porter." He sounded rushed. "Pull back with your men." "Now," was the first officer's order. "Did you hear me, Porter?" Clear and concise. According to the information on the display, Xyrus was no longer far away. 150 meters at the most. A relatively short distance. A supposedly simple matter, but one that could turn into a nightmare should they encounter a larger force of Fleds. After all, they had come far and held their own against the enemy. This made Dominic confident of making it the last 100 meters and rescuing Xyrus. It was Dominic's first command, and he decided to see the mission through. The squad was a good mix of motivated young soldiers and older, lower-ranking fighters who had enough practice to assist their inexperienced comrades. Dominic was filled with pride, and an unusually strong reluctance to follow orders rose in him. "May I know the reason for the retreat?" he ventured to ask Roslyn. "The Keymon have arrived," Roslyn replied. "And so have the damn Akkato. They're going to pulverize everything here." "Roger that," confirmed Dominic. "We're turning back." He switched his intercom to general reception. "Fall back. Everyone back to base." Some of the soldiers obeyed immediately and headed back. Others, however, stood around perplexed. They didn't seem to like the order, or they were waiting for Dominic to obey it first. "All this for nothing," one of them remarked. The disgruntlement about the order was audible to him. "What was with the trip?" complained another. "Half measures are crap." Monica and Elena stood in front of Dominic and remained silent. However, they seemed to agree with their comrades and made no move to comply with Dominic's order. But he didn't intend to make a run for it either. If the others thought so, they knew him badly. "I'll go ahead and get our man," Dominic explained. To his surprise, he did not feel bad about ignoring Roslyn's order, nor did he feel bad about facing further combat. On the contrary. The success so far spurred him on to continue. "We didn't expect anything else," Elena said. "This is about Xyrus, isn't it?" "Yes, it's about Xyrus," Dominic confirmed. While more soldiers chose to retreat, Dominic was last left with a small band of 6 comrades who were willing to search with him for his friend. "Let's not lose time." Dominic took the lead of his crew and hurried through the narrow tunnel. A circular airlock marked the end of the utility corridor. Dominic checked the appearance of the bulkhead. As Kuntz had advised, he looked for condensation, or ice on the glass of the porthole in the door. It didn't look like the spaces behind it had been vented. Dominic opened the bulkhead and stepped into the area beyond. Smoke hung in the air, the walls blackened by smoke. Small fires blazed here and there. Carefully, the soldiers worked their way through the smoke-filled corridors, when suddenly the air cleared. It took Dominic's breath away as he looked into a hall with a dance floor, where a group of 3 Keymon warriors stood with their backs turned to him. Behind the creatures he saw Xyrus, the blonde pirate he had met on Chester, and several others who were apparently part of her crew. What happened next happened instinctively and in a split second. Corin drew his pistol and fired at the Keymon. Dominic shook off his amazement. Raising his rifle, he aimed at the neck of one of the aliens directly in front of him and pulled the trigger. The Keymon immediately collapsed, and before his fellow soldiers could react, they pounced on him. Elena fired a shot from her short-barreled pistol, but it fizzled out, sparking off the large creature's shining armor. The pirates now joined the fray and attacked one of the beetles. The large, insectoid creature whirled around and in one fluid motion, wiped its opponents off the dance floor with the barrel of its gun. One of the pirates managed to grab the weapon and clung to it. At the same moment, the Keymon drew a blade and stabbed the man, wounding him in the arm. Dominic threw himself against the other creature's leg, holding onto its thigh. Hectically, he tried to place the barrel of his pistol against the back of the alien's knee. At the joint of the armor, he had to be vulnerable. Elena grabbed the creature's other leg and did the same to Dominic with her knife. The Keymon lashed out and fired a shot from its gun. An explosion shattered part of the bar, throwing people and Keymon into disarray. Dominic lost his senses for a moment. Only slowly did his vision clear as he worked his way out of the smoldering debris of wood and plastic parts. His ears rang and rang. The environment was spinning in circles. It struggled to stay on its feet. His small troop, as well as the pirates, lay on the floor, among broken tables and chairs. There was no telling how badly injured they were, but dead they did not appear to be. They groaned and tried to pick themselves up. Dominic saw one of the Keymons rise. He, too, looked battered. It took him strength to shake off Monica, who had managed to sink her knife into an unprotected area, between her helmet and neck armor. She was still clinging to it, dangling dazedly from the alien's back. The Keymon did everything it could to keep its balance and get its hands on the young woman with erratic movements. The creature hissed and hissed, staggered and fell to its knees. Dominic tried to aim his pistol at one of the body parts not covered by the silver armor. Still the world reeled before his eyes. The roaring in his ears subsided somewhat. He managed to fire a reasonably well-aimed shot that hit the Keymon under the armpit. He gave no appreciable effect, but for a moment the creature was distracted and focused its attention on Dominic. The other Keymon also seemed to regain consciousness and fumbled for his weapon. Dominic loaded a grenade into the chamber of his pistol and fired at the insectoid creature. The projectile shredded the beetle's right shoulder and flung its mangled body across the slick parquet floor. His fellow alien had approached in the meantime and kicked Dominic in the side. He saw Monica hanging grotesquely from the alien's back before his eyes went black. He expected another kick at any time, but instead the armored body crashed to the ground beside him. "Watch this," muttered Monica, still lying on the Keymon's back and holding out her hand to Dominic. "It's really fantastic. You have to experience, or you won't believe it." Her fingers touched Dominic's forehead and the next moment he was immersed in a vision that showed him a strange world. A planet of dense forests and jungles. The sun shone brightly from a clear blue sky. Its rays pierced through the green canopy of a forest. The type of plants were completely unknown to Dominic. Trees whose trunks resembled twisted, intertwined grass spiraled many feet into the air. Strange animals that looked like colorful birds flitted about in the undergrowth. A silvery insect crawled over a fern frond. It shone in the sunlight, like polished metal. Its carapace parted to reveal a pair of iridescent wings. With a low hum, the animal flew away. When Dominic turned around, he saw a mighty tower. It rose from a wide valley, crisscrossed by countless rivers. Without a doubt, it was a Keymon structure, its top reaching into space. Dominic could see spaceships docked to the tower or orbiting it. Astonished, Dominic stepped out of the shade of the jungle and let his gaze wander. He stood at the edge of a steep cliff, against which the forest pressed. To his right, a wide waterfall thundered down to the valley. For hundreds of meters it roared, foaming over the rocks. Its spray mist conjured a rainbow over the dark, basaltic rock. A flying machine, with gleaming wings, shot past the rock wall below Dominic's location. It described a gentle upward arc and rose quickly into the sky. As Dominic followed it with his gaze, he saw more towers lining the horizon. He recognized huge ships passing over the blue firmament. Dominic looked more closely at one of the large craft as the whole dream structure abruptly began to dissolve. Colors faded, shapes crumbled, giving way to the smoky darkness of Barney's dance hall. "Better than any trip," Monica stammered, pulling the knife from the Keymon's neck. Her hand was covered in dark blue blood. The thunder of a series of explosions jolted Dominic back to reality. He stood up. His senses clear and sharp. The dizziness and roaring in his ears were also gone. Whatever he had experienced, it seemed to have refreshed him. Dominic shouldered his rifle and helped Zyrus to his feet. "Let's get out of here," Dominic said. "The Keymon will take everyone they can find and turn them into canned goods." He decided to take one of the rifles and wrung it from the alien's fingers. "I think a souvenir like that, Blake would like," Alina said, picking up one of the alien weapons as well. If they had a little more time, Dominic reflected, he would have taken one of the dead Keymon, along with his armor. But as it was, they had to hurry. It took Dominic seemingly forever to get his troops back on their feet. Half were wounded, but he hadn't lost anyone. He looked at his weary band and thought about how he could get them back to base safely and, most importantly, quickly. The central corridor was out of the question. They would surely meet more Keymon there, not to mention the Fleds, who were probably holed up in the stores and could take them in the crossfire. "We are now starting the way back. The same way we came," Dominic decided. "Let's hope we don't get into any more trouble with the bugs." "We're going a different way," the blonde pirate interjected. "I don't give a shit," Dominic countered. "We'll take the grappling wedge," she declared, glancing at Zyrus as if it were an invitation to come with her. "We have what we want," Dominic replied. "So do we." With these words, the conversation was over for the pirate. She turned away and disappeared with her crew through one of the rear exits. "I guess she doesn't think much of long goodbyes," Dominic remarked briefly before heading back to base with Zyrus and his crew. Chapter 35. Roslyn welcomed Dominic and the rest of his troop, with a tirade of curses and imprecations. "What were you thinking?" he yelled at Dominic over the increasing noise of battle. "I've got a good mind to leave you here." "I couldn't leave without Zyrus," Dominic countered. "And besides, we made loot." He raised the Keymon rifle, but Roslyn didn't seem to care. "Next time I won't wait for you to collect your buddies or various treasures." He shooed the young soldiers into the freight elevator, and the lift whizzed down. "When I mentioned the Keymon, I actually thought you were smart enough to put your feet up." "They shouldn't mess with me and my squad," Dominic said jokingly, cradling the rifle in his hand. "We took down 3 of them." "I hope you don't hurt yourself with that," Roslyn pointed out, studying the weapon as suspiciously as if Dominic were holding a bomb in his arms. It wasn't until Dominic was back on the Zora, staring at the battlefield from the bridge, that he realized how narrowly they had escaped disaster. The small destroyer was moving out of range of any guns on Baxter, or the aliens' weapons, but the ring-shaped station was still easily visible to the naked eye from this distance. The Keymon ship and the Akkato also stood out clearly against the black of space. Explosions flared up. Energy shells drew glowing lines through space. The central hologram showed the details of the raging battle. Zyrus, standing next to Dominic, watched the projection with a pale face. It seemed hopeless that anyone could escape from this hell. Athena did not appear in the image. It was hard to say when it had taken off. Zyrus looked over at Perk and Roslyn, who were standing at the window watching the battle through various optical apparatuses attached to the console in front of the bow window. It seemed to urge him to get an unadulterated view of the action. "Well, you seem to care a lot about the blonde Valkyrie," Dominic remarked with incomprehension. "Shut up," Cyrus said. "I like them. That's all." "Yes, that's all," Dominic repeated. "What did you find out?" "A lot," Cyrus replied, not without pride. "At any rate, I think more than you've gleaned from Blake's data with your musings. Perk will be pleased." "Then you'll soon be my supervisor," Dominic scoffed with a hint of resentment. "With even more responsibility and more paperwork." Dominic was annoyed by the fact that Cyrus had also had a hand in the results he was able to unearth in his data review. At the beginning, he thought he had found in Cyrus a loudmouth who would soon fall flat on his face and fail. Not that he wished him that, but for him, it had been as clear as thunder and lightning in a storm cloud. Dominic had to admit he was wrong, and couldn't shake the feeling that he was in a contest with Cyrus in which the latter had the edge. At least until Dominic got his hands on the Keymon weapon. Perk finally gave the order to turn off and set course for an unknown destination. "Nice gift you brought me aboard there," the captain said as he came over to Dominic and Cyrus, who were still standing in front of the hologram until it was turned off. "The Keymon rifle is an exciting thing, Porter. I don't know that anyone has ever gotten their hands on one of those." "And what do you have for me, Corin?" Cyrus looked thoughtful. "I have another piece of unpleasant news," he interjected hesitantly. "But it would be good if no one else knew about it. It is very explosive." In the captain's quarters, Perk, Roslyn, Dominic and Cyrus were undisturbed. Cyrus recounted what happened to him on Baxter Station before the fleet attack began. "The way I see it, De Castro not only has ties to the Fleds," Cyrus explained. "He's one of their leaders, and that's why he supported this attack, to eliminate a competitor and cover his tracks. He may also have ensured that our action could take place at all." Perk and Roslyn could clearly see their dismay. The captain stared stunned into space and seemed to be lost in his thoughts. However, the first officer soon regained his composure. "And you are sure you heard De Castro's name?" he asked Cyrus. They were excited and not immediately there. "A few meters away. I have good ears and they spoke clearly," Cyrus replied. "Also, we used their grappling wedge and it had a fleet identifier. I bet it came from the Brandon and Blake has that now. If you ask, I'm sure one will be missing." De Castro said he was going to attack Central, Perk reminded his first officer. "That's not a secret. And he can claim he was lost. We can't nail him with that. He'll deny sending a detachment specifically to take out Brandt." Perk shook his head. "I can't quite believe it yet, but it could explain a lot. Mateo is always on the job. Constantly on the move. Who knows what business he's on while he's flying around between planets. Now everything he's done seems in a different light." Roslyn sat down on the edge of the table. "We need to let Rosefield know." "I will inform him." "Then I'll set a course for Earth?" "No," the captain objected. "We don't want De Castro to get suspicious. If we fly to headquarters immediately, it will be too conspicuous. Then are we going to hang out here in the middle of nowhere until the smoke clears?" "We're going to Zito," Perk said. Roslyn did not seem surprised. "Because of the Keymon weapon?" It was more a statement than a question. Dominic wanted to know what Zito was. He suspected a base, but usually fleet bases still had a string of numbers after the name. "Is Zito a base?" inquired Dominic anyway. "We have our secrets, too," Perk replied. "Let us surprise you." Chapter 36. Dominic was eager to have a few words with Elena and Monica, who shared quarters together. The flight to Zito was expected to take just under an hour. Enough time to ask the two shooters questions. He now stood in front of the two women's quarters and pressed the signal button. After a few seconds, the door opened. Elena looked surprised and uneasy, as if Dominic had caught her doing something forbidden. She looked around briefly at Monica before turning her attention back to Dominic. "Aren't you going to let me in?" He looked over her shoulder into the dark room. "Our neighborhood is very small. You can assume I know that." She still hesitated. Dominic pretended to be on duty. "Do you have something to hide, soldier?" he continued in a distant, cool tone. Elena took a stance and stepped aside to allow Dominic entry. "No sir, I did not." Dominic squeezed past the young woman into the dark room and turned on the light. Monica stood beside her cot in a guarded position and dutifully groaned out, "Sir." "Stand at ease," Dominic said, stunned as his gaze roamed over the walls of the quarters, which were painted with all sorts of pictures and ornaments. "What the hell does that mean?" "Art, sir," Elena hastened to explain. "I can see that, too. But hell, why do you have to use their quarters to do it? There's a recreation area, and you can try your hand at hollow art there." The two women were silent, ashamed. "Your lucky perk doesn't have regular quarter inspections like other captains do." Dominic took a closer look at some of the motifs. Inevitably, he felt reminded of his brother Benjamin, who had also discovered his artistic vein and had put together a bizarre gallery from the skulls of Keymon sniffers. Dominic thought he recognized spaceships and buildings in the drawings of the two shooters. But they could also be exotic fish and trees. He saw planets and moons, in the embrace of enormous technical formations. The motifs stretched across walls and ceilings with patterns that reminded him of Irish knot ornaments. However, the patterns here were far more complex and textured than anything he had seen before. He wondered how much time the two women had invested in their art and how often they had given up sleep for it in the last days and weeks. Above all, however, he wanted to know what caused them to expend themselves in such a way. "What's this all about?" he asked. "How long has this been going on?" Monica seemed to feel the need to confide in him. It literally burst out of her and she seemed excited. "It all started with the Seabees," she explained to Dominic. Her voice trembled, her lips quivered. Sweat stood on her brow. "When they came aboard via the energy beam from the cannon, I saw things I can't put into words. That's why I paint them. My sensations, my feelings. Elena feels the same way. We dream of other worlds. Beautiful worlds, terrible worlds. The Seabees are travelers. They roam the universe for millions of years. They know all civilizations. Old empires, new empires. It is hard to believe. The impressions, they're overwhelming." Dominic came to her rescue. "Yes, they are." With each of her words, Dominic remembered his brother. He had warned him not to get into that kind of mind contact with the strangers. Nevertheless, he had challenged it and had also had a vision. But so far, Dominic felt no withdrawal symptoms or other side effects. Perhaps it was because he had experienced the contact voluntarily and in full consciousness. With Benjamin, as with Monica and Elena, it had to have been more of an assault. Dominic turned his attention to Elena Green. "I've seen them both fight." The two women exchanged a jaunty glance. "I looked at their scores in combat training," he revealed. "They were, until recently, pretty average. I was always higher, even during the time when I had let my training slide a bit. But in their last few training sessions, all the scores went up. By 250%, in fact. I looked at the report before we landed on Baxter." "How do you explain her current abilities?" Monica shook her head, but Elena felt compelled to explain. "First and foremost, I feel like my violent tendencies are increasing. And once I'm tense, all my senses are more alert than ever. Especially when it comes to fighting. I really long for it. When it comes to it, it's almost like a dance. I can estimate the reactions of my opponent. I notice his every movement, know how to interpret it and react to it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have stood a chance against the Keymon." Dominic took this information with apparent indifference, but inwardly he was more than concerned. What would happen if they didn't get any more opportunities to vent their aggression potential on an enemy? The murals were understandable when one learned what had happened to Elena and Monica. An expression of psychosis. He had to discuss the matter with Roslyn. But he was interested in other aspects of the whole affair. What else can you tell me about the Seabees, other than that they are stone-aged vagabonds? Do they have intelligence? A being? Or are they just energy bubbles that happen to cross our path? Apparently, the two women had nothing to say about it. Monica, however, dared to make a guess. I don't get the impression that they have an essence or a soul. She shrugged her shoulders. All I know is that they are filled with knowledge. They collect it. For whom? Came Dominic's spontaneous interjection. I don't know, the shooter replied somewhat helplessly. They just do. But for what purpose, I can't say. When you had that seizure. Trance, Monica objected. I'll call it a seizure for now, Dominic returned. Based on his own experience, he knew better, but at the moment it was a matter of filtering out facts and not chatting about common experiences. If he told the two that he had experienced something similar, it could have a negative effect on their relationship and influence the fact-finding. You said something about the eyes of a Tiri, Dominic wanted to know. I had asked you what that was, and you said you didn't know. I don't know what you mean, sir, she stammered. In your visions, Dominic probed further. Didn't you see anything there that could be the Atiri? She looked at him helplessly and did not answer. Elena didn't seem to be able to do anything with this term either. Dominic remembered a text from the Bible that the minister of his church had once mentioned. God, whose eyes roam the whole earth, it read. While he doubted that the Seabees were any kind of angel, they seemed created for the purpose of serving a higher power. And from the looks of it, someone was watching what was happening in the solar system. Whoever the Atiri were, by all appearances they had an interest in humans. Dominic laughed at himself as he looked at the two women and the artwork they had painted on the walls. His musings could all have been figments of his imagination, based on the muddled thoughts of two young female soldiers. Fantasies of a maltreated mind. But when he saw the complexity and structure of the drawings, doubts came to him. Chapter 37. Zito turned out to be a secret laboratory complex on Oberon, one of the many moons of Uranus. Perk left the Zora in orbit around the gas planet and departed his ship, along with Roslyn, Corin, and Porter, in a small dinghy. The flight lasted a full hour, during which the tiny craft orbited Uranus, putting it between itself and the Zora. It dawned on Dominic more and more that Zito must be something that Perk did not want to reveal to the crew. As Dominic knew, there were few men and women who accompanied Perk on previous missions. Those who had stayed with him enjoyed his trust and had no problem following the captain's orders without questioning them in detail, even if they seemed questionable. But the rest of the crew seemed to become more and more suspicious. There had been too many strange occurrences that caused headaches for the new soldiers. Further surprises would be inconvenient at this time and would further fuel the unrest. Dominic wondered what other secrets Perk might have. The longer he would serve under his command, the more exciting the whole thing could become. More and more, he realized why Perk was considered a dazzling personality, and why many people looked at him with both admiration and suspicion. At last, the small craft went into a landing approach and stopped toward a deeply incised valley that cut through the icy surface of the Uranus satellite like a crack. A sluice opened in the steep rock face the craft was approaching. A pale glow of light seeped into the darkness. The gate was just large enough to let the dinghy pass. The vehicle touched down on the small landing area behind it. Perk and his crew were already expected. The reception committee consisted of a group of 5 scientists in light blue work uniforms without affiliation insignia, who obviously already knew Perk and Roslyn. They greeted each other in a friendly manner. A tall, slender man, his gray hair tied in a long braid, nodded at Dominic and Zyrus. Dominic thought he saw suspicion in his eyes. This is Corin and Porter, Perk informed. I trust them. Very young officers you have there, the scientist said. You can't be picky in this day and age, the captain apologized. But they have their rank for a reason. Well, if you say so. The scientist extended his hand to Dominic and Cyrus. Professor Milton Gondorf. I'm the head of the Zeta Research Station. I take it you're not being paid by the fleet, Dominic ventured. The professor paused for a moment. That one's good, he said, addressing Perk. The other one is right up there with him, Perk said. We have those two to thank for an interesting find. That's why I brought them along. Porter, Rosalind thundered, in his usual angry manner. Make yourself useful and get the Keymon gun out of the boat. Dominic obeyed and brought out the heavy rifle to show it to the scientists. The men were amazed, and Professor Gondorf did not even try to hide his joy. Is it functional? The scientist inquired. Yes, it is, Dominic replied. It's got decent power. It has an energy core, Rosalind informed, pushing aside a small flap on the weapon. That thing that glows blue. It has no measurable radiation. But it's clearly the heart of the weapon. Gondorf took a closer look at the blue energy module. Must have an efficient containment field. I think radiation prevention might be the easiest exercise for Keymon technicians. It's still amazing, Rosalind added. Gondorf took the large rifle from Dominic and weighed it thoughtfully in his hands. It was impossible for a human to put the gun on to take aim at something, yet the scientist tried and peered down the barrel as if he had a target locked on. The Keymon and Akkato leave only junk behind, the professor continued to explain. Anything that is still usable, they usually collect. Yes, I experienced that, Dominic said. An Akkato ship went down behind our house. Didn't take them long to get it back. And they didn't flatten everything in the process, as they usually do? Dominic hesitated. Should he tell him that he had saved the life of an Akkato prince? No. He would feel like a braggart, and Gondorf wouldn't buy it anyway. That's amazing. The professor rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You must be a lucky man. I hope we can expect results soon, Perk urged as Gondorf's assistants took the Keymon weapon from him, placed it on a transport sled, and departed with it. I can't promise you any miracles. The professor put his hands in the pockets of his coat. But we'll do our best. Does Rosefield know about this? Not yet, Perk confessed. It all happened very quickly, and right now I'm being cautious. You don't distrust the old man, do you? No, of course not. But things seem to be getting more and more complicated. I want to keep my circles small. Gondorf gave Cyrus and Dominic 2 long looks. Then I will hope that you still have a good hand in choosing your people. I've always told you that you've had good luck in the past. Don't overestimate yourself. 9 lives are used up faster than you think. We'll stick around, Perk finally said to end the conversation. I'm sure you'll make good time. Increasing the budget also affects motivation, the professor said as he walked away. I've mentioned that a couple of times, too. You don't get tired of pointing that out, Perk called after him, but Gondorf left without turning around again. A beep shrilled from inside the spacecraft. Rosalind wasted no time and hurried back into the dinghy. Perk also turned away to follow the first officer. Dominic was still puzzled by the existence of this secret place. Does Rosefield finance this facility out of its own pocket? They hurried up the ramp under the pulpit, which was slowly closing. It's not just him, Perk acknowledged. I do my part, and Rosalind does his as well. I hope we don't have to be ashamed of knowing that someday, Cyrus said, who hadn't said a word until now and was lost in musings. If you think we have made profits from our missions, replied the captain, who might as well have taken Cyrus' words as impertinence. Rosalind and I have considerable private wealth. And there are plenty of good reasons to do things in secret. The longer you've been with the fleet, the more understandable that will seem to you. Rosalind looked worried as they reached the pulpit and settled into their seats. Headquarters has called us, informed the first officer. The Mindori station on Rhea Saturn's moon sent off a distress signal. It was relayed to the Zora. Are they under attack? Perk tapped away on the console, calling up current information. Keymon? Raiders? They didn't say, Rosalind reported further. The 911 call was short. Little information. They told us to check it out and call for backup if needed. We're in the neighborhood. That's why they contacted us. Since we don't have a mission, we can get on the road right away. I expect it to be short. The captain studied the data and frowned. A small colony. Old. Maybe a failure in life support and power systems. He sat back and Rosalind started the thrusters. Let's do some emergency relief, then. Might do you some good to deal with normal people again after all that scum. The dinghy flew back to the mothership and then the Zora set course for Rhea. Fascinated, Dominic looked out the wide panoramic window of the bridge. The small moon Rhea moved against the background of the mighty Saturn, whose swirling, ochre-colored ocean of clouds took up the entire field of view. The gas giant glowed in the sunlight and Rhea sparkled as if in front of it, like a small, white pearl. Dominic remembered back to the conversations with his brother Ben. He had talked about how there was only terror and darkness between the stars. See how tiny the stars are, Benjamin had said. And how much black there is around them. It's an omen. A clue. There's only darkness out there. It rules everything. After all the experiences, Dominic had partially agreed with him. And in the meantime, his concerns had actually grown. But the sight of majestic Saturn, with its swirling ocean of clouds outside the bridge window, swept away all dim thoughts. There was too much splendor and beauty in the darkness of space. Benjamin did not bother to look more closely. Maybe he didn't join the fleet, so he wouldn't have to admit his mistake. And why did he so vehemently seek the nightmare in the woods, where he hunted monsters whose skulls he nailed to the walls in his garage? Dominic decided to get back to the here and now. As it looked right now, the Zora would get this short mission over with and return to Earth, so Perk could make his report to headquarters. After all that had happened, it could be a longer stay. Dominic would have the opportunity to visit his family. He was looking forward to telling his conflicted and ambivalent brother about the adventures he had had on the Zora. The Zora plummeted toward the moon Rhea like a meteor, and soon Dominic could make out the many craters and funnels that dotted the small satellite. As Dominic had taken from the database, Rhea consisted mostly of ice and silicate rock. The Mindori settlement was actually nothing more than a drilling station where water was extracted for the colonies and the fleet. Perk was tense. The Zora waited for the response, the Mindori station, but all radio transmissions remained without response. Rosalind and the captain exchanged nervous glances. The first officer stared out the window. Valleys and canyons were visible. They should have at least gotten their communication systems back up. Target day and night boundary, Perk ordered. The small destroyer sank into the nightshade between steep mountain sides and followed the course of the valley flying at low altitude. Rosalind sounded the alarm. The lights went out and red light strips on the walls began to glow. Zyrus exhaled audibly. I hope we don't get one at the end. Dominic didn't want to say it, but he also felt queasy. An indefinable feeling of threat crept over him, but he blamed it on the contrast of his sensations. The joy of coming home again, replaced by the stress that was now setting in. It was obvious that Perk and Rosalind no longer considered the mission a routine one. The intuition of the two experienced soldiers seemed to advise them to be cautious. Dominic decided to get certainty about the situation and stepped up next to Perk at the window. What do you want to hear, Porter? Asked Perk. That everything is fine and we'll be heading back to Earth soon. Dominic's tongue literally stuck to the roof of his mouth. Something like that, he said with difficulty. You know what makes me wonder? Dominic had no idea what to say. As commander of the station, would send a ship into orbit to make contact with the rescue team and other ships when the station is no longer able to communicate. They think there must have been a major incident. I'm assuming so. He glanced at the navigation information on the console in front of him. Right now, I'm assuming an accident. But there could also be an attack behind it. I looked at the information on the Mindori station, Dominic replied, perplexed. There's nothing there worth venturing into an attack. That is the only aspect that speaks for an accident. We couldn't register any radio traffic either. It's pretty darn quiet. Too quiet, actually. In an accident, there would be a lot of communication between responders and victims. Unless there was a major accident. That's why we sneak up on them. He folded his arms behind his back. You and Xyrus will occupy their firing lines. Be prepared for an escape launch from Rhea. I'm not going to take any chances. If we get ambushed, we'll get out of there. Dominic sat in his gunner's cockpit. All the indicator lights showed that the gunners were on standby. On the main monitor in front of him, he could call up the view that the captain had on the bridge. The deeply cut gorge widened and ran out into a wide plain where the ruins of the Mindori station rose. 3 derricks rose bent and twisted into the black sky. The buildings between and around them were all destroyed. A powerful blast wave had flattened them and scattered the debris over the entire plain. Dominic also saw the remains of 2 spaceships, charred and smoking, lying on the edge of the former colony. Both were barely larger than the Zora, but it was easy to see that they had once been weapons-grade monstrosities. Certainly they did not belong to the transport fleet of the drilling station. 3 short alarm signals echoed through the ship and put the Zora on combat readiness. A target was marked on the monitor. A small object hovered in zero gravity above the debris desert. Dominic zoomed in on the image. It was a transporter that was now slowly approaching the Zora. Dominic aimed his gun at it and released the safety. Some of the shooters followed his lead, but there was also feedback about whether it was a miscalculation. The voice of Monica Simmons sounded from the loudspeakers. Are you serious? She wondered. This is an unarmed ship. You can't say that for sure, Dominic countered, although he really shouldn't get into a discussion. Roslyn would certainly bring that up and give him a telling off when he turned in the report after the mission. Elena Green now also seemed to feel like getting into a dispute with Dominic. Even if it's armed, she said, and it sounded rather condescending. What weapons would they have that could be dangerous to the Zora? The young woman's tone made Dominic angry. They have their orders. It took him effort to suppress his anger. Switch on the target. Now. Yes, sir, he heard Elena and Monica say almost simultaneously. It sounded unruly and dismissive. He would have a serious word with the 2 women before writing his report. Then the whole thing would not seem so pathetic when he had to answer for it to the first officer. The object had approached quickly, and the Zora had stopped. Dominic contacted Roslyn. Sir, we are ready to fire. Roslyn did not answer. Instead, Dominic registered that the energy of the weapon systems was drained and fed into the shield system. Immediately, an explosion occurred. It hit the Zora with full force and Dominic lost consciousness.
End of NOMADS 1, The Invaders.